All I need to do is kill my opponents, and they will drop equipment for me. Not only will I gain various cultivation techniques, but even their spiritual roots will be dropped for me, dedicated to making me a versatile powerhouse. Just now, I found myself in this chaotic dynasty where demons and monsters run rampant. At this moment, a trial for the children of noble families is being held, and anyone who turns 16 must participate. Looking at my original self's strength, which even a dog would shake its head at, I can't help but lament my unfortunate fate. But just then, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind. The super pickup system has been activated. As long as I kill my opponents, there is a chance to obtain their cultivation and techniques. Sure enough, when I looked at the Thunder Lion that the family had captured to boost our morale, it clearly stated the items that could drop upon killing it. When I saw that it also mentioned the Thunder spiritual root, I couldn't help but show a look of surprise. This is essential for entering the Immortal Gate. My father, Sui, thought I was stunned by the Thunder Lion. After all, this Thunder Lion possesses the cultivation of the postnatal realm, while the beasts in the trial are at the lowest level of the third stream realm. The postnatal realm is 2 realms higher than the third stream realm, allowing the clan members to get a taste of a stronger postnatal realm, so they wouldn't be afraid during the trial. After several clan members took turns to weaken it, the already weak Thunder Lion was further pushed to its limits, and soon it was my turn to take the stage. However, with the Thunder Lion's strength, even if it was weak, it would be hard to kill it with one strike. But soon, I focused my attention on its most vulnerable eyes, and without thinking too much, I thrust my sword forward, directly piercing through its brain. Just as everyone looked on in shock, a series of prompts echoed in my mind. Successfully killed the Thunder Lion, obtained the bronze-level thunder breathing technique, gained 5 years of internal strength cultivation, obtained a broken thunder spiritual root, and gained 1000 experience points. After the system prompt, my perception of the spiritual energy in the world became extremely sharp, which is probably the effect of the spiritual root. Not only that, but the internal power in my dantian suddenly surged, breaking through the level of 10 years of internal power cultivation, reaching the level of a third-rate martial artist. In addition, I also obtained the newly acquired bronze-level thunder breathing technique. The wind-cutting blade technique and the purple chi formula that I am currently practicing are considered superior martial arts in the Su family, but they are only at the black iron level. From my system information panel, I learned that the thunder breathing technique stimulates the body's potential through a wonderful breathing pattern, combining speed and strength, moving like thunder, but it places a heavy burden on the body. The current proficiency is at beginner level 1%, and it shows that it can be upgraded. This made me think of the 1000 experience points I just obtained, so I immediately asked the system, what is the use of this experience value? The system replied, host, experience points can enhance the levels of various skills and secret techniques, and can also be used to upgrade the spiritual root. I was taken aback and my eyes lit up. I can upgrade my spiritual root? Can my broken thunder spiritual root be upgraded? Yes, it can. To upgrade to beginner level requires 2000 experience points, or I can obtain 2 more broken spiritual roots for repair. I felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this, but for now, I can use it to enhance my martial skills and techniques to prepare for the upcoming demon battle trial. I immediately said, system, upgrade my blade technique, consuming 100 experience points. Congratulations to the host. The wind-cutting blade technique has been upgraded to intermediate level 1%. I was stunned to realize that 1000 experience points are so useful. I then excitedly said, upgrade, take me to perfection. In the end, I spent a total of 700 experience points to cultivate the wind-cutting blade to perfection, and now my strength has definitely multiplied several times, allowing me to face the upcoming demon battle with much more ease. Just when I was feeling proud of my achievements, the people around me looked on in shock and said, he actually killed that demon. How ruthless. He pierced its brain with a single sword strike. Even my father, Sui, the 5th elder, was astonished, wondering how his son suddenly became so fierce. But soon, Sui regained his composure, very pleased with my performance, and laughed, saying, dealing with demons must be done like this. Alright, it's about time. Let's head to the city lord's mansion to participate in the demon fight. At this moment, over 1,000 people had already gathered at the training ground of the city lord's mansion, not just from the Su family, but also disciples from other major families in Tianming City who had turned 16. At this time, a middle-aged man entered the training ground, who was none other than Yi Changqing, the city lord of Tianming City, and the only one in Tianming City who had reached the Immortal Gate level. Let me explain the rules first. Yi Changqing went straight to the point. The demon fight is meant to hone your bloodlust, regardless of winning or losing. The priority is to preserve your life. As long as you feel you can't hold on any longer, you can jump off the training platform to save your life. Moreover, if anyone can win 3 consecutive matches, I will reward them with a yuan growth pill that can increase their cultivation by 10 years and a weapon of the 1000 refinements level. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present was filled with excitement. 1000 refinements level weapon could be passed down as a family heirloom. And the yuan growth pill was even more precious, equivalent to saving 10 years of hard training. Soon, the grand event of the demon fight officially began. The first to appear was a three-eyed monkey, with strength equivalent to a third-rate martial artist. First up, from the Nangong family, Nangong Mo, a scar-faced man, took out a manual and spoke. Immediately, the tall Nangong Mo stepped out, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. He wanted to perform well in front of Yi Changqing, and with a proud expression, he declared, "Demon, come. The one who will kill you is Nangong Mo of the Nangong family." But he was only handsome for 3 seconds. In just one round, a chunk of flesh was bitten off his left hand. Nangong Mo let out a piercing scream, disregarding the injury on his arm, and staggered out of the ring, ultimately having to amputate his left hand to survive. The others watched this scene with some trepidation, realizing that the true monsters were so terrifying that a moment's carelessness could lead to a fate of disability. The next participants, shaken by this scene, became hesitant and timid. Some even jumped off the stage to surrender as soon as they got on, which made Yi Changqing frown, thinking that this generation of young people was too cowardly. Finally, after the three-eyed monkey won 5 matches in a row, it was taken down by a young talent from the Wang family who was somewhat famous among the younger generation. Thus, the battle with the monsters continued in this tense atmosphere until more than 30 people had taken their turn, and the scarred man finally called my name. I usually keep a low profile, and most people in the audience don't know that I exist. Once I stepped onto the stage, I saw that my opponent was a blue-hued unicorn cheetah, which felt quite dangerous. But soon, I had a look of surprise on my face, simply because this cheetah also had a chance to drop a wind spirit root for me. If I could possess dual spirit roots, how comfortable would that be? This young man is interesting. His gaze is like that of someone who has spotted prey. The scarred man was momentarily taken aback by my eyes. However, the wind shadow cheetah was also drooling. It had been hungry for 3 days. Upon seeing me, it couldn't hold back any longer. After a roar, the wind shadow cheetah actually split into 3, which was its innate ability. I was slightly surprised, even with my keen eyesight. I couldn't tell which one was the real body, but my eyes quickly flashed with brilliance. Regardless of which was real, I would just attack all 3 of these wind shadow cheetahs. The 3 wind shadow cheetahs charged at me like a gale, swiftly blocking all 3 directions. With the thunder breathing technique, I took a deep breath, and in the next moment, I felt a bolt of lightning surge through my body, as if every cell was activated. My nerve reaction speed and strength were significantly enhanced, and the swift speed of the wind shadow cheetahs became slow. I felt a surge of energy and immediately unleashed the perfect level wind blade technique. The bright blade light drew an arc and sliced through the neck of the 3-headed wind shadow leopard. The middle leopard showed a look of astonishment in its eyes, and then its massive body collapsed weakly to the ground, while the other 2 wind shadow leopards vanished in an instant. Successfully killed the wind shadow leopard, gained half a year of internal strength cultivation, obtained a broken wind spirit root, and earned 50 experience points. Who is this person? He seems even stronger than Wang Shuo. He looks like Su Hao from the Su family, but I've never heard of him. His strength is terrifying. I couldn't even see how he drew his blade. The martial artists from various families in the audience were stunned. How were one? Sui had been worried about whether I could get through the challenge, but to see him defeat his opponent in an instant was truly unbelievable. This person's sword technique seems to have reached perfection. It's rare for a 16-year-old junior to achieve this. The scarred man's eyes lit up, filled with admiration. Yi Changqing's eyes also flashed with interest. As a powerful figure who had entered the immortal gate, there were not many things that could pique his interest. Su Hao similarly screamed in his heart at this time. This powerful feeling was mesmerizing, and after decapitating this wind shadow leopard, Su Hao actually burst out the broken spiritual root again. This time it was the wind spiritual root. Broken spirit roots can be upgraded with experience value, or 3 broken spirit roots can be fused into 1 completed spirit root. After possessing the wind spirit root, Su Hao obviously felt that his perception of the aura in the sky and the earth was more keen. Not only that, but also the wind in the air became one with his movement, and his speed increased by at least about 50%. Is this the advantage of having a spiritual root? Su Hao also marveled. Possessing a spiritual root and having no spiritual root were completely 2 different dimensions. The wind spiritual root obtained today, even if it was broken, it still allowed Su Hao to increase his speed significantly. One could imagine that if it was a complete spiritual root, or even a high-level spiritual root, the increase provided would definitely be even more. Su Hao wins. You can step down, or continue the challenge, the scarred man said. Su Hao's win made the Su family side very excited, and the scarred man wanted in his heart for Su Hao to continue to participate in the demon and ghost fighting, because he was very curious about what level Su Hao could actually reach. I want to continue the challenge. Su Hao, on the other hand, didn't hesitate. Jokingly, he still wanted to kill 2 more demonic ghosts and explode more goodies. How could he get off the stage so easily? Good. The scarred man nodded slightly and immediately turned around and went forward to release a new demonic ghost into the martial arts stage. And this time, the demonic ghost chosen by the scarred man was a black wildcat. This black wildcat was the size of an unusual adult tiger, its body covered with black patterns, and as soon as it entered the martial arts stage, its pair of ghostly green eyes turned slightly, immediately locking onto Su Hao, who was not far away. The huge black wildcat exuded an aura of ferocious experience, which was only found in demonic ghosts that had killed people, and there were by no means a handful of human beings who had died at its hands. Although this shadow cat is also at the third-rate martial artist level, it is the most powerful kind of the third-rate martial artist level, and it almost always requires a second-rate martial artist level martial artist to have a sure victory. A smile appeared at the corner of the scarred man's mouth. If the opponent was too weak, he could not see where Su Hao's limit was. And this shadow cat he chose for Su Hao had almost reached the limit of the third-rate martial artist level. Come on! Su Hao similarly saw through the systems probing that the strength of this shadow cat was extremely not weak, but he didn't have the slightest fear. On the contrary, he was very excited. The more powerful the demonic ghosts, the better the drops would be. Ah, meow! The tiger-sized shadow cat's ghostly green eyes flashed with ferocious light, surrounded by a group of humans, which made it very furious and decided to use blood to deter these humans. In the midst of the sharp chirping sound, something strange happened. A large amount of black shadows actually erupted from the surface of this shadow cat's body, covering an area of 30 to 40 meters in a circle. It's the shadow cat's special natural ability Shadow Attack. An experienced family elder recognized the move used by the shadow cat, Shadow Attack, which is able to create a large number of shadows, obscuring the opponent's vision at the same time, while being in the shadows of the demon ghost is even more capable of bursting out with a horrifyingly fast, almost instantaneous speed, making the opponent's body split apart when they even reacted to it. The speed is almost instantaneous, causing the opponent's body to be separated without even being able to react. The huge shadow enveloped Su Hao in it, and Su Hao realized that he couldn't see anything with his eyes. Reaching out, what a marvelous ability! This is the demon ghost, possessing 1,000 strange abilities. Su Hao secretly marveled. Being in the dark shadow, he couldn't even see where the shadow cat was. If you can't see, use your ears. Su Hao closed his eyes and focused his attention above his ears. Su Hao heard a sound, the sound of the wind flowing. This was naturally because of the wind spirit root, causing Su Hao to become incomparably sensitive to the flow of the wind, able to listen to the wind and discern its position with just his ears. This way, Su Hao instantly discovered where the shadow cat was. The huge tiger-like shadow cat's paws gently landed on the ground without making half a sound. Just like an assassin in the dark night, elegant and deadly, the shadow cat approached 5 meters away from Su Hao, and its forelimbs launched a jinx, still as a virgin moving like a rabbit, pouncing towards Su Hao. At such a close distance, with its speed, it was that many second-rate martial artist level martial artists could not react. But what the shadow cat didn't know was that his movements had long been detected by Su Hao. Wind slashing blade technique, chopping wind catching shadow. Su Hao didn't have the slightest expression on his face, and the fine iron battle knife in his hand, which still had blood on it, was so fast that the wind in the air was cut apart, carrying a series of residual shadows. Put! The shadow cat's eyes were filled with a bewildered look. It didn't even see what was going on, when a coldness at its neck caused blood to spurt out, followed by its body slamming heavily onto the ground. Still a one-hit kill. A new day. Requesting flower evaluation tickets. Chapter 7, an evolutionary demon ghost at a time. Kneeling for flower evaluation votes. Successfully killed shadow cat. Gain half a year of internal cultivation. Gain 50 experience points. The system prompt came, making Su Hao shake his head somewhat speechlessly. This time, his luck was a bit poor, only bursting out the internal cultivation and experience value, but it was not possible that his luck was as good as the last time. Killing a third-rate martial level demonic ghost could burst out the broken spirit root. The black shadow dissipated, revealing Su Hao's body, as well as the shadow cat with its head on the ground. This, one again? It was just obscured by the black shadow. Didn't see how he struck. The crowd under the ring were all stunned, and many of them had great regrets in their hearts, because they were blinded by the shadows created by the shadow cat, and were not able to see how Su Hao decapitated this shadow cat. Does he possess spiritual roots? This time it was Yi Changqing's eyes that were slightly glowing. The strength that Su Hao showed was too powerful. He himself was only a third-rate martial artist, but the beheading of a third-rate martial artist level demonic ghost was surprisingly all in one slash. This kind of battle power that far exceeded the same level could only be explained by one possibility. Su Hao possessed a spiritual root. Possessing spiritual roots of martial artists are practicing martial arts geniuses, possessing a talent far beyond ordinary people. After all, cross into the immortal gate level, which has to have spiritual roots to do. Every martial artist who possesses spiritual roots has the possibility of impacting the immortal gate realm. Of course, it is too difficult to cross into the immortal sect level. Even if you have a spiritual root, it is incredibly difficult to get to this step. From the entire Tianming city of tens of millions of people, but there is only Yi Changqing, an immortal sect level of powerhouse, to be able to see. Having a spiritual root is only to have more possibilities and potentials to cross into the immortal sect level than the normal people. Good. The most excited person was none other than Sui. He thought that this son of his didn't practice martial arts diligently on weekdays, and his strength might not even reach the third-rate martial artist level, but Su Hao had given him a huge surprise. Even this kind of shadow cat that was comparable to the peak of the third-rate martial artist was killed with a single slash. This son of his own, the hiding can be really deep. In the past days, it is estimated that they are deliberately hiding, in order to be a hit. If Su Hao knew what Sui was thinking, he would definitely roll his eyes. I want to continue the challenge, Su Hao said with high morale. One more win would be 3 consecutive victories, and according to Yi Changqing's previous promise, 3 consecutive victories would be rewarded with 1,000 refinement level weapon, and an elixir that would increase the cultivation level of internal strength by 10 years. 55. Good. The scarred man nodded slightly, and was about to go and bring a new demon ghost over, when a majestic voice rang in his ears. Old Li, bring that demonic ghost over here and fight him. We can't let him win so easily. This majestic voice came from Yi Changqing. He sat motionless in his position, but he transmitted his voice into the ears of the scarred man. Yes, the scarred man froze. Although Yi Changqing did not explicitly say which demonic ghost that demonic ghost was, he immediately reacted to what Yi Changqing was referring to when he said that demonic ghost. The scarred man went for 3 to 5 minutes this time. He dragged an iron cage back. This cage is a fox, a snow-white fox. This fox looks only calf size, but the strange thing is that it has 3 tails. Kid, this fox is not simple. Be careful. If there is danger, immediately exit the ring. The scarred man kindly reminded Su Hao, and then he threw the iron cage onto the martial arts stage as before, and the iron cage shattered with a palm blast in the air, releasing the 3-tailed white fox imprisoned in it. The difference between this 3-tailed white fox and the previous demons and ghosts was too great. The other demons and ghosts all looked as if they were looking for a chance to escape at any time, but this 3-tailed white fox was very quiet. It knows that it can't escape? Su Hao was secretly surprised. The intelligence of this 3-tailed white fox was obviously very high. The reason why it was so quiet was because it was clear that this place was full of experts, and there would be no possibility of escaping at all after he was captured alive. Not only that, the 3-tailed white fox vaguely brought Su Hao a very dangerous feeling, which was not present in any of the previous demons and ghosts. Probe its basic information first. Su Hao immediately probed the 3-tailed white fox with the system's probing function. Demon, 3-tailed white fox, 1 evolution. Realm evaluation, 3rd-rate martial artist level. Attributes, beast. Killing has a chance to drop, evolutionary inner elixir, silver level. Seal, bronze level. 1 year of internal cultivation. And charming talent, bronze level. 1 evolution? Su Hao was a bit shocked. The realm of this 3-tailed white fox was only at the 3rd-rate martial artist level. But what was surprising was that Su Hao saw that the basic attributes of this 3-tailed white fox showed that it had completed 1 evolution. The power of the demon ghost was the ability to evolve. And upon completion of the evolution, the strength, speed and even their own special abilities and talents would be drastically increased. And not only that, but the growth potential would be doubled as well. Like many powerful to terrifying demon ghost kings that had grown to that point through evolution, the 3-tailed white fox in front of him is a rare demonic ghost that has evolved once. It possesses intelligence and potential beyond ordinary demonic ghosts. If it was not captured alive, according to normal growth, it would only be a matter of time before it would be promoted to the Hotian demonic ghost level, and it is not impossible for it to even grow to become a Hotian demonic ghost, with a hint of the potential to become a demonic ghost king. Evolved demon ghosts, who were able to escape their own racial limitations, were much less common than martial artists with spiritual roots among humans. Su Hao didn't expect that this city lord's side had captured an evolved demon ghost and used it as his opponent. This demon ghost is definitely not simple. Just look at its drop. The lowest level is a bronze level reward, somehow even more luxurious than the drop of the previous acquired demon ghost, the Thunder Lion. This demon ghost has gone through an evolution. Although itself is still at the 3rd stream martial artist level, its battle power can match most of the 2nd stream martial artist level, and when it was captured before, those martial artists could have died or injured several under their lack of investigation. The scarred man faintly said. He was afraid that Su Hao was killed directly and gullibly, then there would be no more to see. Evolved demon ghosts? The vast majority of young martial artists didn't know what an evolved demonic ghost was, but the leaders of the various clans all changed color, clear about the terrifying nature of an evolved demonic ghost. The three-tailed white fox's icy gaze fell on Su Hao's body. It was clear in its heart that there was no hope of escaping, but it was equally very angry, being used as a tool for other martial artists to practice on, which made it boiling with killing intent. Anyway, it couldn't escape, so it would kill a few more martial artists itself, and pull a few more cushions on its back. The three-tailed white fox attacked without any sign, and a demonic light blossomed from its pair of eyes, which caused Su Hao to be startled in his heart, and he had a drowsy feeling, and the figure of the three-tailed white fox in front of his eyes became blurred. Not good. It's a charm ability. Su Hao was instantly shocked in his heart. This three-tailed white fox was very similar to the previous three-eyed ape, possessing the same ability to confuse the spirit. Obviously, the three-tailed white fox's ability was stronger. Even though Su Hao realized that he had been hit, his hands and feet were not listening to his command, shoo, and also taking advantage of the moment when Su Hao couldn't move. The three-tailed white fox's calf-like body bounced on the ground, pouncing towards Su Hao, one front paw popping out 5 sharp claws with cold light, cutting Su Hao's neck like a knife blade, wanting to make his body and head separated. This is the end? The scarred man was a little disappointed in his heart. The evolved demonic ghost was too strong. Su Hao, despite his amazing potential, was ultimately only a third-rate martial artist level cultivation. This three-tailed white fox, which could have a strength comparable to most second-rate martial artist levels, also possessed the demonic ghost's unique innate ability, and in order to win over it, by virtue of Su Hao's strength, it seemed that he couldn't do it yet. Power! Sui exclaimed in shock. Seeing Su Hao hit, he hurriedly wanted to rush to the ring regardless of everything, but did not wait for him to move. A powerful aura will pressure him to not be able to move an inch. It is Yi Changqing. His face is cold. The demon and ghost fighting will never allow any outsiders to intervene. No one has been able to break the rules for thousands of years. If he died in the demon and ghost fight, he could only blame himself for not being good at it. Although he was curious about whether Su Hao had a spiritual root, even if Su Hao really had a spiritual root, Yi Changqing would not break the rules of the demon and ghost fight for this reason. Chapter 8, Thunderblade Chi-Chopping Demon Fox, Kneeling for Flower Evaluation Votes. Thunder Breathing Technique. At the critical moment, Su Hao urged the thunder breathing method regardless of everything. He felt his lungs contracting and expanding violently. A strong electric current rushed through his whole body, causing his stiff limbs to regain their senses. Su Hao immediately was moving his feet, and his body dragged a remnant of a shadow's horizontal movement out. The three-tailed white fox's claws tore the remnant left by Su Hao to shreds, but it was an empty one. So dangerous. Su Hao's forehead was sweating, almost planted in the hands of this three-tailed white fox, but he held back the interference, so that his breathing was not chaotic. The most important thing about this thunder breathing method was to keep the rhythm of breathing at all times. The rest of them also breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, in the bottom of their hearts, they still expected Su Hao, a human martial artist, to win over the demonic ghost. The three-tailed white fox was a bit surprised that his 10 surefire strike was even avoided by Su Hao, but without stopping, the three-tailed white fox stepped on its paws and launched a fierce attack towards Su Hao once again. Its sharp claws intertwined into a net like strangulation. Like madness. Clang! Su Hao raised his sword to block. The knife and claw collided. Sparks splashed everywhere, making Su Hao feel pain in his wrist. The strength of this three-tailed white fox was far above him. As a demon ghost, the raw body could be too much stronger than a human. Su Hao took a deep breath. Since he couldn't compete with strength, he would win with speed. Shoo! When the three-tailed white fox came pouncing again, Su Hao stimulated the thunder breathing method to its limit, and his whole body seemed to be an electric light that flashed and passed away, while the blade in his hand was a smooth chop, and the wind chop and the wind chopping blade technique was performed. Pust! Su Hao lowered his head to avoid the claws of the three-tailed white fox at the same time. The blade of the knife was also from the human standing up from the three-tailed white fox neck lower side of the part of the neck and crossed. Blood row tearing sound. The three-tailed white fox's sheung chest to add a 1-foot-long mouth. Injured this demonic ghost? Sui and the others who had been watching the battle were all delighted in their hearts. But Su Hao frowned. What a hard skin. Obviously I want to chop it into two directly from the sheung mouth. Su Hao's knife was originally hoping to cut the three-tailed white fox into two halves, but the three-tailed white fox's physique was stronger than he expected, and it was blocked by the bones after cutting through the skin and muscle roux. And Su Hao's weapon could only be regarded as a fine product among the mundane weapons, and his power was just an ordinary third-rate martial artist level, so it was very difficult to kill the three-tailed white fox with one blow unless it was an attack on the vitals. The three-tailed white fox felt the searing pain of injury coming from its sheung mouth. After it froze, its eyes instantly became bloodshot. It was a higher creature with the bloodline of a powerful demon ghost that had undergone an evolution, but it would be injured by a human teenager? Ow! The three-tailed white fox couldn't care about anything else in the midst of the rage. It let out a fierce roar, and in the astonished gazes of Su Hao and the crowd, the three-tailed white fox released a fierce aura all over its body, and its body swelled up extremely fast, with a piece of muscle roulette protruding. In the blink of an eye, this three-tailed white fox actually transformed from the size of a calf into a 3-meter-long beast, the whole body muscle row with steel casting in general. The original three-tailed white fox appearance is very elegant, and now it is very violent and ferocious. This breath is more than several times stronger than before. Su Hao was stunned. This three-tailed white fox's aura had definitely reached the level of second-rate martial artist level, and was even directly approaching the first-rate martial artist level. This demonic ghost is even hiding its strength? Is it mastering the sealing talent? I didn't probe carefully before and didn't even realize it. Yi Changqing was shocked to see this scene. Sealing. This was a unique talent ability of demonic ghosts. Casting the sealing talent, able to seal their own breath, power, reduce consumption at the same time, hide their own strength, is only a few demonic ghosts can master the special talent ability. This makes Yi Changqing frown. He also did not expect this demon ghost to hide its strength. Originally there was still a possibility of victory, but now, Su Hao will not be the opponent of this demon ghost in 9 cases out of 10. That's just it. It's also my negligence to save his life at the critical moment, Yi Changqing secretly said. With his ability, secretly doing tricks to make Su Hao get rid of the three-tailed white fox was simple, and no one would be able to see it. Still hiding strength? Su Hao's heart was also shocked. This three-tailed white fox transformed into a 3-meter-long beast. A terrifying pressure came over him, making him feel his back being sure through with cold sweat. The scarlet eyes of the three-tailed white fox stared at Su Hao in death. It would never let go of a human who dared to hurt itself. Back out of the ring? No, I've won 2 matches. I can't give up on my previous achievements. Su Hao somewhat wanted to withdraw from the martial arts stage, but he immediately vetoed it. If he gave up, he wouldn't be able to get that 1000 refinement grade weapon, and the elixir that could increase his cultivation for 10 years. System, upgrade the thunder breathing method for me, Su Hao shouted in his heart, enhancing his strength as much as possible at this time. Ding, consuming 400 experience points. Congratulations to host thunder breathing technique for raising it to intermediate 1%. Bronze level secret arts required far more experience value to upgrade than black iron level martial arts and secret arts. Fortunately, Su Hao had killed 2 demonic ghosts before plus the remaining experience value, which was just 400 points, enough for him to upgrade. In the sound of the system prompt, the thunder breathing method was upgraded to the intermediate level, which was originally only considered to be an introduction, but now, it is skillfully and incomparably mastered. Roar! The three-tailed white fox liberated its own seal and showed a horrible breath, at this time roaring furiously and pouncing towards Su Hao, acting as if accompanied by demonic clouds, terrifyingly terrifying. The 3 huge tails were like 3 gigantic fists, hammering madly and angrily. Thunder breathing method, purple chi skill. Su Hao only had victory in his eyes at the moment, only the thought of killing the demonic ghost in front of him, his thunder breathing method combined with his own cultivation of purple chi skill. Since Su Hao's dantian, a majestic internal force surged crazily, and under the thunder breathing method, it exploded as if it were thunder, making Su Hao's knife blade in his body actually chanra with light golden currents. It was the thunder spirit root, and under the full force outburst, Su Hao's own thunder spirit root had some kind of marvelous resonance with the thunder breathing technique, transforming all of his internal energy into the thunder attribute, multiplying its power. Rumble. The blade seemed to turn into lightning. Su Hao maintained the rhythm of breathing. Each breath was heavy and hard, and even issued a thunderous roar, as his body became one with the blade, shanroing with light golden thunder, cutting out crazily. Put! The blade cut through angrily, cutting the 3 white fox tails into pieces. Not only that, the blade drove in, unrelenting, cutting angrily on top of the 3-tailed white fox's shown mouth, and the thunder turned into blade chi penetrated through the body, tearing through its tendons and bones, and penetrated through its back, flying out a meter or 2 away before it slowly dissipated. Chapter 9 Evolutionary Inner Pill. Kneeling for flowers and evaluation votes. Goo goo. 3-tailed white fox mouth blood overflow scattered. The body from the Xiong mouth split, broken into 2 halves of the body heavily smashed on the ground. Its eyes are full of unwillingness. If it is by the powerful martial artist of the city master's mansion beheading, it is not wrong to die. Can be a weaker than it is a small human beheading, which makes it a little unable to accept. Successfully killed the 3-tailed white fox. Acquired evolutionary inner elixir, silver grade. Gain 1 year of internal strength training. Gain seal, bronze level. Gain 300 experience points. A series of system prompts sounded, causing Su Hao to fart. Cher sat on the ground and gasped violently. His lungs felt as if they were completely paralyzed. The feeling of not being able to catch his breath, and his whole body was also sore and weak. The internal energy in his dantian had consumed most of it. This caused Suhao to smile bitterly. Clear that the strike just now was his ultimate strike, all a bit beyond his body's load, but Suhao was excited. This is the battle with the demonic ghosts, dancing on the tip of the knife, splattering blood, the joy after winning. Suhao realized that he perhaps longed for the life of fighting with demons and ghosts, which was more desirable to him than an uneventful life. Win. The thousands of people on the scene were all a bit silent for a while, looking at the gasping teenager dumbfoundedly. Originally, when this demonic ghost suddenly liberated the seal and showed its true stance, they all felt that Suhao was bound to lose, and all they could do was to escape from the ring, thus saving their lives. However, it would never have occurred to him that Suhao not only did not retreat, but instead, he met the man and exploded into a terrifying strike, and with a single slash, he chopped this three-tailed white fox, which was directly approaching the level of first-class martial artist, directly to death. That piercing thunder blade aura made many teenage martial artists from various clans feel chilled and frustrated. If they were to face this terrifying blade, they were afraid that they wouldn't even have the courage to resist, right? The third match. Suhao wins. The scarred man also took a long time to come back to his senses, but as a powerful innate martial artist, he was also someone who was used to seeing great storms and waves, and quickly announced, "Power!" Sui, who has long been waiting impatiently at this time, then rushed to the stage to help Suhao off the ring. He looked very excited. Good. Worthy of my Su family's son and son. Sui smiled very happily, full of pride and honor, and Suhao was inexplicably happy in his heart. This father of his concern for him was by no means a disguise. Yi Changqing eyes are flashing strange color. Awesome. This son and such a powerful demon ghost oppression. The thought is not to run for their lives, but to squeeze their own full potential to fight. He has a strong man should have a heart, and in all likelihood has a spiritual root. This son's future will certainly be extraordinary. To be able to let Yi Changqing, the strong man who opened the immortal gate, appreciate so much, Suhao was enough to be proud of himself. Yi Changqing felt that Suhao had a heart of being a strong man and possessed a spiritual root, and in the future, he was afraid that it would not be impossible to enter the level of the immortal gate. Just popped out an evolutionary inner elixir. I don't know what it's good for. Suhao sat back to his seat in the Su family, ignoring the gazes of awe and adoration that the other Su family disciples around him were looking at him, while he was secretly curious to check out his newly gained benefits. In addition to gaining internal cultivation and experience value from slaying this three-tailed white fox, he also gained a sealing ability and an evolutionary inner elixir of some sort. Seal, bronze, proficiency beginner 1%. Casting a seal hides the compression of one's breath and power, achieving the effect of invisibility. First is the sealing ability. This ability is still very practical. Before that three-tailed white fox was in the sealing state, even Yi Changqing looked away. It can be seen that the power of this ability. What was left was the evolutionary inner elixir that was in the system space. It was a silver level elixir. Knowing that the thunder breathing method that Suhao had exploded were only bronze level, this silver level item, perhaps it would not have a small role to play. Evolutionary elixir, silver grade when taken and refined. There is a certain chance that it will cause the user to evolve once. Evolution? Suhao was secretly puzzled. He knew about the evolution of demons and ghosts. What the hell is this human evolution? But something produced by the system. It shouldn't be harmful to himself, so he could try it later. Suhao began to quietly recover his consumed body while watching the demon and ghost fighting extravaganza. Suhao's performance was undoubtedly the brightest. While the huge Tianmeng city, each family nearly 1,000 disciples, but there are also very good teenage martial artists in, which lets Suhao pay special attention to two people, a teenager and a young girl. That young man named Zhou Lai has a head of wild long hair, with the same weapon as a knife. Strength is very powerful. It seems that should have taken a lot of elixirs, young alone to cultivation, have more than 20 years of internal strength cultivation, into the level of the second-rate martial artist level. A move between the style are as swift as a fire, easy to the opponent will be routed. Consecutively killed the 3 demonic ghosts, successfully 3 consecutive victories. Zhou family, this in the Tianmeng city belongs to the big family. Strength in the Su family is still several grades stronger. More than one innate martial artist in the clan to sit in the town. This Zhou Lai should be the focus of cultivation of the Zhou family. The resources of the full tilt of the genius of the martial artist. There is this kind of strength is not very strange. The other young girl named Mo Qin Shui was astonishing. It was a 16 or 17-year-old girl, amazingly beautiful, wearing a long aqua blue dress, long hair to her waist. Her features were exquisite. Her skin was as tender as water, but more than its beautiful appearance, her strength was equally terrifying. Each sword controlled its power to an astonishing level, not wasting a single excess power, and she won 3 consecutive victories with the same ease. Chapter 10 Immortal Sect Reserves. Fifth shift kneeling for flower rating votes. This young girl named Mo Ching Shui Su Hao had never even heard of her name, and didn't even know if there was a Mo family among the families in Tianming City. Both of these guys are amazing. Of course, in the eyes of the vast majority of people, the terrifying strike that Su Hao had erupted earlier was even more eye-catching. Time passes. When the time comes to evening, the demon and ghost fight finally ended. Can reach 3 consecutive victories in the thousands of martial artists only less than 10 people? More as a symbolic over a few moves jumped out of the ring. There are even a lot of such as the Nangong Mo disabled. Some people happy and some people worry. Those who reached 3 consecutive victories this time, all wait for a moment and the rewards that belong to you will be distributed to you. Yi Chongqing had already left at an unknown time, and the scarred man in charge of presiding over the demon and ghost fighting said in a loud voice. The crowd of martial artists at the scene gradually dispersed, discussing the teenage martial artist who had performed wonderfully at the demon and ghost fight. While at this time, the scarred man walked towards Su Hao, and he said, "Your name is Su Hao, isn't it? Come with me. The lord of the city wants to see you." Behind the scarred man, there were 2 other people, precisely Zhou Lai, the genius of the Zhou family that Su Hao had noticed earlier, and that absolute Maishan Mo Qingshui. The city lord wants to see us? Su Hao was a bit surprised. This was a strong person who opened the immortal gate, but he wanted to summon a few of their juniors. Hao, go ahead. Sui, on the other hand, looked like he had thought of something and said in a very excited streak, "Aha." Su Hao nodded. At this time, he had recovered a lot of his physical strength, and got up to follow the scarred man to leave. Hao may possess a spiritual root. Since this is the case, there are some things that must be told to him. Sui looked at Su Hao's departing back, his complexion somewhat gloomy and complicated. "Elderly, is there something that Lord City Lord called us to?" Zhou Lai of the Zhou family asked with a humble face. He was arrogant, but he was also clear that there was only one person in this Tianming city who could not be messed with, and that was Yi Chongqing. If Yi Chongqing wanted to, he could remove their Zhou family from Tianming city in one night. The city lord called you all to go because he wants to test if you have spiritual roots, and after that, maybe you might even get a chance to enter the immortal sect. The scarred man laughed. This caused Zhou Lai and Su Hao to be a bit shocked. Only Mo Qingshui was calm and unperturbed, her pretty face always as light as water, as if nothing could arouse her interest. So it's a test of spiritual roots. Zhou Lai's face appeared joyful. The so-called immortal sect, naturally, is a large sect that has a strong person who opens the immortal sect to sit in the town. It is said that Yi Chongqing was born a certain immortal sect. Tianming City had naturally had those who joined the immortal sect for so many years. All of them had joined the immortal sect through Yi Chongqing, who, while serving as the city's lord, would also look for youngsters with qualifications for his sect to enter the immortal sect, and the mandatory condition for those who wanted to join the immortal sect was the possession of a spiritual root. With Yi Chongqing's eyesight, watching the demon and ghost fights, he felt that among these teenagers, there were 3 that he had a good look at and 9 times out of 10 possessed a spiritual root, namely Su Hao, Zhou Lai, and Mo Qingshui. Although he felt that the 3 of them had spiritual roots, but whether or not this was the case had to be tested. And this was the purpose of Yi Chongqing summoning the 3 of them. Zhou Lai joyful, I Zhou family thousands of disciples, has a spiritual root of only about 10 people. My father said that I most likely also have a spiritual root, but ultimately whether or not there is a spiritual root, the family has no way to probe. Only the city's main office has a means of detecting the spiritual root. If it is detected that my spiritual root, family must be more focused on the cultivate me. Su Hao, on the other hand, was also very much looking forward to it. He was clear that he had a spiritual root, and he was curious to join the immortal sect, which was a place where the strongest people gathered, and he was equally eager to join it, and didn't intend to spend his whole life waiting for death in a small Tianming city. Lord City Lord, the 3 of them have been brought. Soon the scarred man led Su Hao's 3 into a hall. Within this hall, Yi Chongqing, who was dressed in green, stood quietly, and the scarred man respectfully said. Su Hao realized that there were strange crystals in this hall, forming a spell formation, and Yi Chongqing stood outside of it. Well, Old Li should have told you the purpose of calling you here. I want to test your spiritual roots. If you have spiritual roots, you will be able to join the Immortal Sect Reserve Team. For sharpening, this Immortal Sect Reserve Team is full of geniuses with spiritual roots in Tianming City, the strength of which meets my requirements. I will give it a token to join the Immortal Sect. Holding this token, you can join the Immortal Sect. Yi Chongqing did not have any nonsense, turned to look at Su Hao's 3 people, and opened the door. Sure enough, is the Immortal Sect Reserve Team. Zhou Lai is very excited. The Immortal Sect Reserve Team is a special team formed by Yi Chongqing, which is full of geniuses with spiritual roots. In the Immortal Sect Reserve Team and the Immortal Sect Preparatory Team for sharpening, the strength is recognized by Yi Chongqing. Yi Changqing will be given aside to join the immortal sect token. The reason why Zhou Lai is so clear. Naturally, because of their Zhou family has a number of people to join the immortal sect preparatory team. Su Hao was also looking forward to it immensely, not knowing how close he was to obtaining the qualification for the immortal sect token. Alright, let's start the spiritual root test. Which one of you will come first? Yi Changqing said a simple sentence and then went straight to the point. He was going to start the spiritual root test. I'll go first, Zhou Lai was the first to say. He was short-tempered and hated waiting. Stand in the center of this spell formation, Yi Changqing said as he gazed at the spell formation made of crystals. Yes, Zhou Lai complied and stood in the center of the spell formation. Yi Changqing, on the other hand, stimulated the spell formation, and all of a sudden, Zhou Lai felt like his body was being scanned by something, and at the same time, the entire spell formation made up of crystals blossomed with a brilliant light, and this light took on a fiery red color, exuding a burning sensation. Chapter 11 Spiritual Root Test. 6th Shift Kneeling for Flower Rating Votes. Yi Changqing nodded his head in satisfaction at the sight, as expected. It's a fire spirit root, and the quality of the spirit root has also reached the level of a primary spirit root. Work hard and the possibility of joining the immortal sect in the future is still very high. Great! I really do possess a spiritual root, or an overbearing and unrivaled fire spiritual root. Zhou Lai couldn't help but laugh out loud. With his own spiritual root and the cultivation of the entire Zhou family, he believed that he would be able to possess the qualifications to enter the immortal sect in the near future. The scarred man next to him vaguely flashed envy in his eyes. Spiritual roots are innately possessed. It is difficult to obtain them through later life. Envy is not even enviable. Zhou Lai walked out from the spell formation with a smile on his Zue corner, while being curious about what spiritual roots Mo Qingshui and Su Hao, who came with him, possessed. Mo Qingshui was the second one to conduct the test. She had a long water blue dress and stood quietly in the center of the spell formation, while Yi Changqing also inspired the spell formation. Phew! The light flashed again. This time it was an aqua blue light. More than that, the brightness of this light was more than several times more powerful than Zhou Lai, and it was as if there were aqua blue ripples rolling throughout the entire spell formation. This scene caused Su Hao, Zhou Lai, and the scarred man to be somewhat shocked, and even Yi Changqing's face was filled with astonishment, and he somewhat couldn't help but exclaim. Water spirit roots are still high-level quality water spirit roots. The quality of spiritual roots is also divided into grades. Primary spiritual roots are only considered normal, while advanced spiritual roots, there may only be 1 in 10,000 people who possess spiritual roots. Yi Changqing also could not help but reveal a smile. This time he really picked up a treasure, discovering potential disciples for the immortal sect, and he himself is also benefited. Superior spiritual roots. Yi Changqing himself possessed spiritual roots that were only of intermediate quality. Mo Qingshui, as if she already knew the spiritual root she possessed, did not have any surprise. She walked out of the spell formation. At the same time, her eyes first showed a hint of curiosity. She was very curious about Su Hao. She had seen Su Hao's performance in her eyes before, and the amazing strike Su Hao showed couldn't fail to impress people. Yi Changqing himself was very much looking forward to it. Su Hao, it's your turn. Enter the spell formation. Among the 3 people, Yi Changqing was most optimistic about Su Hao at the beginning, and now even though Su Hao was not as good as Mo Qingshui, who possessed a high-level spiritual root, he felt that the quality of Su Hao's spiritual root would not be bad, or at least stronger than Zhou Lai. A few people less expectant gaze let Su Hao touch his nose. With the system, he is clear that he has a spiritual root, and there are 2 spiritual roots, but they are both broken spiritual roots. This is to open the rhythm of the waste material flow? There was no other way. Su Hao could only dilly-dally into the spell formation. Yi Changqing stimulated the spell formation, and at once Su Hao felt the strange power coming from this spell formation scanning his body, and within a short time, a crystal stone was shining with light golden thunder, and a storm of green air currents. 57. 2 spirit roots? Yi Changqing's eyes lit up. Dual spiritual roots. This was extremely rare. If a person had 2 primary dual spiritual roots, their rarity and qualification would never be inferior to having a single advanced spiritual root. Only Su Hao secretly laughed bitterly, and soon after, Yi Changqing's brows gradually frowned as he realized that although the light of the spell formation shone, it was too dull, and the intensity of this light was inferior to even Zhou Lai. This made Yi Changqing sigh long and hard. I don't know if you're lucky or unfortunate anymore. Dual spirit roots are even rarer than advanced spirit roots, but it's a pity that both of them are broken, not even reaching primary quality. It wouldn't be too much to say that they're wasted spirit roots, but in any case, something is better than nothing. There are many types of spiritual roots, but quality is also divided into high and low. Some people have a spiritual root, but it is the lowest level of broken spiritual root, also known as the waste spiritual root. With this kind of spiritual root, strong is stronger than ordinary martial artists, can be strong limited, and no impact on the potential of the immortal sect realm. It's a pity. The scarred man on the side also sighed, because the scarred man himself has a spiritual root, and it is a crippled and ruined spiritual root, which stops him from being an innate, and he can't hope to be in the immortal sect realm in his whole life. Ha ha. This kid is a wasted spirit root. Luckily it's not me at the bottom. He even stole my thunder before. Lai couldn't help but gloat a little in his heart. He was happy to see that Su Hao only possessed a wasted spirit root and that he was stronger than him. Yi Changqing and the scarred man, on the other hand, were both disappointed. Only Mo Qingshui was a bit surprised, because she realized that Su Hao's eyes were bright, no different from before, and it was reasonable to say that if she was detected as having a wasted spirit root, she should be disappointed and discouraged no matter how strong her heart was. But Su Hao looked like he didn't care at all. Su Hao acted so calmly, naturally because he had known for a long time that the spiritual root he possessed was broken, but it didn't matter to him. Anyway, with the system in place, it was only a matter of time before his spiritual root was upgraded to a primary spiritual root, a senior spiritual root, or even beyond a senior spiritual root. He certainly wouldn't be much disappointed. Su Hao even thought of going home quickly for dinner, studying the evolution inner Dan that he had exploded from the three-tailed white fox. Such a heart is really a pity. Yi Changqing saw that Su Hao could still remain calm. His heart sighed once again. Wasted spirit root. The level of entering the immortal sect in the future is minimal. Such a disciple, various immortal sects only some weak immortal sects will accept, like Yi Changqing's division, 9 times out of 10, are not willing to recruit this kind of disciple. All 3 of you, if you are willing, you can enter the immortal sect reserve team. As long as your strength meets my requirements, I will give you a token to enter the immortal sect. Are you willing to join the immortal sect reserve team? Yi Changqing collected himself and solemnly said, 6 more requests for flower review votes. Carrot, Chapter 12, promoting to the 2nd stream martial artist grade. First shift begging for flower evaluation votes. Willing, without any hesitation, whether it was Lai, Mo Qingshui or Su Hao. They all agreed. The chance to enter the immortal sect. This was something that any martial artist longed for. Very well, in a moment, Old Li will give you the rewards you deserve, and if something happens, he will also inform you. Yi Changqing nodded with satisfaction, and started to send off the guests. He always did things in a thunderous manner. There was no politeness. Come with me. The scarred man led Su Hao's trio away. Su Hao 3 people disappeared in the room. Yi Changqing's face surfaced a trace of inexplicable meaning. This little girl surnamed Mo. Seems to be the people of the Mo family in the beginning. Can't have this kind of talent. The future she may have the hope of revenge. It is a pity that Qin Koan, showing strength and heart are not ordinary, but also has a double spirit root. It's a pity that it's all waste spirit roots. Among the 3, Yi Changqing had originally been most optimistic about Su Hao, but it turned out that Su Hao only possessed a wasted spiritual root. Instead, Mo Qingshui, a young girl with a blood feud, possessed a superb natural talent. Su Hao didn't know what Yi Changqing was thinking, and following the scarred man away, the scarred man inquired, the 3 of you, you have just completed 3 consecutive victories. According to Lord City Lord's promise, you will be able to obtain 1,000 refinement level weapon and an elixir that will increase your internal cultivation by 10 years. What kind of weapon do you need? If there is a request, you can directly customize it. 1,000 refinement level weapon. This is definitely a divine weapon level in the mundane. Innate martial artist use will not be shabby. A good weapon is also very important for a martial artist. Before Su Hao and the 3-tailed white fox fighting, at the beginning of his knife are only able to cause flesh and blood wounds to the 3-tailed white fox. I want a knife, preferably heavy. Such style, Lai hastened to say. 1,000 refinement level weapon. Their Zhou family is there, but will not be given to a junior like him to use. The weapon Su Hao chose was naturally the same sword, but Mo Qingshui unexpectedly didn't choose a sword, but instead chose a whip-type weapon. And then the scarred man gave Su Hao's trio a Yuan enhancement dan that could increase their internal strength cultivation by 10 years. As for the weapons, the scarred man said, your weapons, you need to have them customized. The foundry masters of our city lord's mansion will step up to build them, and within a few days, we'll send someone to deliver your weapons to your homes. Thanks a lot then. Su Hao thanked. He held the Yuan enhancement dan in his hand. This Yuan enhancement dan looked only the size of the tip of his pinky finger, but it emitted a tantalizing medicinal fragrance. Such a small pill could increase the cultivation of his internal force by 10 years. Knowing that Su Hao had killed the Hotian demon ghost before, but the cultivation that he had blown up was only 5 years of internal force. Bu Gui, according to the scarred man, The enhancing Dan is only most effective when taken for the first time, and it is impossible to pile up a person to the Hotian or innate by virtue of the enhancing Dan. After finishing the matter, Su Hao didn't delay, and directly left the city lord's mansion, returning to the Su family. Unlike before, Su Hao nowadays became a celebrity of the Su family. The matter about Su Hao's great display of power at the demon and ghost fighting today, and his 3 consecutive victories, had already spread throughout the entire Su family. How is it? Did the city lord detect that you possess a spiritual root? Su Hao met Su Yi, and the moment Su Yi saw him he asked very eagerly. Seeing Su Yi's expectant look, Su Hao withdrew the words that were already on his lips and didn't say that he was detected with a wasted spirit root, fearing that Su Yi would be disappointed because of this, and that his spirit root could be upgraded in the future anyway, so he nodded his head and smiled. Yes, the city lord said that I possess a spirit root. Good, worthy of being my Su Yi's son. Su Yi was excited beyond words, even pulling Su Hao to sit down. The table had already been prepared with wine and food. Su Yi said with some complexity in his expression, in the past, I thought that you were not interested in martial arts, so I expected you to pass through it safely. But you have such a natural talent, and there are some things that I must tell you. Su Hao scratched his head with some surprise. Is there anything Su Yi hasn't told himself? Could it be that he was not his own, but the only heir of some ancient power or something? It is about your mother's matter. I once told you that your mother had died, but it was all a lie. Su Yi sighed with a sad face. My mother? Su Hao was surprised. According to what he knew, his mother died in childbirth when she gave birth to him, but now that Su Yi had said it, it didn't seem to be the case. I once possessed a spiritual root as well, and just like you, I won 3 matches in a row at the demon and ghost battle, and was also detected as possessing a spiritual root, and even joined the immortal sect. Your mother was the daughter of a certain big shot in the immortal sect, and I fell in love with her and gave birth to you, but my qualifications were considered mediocre in the immortal sect, and I simply wasn't a good match for her, and I met with the objections of her family. In the end, I returned to the Su family. Su Yi said something with a gloomy expression. Su Hao was speechless. He really had a hidden identity here? Su Yi was once also a man of the clouds in Tianming City, with a spiritual root, but also joined the immortal door, fell in love with a certain heavenly proud woman in the immortal door, gave birth to Su Hao, and finally was forced to separate. This plot, well, it is very dog blood. However, Su Hao also found something. According to reason, Su Yi has a spiritual root. To now have innate cultivation is very normal, but in fact only 40 years old Su Yi has hair half white, often also very weak appearance. Su Hao guessed that this may be the first time in the immortal sect when Su Yi encountered a huge change, damage to their own foundation, and now cultivation stops the day after tomorrow, but also left a dark wound. But Su Yi obviously do not want to talk more in this matter. He is not trying to let Su Hao help him to take revenge or something. He just said, I have been separated from the blue child for more than 10 years. I really want to see her again, but I am clear that going to see her again will only make her more discriminated against and white-eyed in their family. But more than 10 years ago I returned to the not long after I returned to the Su family. Lanner had written to tell me that she had a daughter. I want you to go instead of me to see how she is. Su Yi's eyes were full of longing. He had one more daughter, but he, who was a father, did not even see one side. He told Su Hao all this, but also wanted Su Hao to go to the immortal sect in the future, and be able to take the place of himself to look at this himself. This daughter, I have a sister. Su Hao was a bit surprised. Not only did he have an additional mother, he also had a sister he had never met? Well, I know, the immortal gate. I am definitely going back. Su Hao nodded his head, firmly said. Su Yi must have encountered something in the immortal sect in the beginning. Both damaged the origin, stopped at the Hotian realm, and also left a dark injury. Su Yi refused to tell him what happened, but Su Hao was surely going to find out the guy who injured Su Yi. It was already the second day after the demon and ghost fight ended. Su Hao didn't stay idle. He felt that his strength could still grow a great deal. First of all, it was that Yuan enhancement Dan, which could increase his cultivation for 10 years, and Su Hao directly took it into his stomach and started to refine it. The small Yuan enhancement Dan, but it was refined from precious spiritual medicine. A strand of medicinal power melted away, spreading in Su Hao's body, absorbed by Su Hao, transformed into pure internal energy, and all produced a gray mist in the Dantian. When 3 days later, this Yuan enhancement Dan was refined by Su Hao, and when Su Hao looked at his current attribute panel, it had changed a lot. Host, Su Hao 55. Age, 16. Cultivation, 25 years of internal strength. Realm evaluation, second-rate martial artist level. Technique practiced, purple breath technique, black iron grade. Proficiency beginner 51%. Martial arts practiced, wind slashing blade technique, black iron grade. Proficiency perfect. Thunder breathing technique, bronze grade. Proficiency intermediate 1%. Spiritual roots, wine spiritual root, broken. Thunder spiritual root, broken. Remaining experience value, 300 points. A yuan enhancement Dan successfully allowed Su Hao to increase his power for 10 years, and his cultivation reached the level of second-rate martial artist level. While at the first-rate martial artist level, the threshold of cultivation was 40 years of internal power cultivation. A new day. Seeking flowers evaluation votes. The data is so dismal. Chapter 13 Evolution. 10,000 pounds of divine power. Kneeling for flower evaluation votes. As for Hotian martial artists, they were definitely considered masters in Tianmeng City and could hold the position of elder. As for the innate martial artists, they were pivotal big shots in the entire Tianmeng City. After all, excluding Yi Chongqing, the powerhouse who opened the immortal gate, the innate martial artists were invincible, and could be called ferocious beasts in human form. There's also this evolution inner pill. I don't know if it's useful to me. Su Hao was holding a Portuguese. The silver-colored pill the size of an electron was the evolution inner Dan that was burst out from the beheading of the three-tailed white fox, which was as high as a silver-grade quality. The three-tailed white fox, as a rare demonic ghost that had evolved once, was the only one that could pop out an item of this quality, and its effect was that it could have a chance of being able to produce one evolution after taking it. Try it. Su Hao didn't hesitate too much and took this evolution inner elixir in one gulp. At once, a strange feeling rose up, and with the digestion of the evolution inner elixir, every cell in Su Hao's whole body greedily sucked in the energy of the evolution inner Dan, and absorbed and refined it. Click, click, click. Su Hao heard the rumbling thunder, and his cells were creating divisions, followed by growth and further divisions. A feeling of soreness came from every muscle in the body, and even the bones were suffering from hammering in general. The pain was unbearable. This is evolution? Su Hao endured the pain, surprised and excited, because he clearly felt himself getting stronger by leaps and bounds, transforming in a good direction, and all the impurities in his body were being discharged from his body. This is evolution. Evolution from the level of life. This evolution lasted for a day, and after a day, Su Hao breathed heavily. The feeling of some pain disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by relaxation, incomparable relaxation, and in Su Hao's eyes, everything became different. Su Hao was able to easily hear the mosquitoes and insects in a 100-meter radius. His brain became incomparably clear, his understanding of his own gongfu all became different, and his talent for martial arts practice changed drastically. My body is more than 10 times stronger. Su Hao clenched his fist. The air was pinched with a popping sound. The biggest manifestation after the evolution was completed was that his own speed and strength had increased drastically. Boom! Su Hao blasted his fist against the air, all of which clearly felt the air explode between his fists. I am now afraid that the strength of one arm has reached about 10,000 pounds. Su Hao smacked his lips, his face full of ecstasy, an evolution that made Su Hao's strength change drastically. With the terrifying strength of 10,000 pounds in one arm, some martial artists who had just entered the Hotian couldn't match Su Hao, and Su Hao was now facing second-rate or even first-rate martial artists, and he had the confidence to hammer them to death with a single punch. Crack! The other thing was that Su Hao obviously perceived that his control over himself had reached a whole new level, and his power was sent and received by his heart. With a slight movement of his mind, the inner power of his fingertips was transformed into light golden thunder through the thunder breathing method, and with a movement of his mind, he transformed this ray of thunder into a greenish-colored air current through the wind spirit root. Su Hao's muscle strength had also risen several steps, and the toughness of his muscle was such that an ordinary person holding a knife to him would have trouble cutting him with all his strength. Evolution completed. Su Hao's own physique strengthened substantially. Before he faced the three-tailed white fox when he burst out the limit of one strike, only one strike drained his physical strength. But now, when he burst out again with all his strength, it was very easy, and it was no problem for him to use that move for 7 or 8 times. Ha ha, this is evolution? A first-class martial artist facing me would probably only be suppressed. It would be great to get a few more evolution inner pills and evolve a few more times. Su Hao was very excited. This was the benefit of evolution. His own body was completely transformed. The so-called cultivation, wasn't it some kind of evolution? Some strong people cultivate to the peak realm. They themselves have long transcended the mundane. Even the birth of offspring are powerful bloodline, born to be different from ordinary people. The role of evolutionary inner Dan is very similar to the evolution produced by the cultivation. Both are to make themselves more perfect, more in line with the laws of heaven and earth. But Su Hao also knew that evolved demonic ghosts were hard to encounter. Like the three-tailed white fox, kind of low-grade, but evolved demonic ghosts were even harder to encounter. And if he wanted to get the evolved inner elixir, he wouldn't be as lucky as he was this time. Young master, the city lord's residence has sent your weapons, Su Hao's maid said. On this day Su Hao, on the other hand, was also rewarded for his 3 consecutive victories in the demon and ghost fight. It was a battle knife with exquisite workmanship, and there was a slight pattern at the grip, which could make people hold the knife more tightly, while the hole was also made of good cold iron, exuding an eerie coldness. And Suhao saw that there were 2 small words carved on the position of the hilt, Cold Stream. This blade is named Cold Stream Blade? What a great knife! Suhao couldn't help but praise it. Loving it, it was a world away from the knife he used before. 1,000 refinement level weapon. The top weapon in the mundane world, called sharpening iron like mud, an absolute divine weapon. Power. Just now the family head there said that you can choose and learn any martial arts in the Su family's hidden scripture pavilion, and Sui found Suhao and told him such a news. Suhao was delighted at his words. In the Su family's hidden scripture cabinet, some advanced martial arts skills needed to contribute to the Su family to be able to learn, but now the Su family head was allowing him to learn as much as he wanted, obviously because of the demon and ghost fighting. Suhao then didn't hesitate and directly headed to the Su family's hidden scripture cabinet to pick a martial art. The Su family's heritage was shallow, but there were hundreds of martial arts in the hidden scripture cabinet, but most of these martial arts were black iron grade, or even less than black iron grade. Chapter 14, The Scent of Blood. Kneeling for flowers and evaluation votes. I'll choose a stance martial art. It's best to work with the spiritual root that I possess. Suhao entered the hidden scripture pavilion and started to pick a stance martial art. This stance is not bad. Suhao quickly found a body technique that suited him. Wind chasing body technique, bronze level known for its speed and agility. Practiced to the perfect level, it is capable of catching the wind and shadows. Wind chasing stance. Suhao felt that it was very suitable for the wind spirit root, and this wind chasing stance was also one of the only 4 bronze grade quality martial arts in the Su family, so Suhao didn't hesitate too much and chose this wind chasing stance. After that, Suhao practiced wind chasing body technique in his own residence. As a bronze grade quality martial art, the difficulty of practicing it was naturally very high, but Suhao had completed an evolution, and his qualification for practicing martial arts could be said to be dozens of times better than before, and he had a wind spirit root, which was extremely suitable for wind chasing body technique, so that the progress of wind chasing body technique could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds in a single day. Previously, when Suhao practiced a black iron level sword technique, although he fished for 3 days and sun-dried the net for 2 days, he hadn't been able to cultivate it to the level of intermediate proficiency for 10 years or so, but now with this much more difficult wind chasing stance, Suhao had raised his proficiency to the level of intermediate proficiency in half a month's time. Swoosh! In the wide courtyard, there was a maple tree. Suhao slapped his palm on top of this huge maple tree, and immediately hundreds of yellowish maple leaves drifted down. Suhao moved. His body was entangled with green-colored airflow. Fast as if lightning, a few flashes were just a few flickers, and from time to time, he leaped, and didn't wait for these leaves to fall down to half of the leaves. He used his hands to catch the falling leaves one after another. If other people saw this kind of speed, they would be surprised and their eyes would fall off. Although Suhao's internal strength cultivation was only at the second-rate martial artist level, he had evolved once and possessed a wind spirit root, but in terms of speed, many Hotian martial artists would not necessarily be able to match up to Suhao. So tired. Take a break. Go play on the street and eat some food on the way. Suhao wiped his sweat. He had been practicing his stance diligently for the past half a month while pondering over the use of his own spirit root. Now that he had cultivated his wind-chasing stance to the intermediate level, he could go and relax a little. Suhao changed into civilian clothes, so he went to the streets of Tianmeng City alone. This ancient style of lively very streets, so that Suhao was also interested. From time to time he would buy some very delicious-looking snacks to taste. This red bean puree is good. It goes better with baked potatoes. Suhao took a skewer of baked potatoes drenched in red bean puree and ate it beautifully. While at this time, Suhao frowned. He smelled blood, a rather strong smell of blood. Suhao looked along the direction where the smell of blood came from. Not far away, there were 3 strong-suited men in black clothes advancing expressionlessly. They exuded an aura of stranger don't enter, and all the people around them retreated in a hurry, intimidated by their aura. This blood odor is really strong. Maybe it's because I evolved once. My sense of smell and hearing can be too much better than before. Suhao secretly shook his head. Other people definitely couldn't smell the bloody odor on these 3 people. Suhao didn't mind his own business. As a martial artist, it was normal for his body to be stained with a bit of blood odor. After Suhao strolled around for a while, he headed to Tianmeng City's Dongyun restaurant, which had the most delicious roast duck, and Suhao would come to enjoy it every once in a while. Young Master Su, you quickly upstairs please. As soon as Suhao arrived at the Dongyun restaurant, a waiter recognized his identity and hurriedly greeted him upstairs, and not long after Suhao went upstairs and sat down. He frowned, because he smelled that bloody odor again. He looked towards the stairway. Those three black-clothed men all walked up the stairs without expression, and entered within a private room without paying attention to anyone. Under curiosity, Suhao used the systems probing on the first Grim Man, and got his basic information at once. Martial artist? Realm evaluation, first class martial artist level. Attributes, none. Killing has a chance to drop. Corpse transforming finger, black iron grade. Blood demon body, bronze grade. 1 year of internal cultivation. And blood exploding palm, black iron grade. The Grim Man among these three black-clothed men was actually a first-class martial artist level martial artist, while the other two, who were not as strong as the Grim Man, could both be second-class martial artist level. A first-class martial artist level, possessing over 40 years of power, was definitely considered an expert in the mundane world. What made Suhao frown was that judging from the drops of these three people, they practiced all kinds of insidious and poisonous evil skills. Definitely not good people. But this is all regardless of Suhao's matter. He is not a nosy person. Not to mention a righteous person who shouts to kill when he sees a devil. As long as it doesn't mess with his head, he can't be lazy to care. This is within Tianming City, and a direct action may also cause innocent deaths and injuries. Soon Suhao's roast duck was served, and Suhao immediately enjoyed it beautifully, while Suhao was a bit shocked because he heard a conversation in his ears, which came from the box where the three of the Grim Men were. It was not that they spoke loudly, but Suhao's evolved ear power was too outstanding. Folks have been having a hard time with work lately. Can you give a few days of grace? However, Suhao couldn't quite hear the exact content of these people's conversations, only knowing that the three black-robed men seemed to be talking to someone. At this time in the box, three men in black were talking to an obese man. Chen Yin, are you trying to sit on your hands? You didn't bring what I wanted? The gloomy man stared at the obese man in front of him and coldly said, 57. This obese man Chen Yin face is full of heaps of smiles. 3. You give a little less. This job you know. Is my brothers risk losing their heads and then do it again? The previous price increased by 30%. You see how? Three men in black seem to be talking about what deal with this obese man Chen Yin. This obese man Chen Yin is not satisfied with the price, temporarily want to increase the price. In response to Chen Yin's temporary price increase request, causing the eyes of the Grim Man and the other two to glint with cold light, Chen Yin had a cowering look on his face, while in his heart, he was secretly laughing. He felt that with the extent of these three people's thirst for the goods, they were absolutely going to agree to his request. The Grim Man repeated the question again with an expressionless face. Have you brought what I want? This made Chen Yin frown. He was at least considered the boss of a gang in Tianming City, and the tone of the Grim Man made him a bit upset. At that moment he straightened up and collected his smile. It's all said and done. A 30% increase in the base of the original price. Pay up first, then deliver the goods. Chapter 15. A slap in the face. Kneeling for flowers and evaluation votes. That means you didn't bring it? The gloomy man's eyes steeply flashed with a flash of sternness, piercing straight through Chen Yin, causing Chen Yin to only feel his heart twitch. Chen Yin vaguely realized that it was not good. He raised his voice. Do you guys still want to make a move? This is Tianming City. Without waiting for Chen Yin to finish his sentence, a hint of sardonic color surfaced on the expressionless face of the Grim Man. It's not easy for the three of us to make a trip into the city, coming specifically to collect the goods, and you dare to trick us? As the words fell, scarlet light flashed in the gloomy man's eyes, and he lifted up his palm to blast at the back of Chen Yin, who realized that it was not good and wanted to escape. Boo! With a muffled sound, Chen Yin was blasted by this palm and crashed through the wall of the box, his obese body smashing down like a leather ball on top of the floor of the second floor of the restaurant. This, hands? Suhao was also shocked. He vaguely heard these four people talking about some kind of deal in the box, not negotiating the appearance. But this Grim Man directly made a move. This is Tianming City. It was too unscrupulous. Help me. Fell to the ground. Chen Yin at this time appearance is very horrible. His eyes rolled round. There is blood dripping out, as if to explode in general. The body is extremely fast expansion, such as a balloon like inflatable. Boo! Amidst the mournful screams, this Chen Yin's body swelled to its limit and actually exploded in pieces, splattering blood and flesh in all directions. Not good. Suhao was slightly startled, and immediately he was exercising the purple chi skill, causing his sleeve robe to be tinted with a silky purple meaning, shaking his hand and flicking it, using his sleeve to block the blood and flesh that was splattered towards him. Pffffffffff. In a series of light ringing sounds, Suhao's sleeves were corroded with pits, but fortunately, he reacted in time and was not harmed. But this second floor of the other people are not so lucky. There are several diners caught off guard by Chen detonated under the blood and flesh splattered on the body. This blood and flesh contains the cold man's palm strength, directly corrosion of the unlucky diners on the body of the skin, muscle ulceration, are exposed to the white bones, rolling on the ground, screaming miserably. The rest of them were stunned. and some of them reacted by fleeing toward the stairs, while letting out shrill, fearful yells, "Help! It's killing people!" The entire Dongyun restaurant was in chaos. Suhao's face turned cold. He didn't expect that these three people would directly kill people within Tianming City, or with such a vicious means. Under one palm, he directly beat that fat man Chenin to the point that his body exploded, and even his flesh and blood became extremely corrosive, accidentally injuring several people. Even Suhao was almost caught in the wave when he wasn't defending himself. "Big brother, you this? How did you suddenly do it?" The remaining two black-clothed men were also a bit surprised, not expecting the grim man to move directly. This just didn't control the killing intent. The grim man was also slightly regretful. They entered the city to find this Chenin to make a deal. The other party not only asked for a price increase, but also didn't bring the goods, which made his killing intent explode, and he didn't manage to control himself, and directly shot out with anger. Estimated that Chenin himself would not have thought that these three people actually said hands on the hands. Is a normal person will not be so impulsive? And the cold man three people are obviously not normal people. The killing intent to come up are completely regardless of where this is directly out. It's useless to talk about this. Let's go. Hurry up and leave the city. The bearded man in the trio then hurriedly said, now is not the time to think of other things. In Tianming City in front of so many people's face killing, not long after the city guards will definitely come. This time to do of course is to take advantage of the city guards have not yet come. Quickly escape from Tianming City. Just want to leave like this? However, without waiting for the three people to go downstairs and leave, Suhao blocked in front of the three people's eyes, his eyes staring at the three people in front of him with a somewhat icy stare. He had just been almost injured by mistake. With Suhao's character, he wouldn't let these three people leave. Looking at the teenager in front of him who was blocking the way in front of himself and the others, still with a hint of childishness, the three of the grim man were all in a hurry to leave at this time, but didn't even say half a sentence of nonsense. One of the middle-aged men with dirty hair had a cold light flashing in his eyes, and took big strides towards Suhao, who was blocking the way in front of him. Kid, want to meddle in other people's business? Then leave your life behind as well. While speaking, this middle-aged man was bombarding Suhao's chest with a palm. He was in a hurry to leave, and when he saw Suhao blocking the way, he didn't have any retention, and the first thing he did was to attack with all his strength, to kill Suhao on the spot. The middle-aged man's palm was covered with a dark color, emitting a disgusting stench that made people want to vomit. It was obvious that the palm method used by this middle-aged man was equally incomparably sinister, and the three black-clothed men practiced evil arts. Die! The middle-aged man's face was full of sardonic smiles. The palm method he used was the bone-transforming palm. Hitting the enemy, it could directly melt away the bones of the person. It was very vicious, but soon the middle-aged man's smile froze. Suhao indifferently looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. The middle-aged man was a second-rate martial artist level powerhouse, possessing more than 20 years of cultivation. His strength was very not weak, but in the eyes of Suhao nowadays, the middle-aged man's speed of striking out was really too slow, so slow that Suhao was a bit careless. It's you who will die. When the middle-aged man's ebony palm reached 3 feet in front of Suhao's body, Suhao steeply struck out. He let out a low roar, and a palm lashed out straight at the middle-aged man's head. Crackle! This simple slap in the face, under the extreme power and speed but brought up a burst of air-breaking sound, just like thunder roaring. What? The middle-aged man was shocked, and before his bone transformation palm hit Suhao, Suhao's palm was later and angrily smacked on top of his cheek. 10,000 pounds of huge power exploded. Boo! With a dull explosion, the middle-aged man's cheeks were dented. A huge force rushed into his skull, causing his head to explode like a watermelon with a bang, and the shattered head splattered like rain on top of the wall, causing it to crackle. Successfully killed a second-rate martial artist. Gain 1 year of internal strength training. Gain 300 experience points. The headless body of the middle-aged man slowly fell to the ground, splattering some dust. Hiss! Both the grim man and the bearded man couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The old three died? Obviously he first shot, but the bearded man did not realize that the eyes flashed through the color of fear. That the middle-aged man can be the same as him is a second-stream martial artist level A, but in the face of Suhao, surprisingly a photo was Suhao a slap. Reaction are not able to react. The head was blown out of the death. Chapter 16 Thunderous Slash. 5th shift kneeling for flower rating votes. The eyes of the grim man are also full of gravity. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, friend, we have no grievances and no hatred. You fan cannot meddle in the business. Let us leave, and he will certainly thank you heavily in the day sun. Nosy? Just now I was almost injured by mistake. Suhao's eyes were icy cold as he waved his sleeves that had been corroded out with a single pothole. Not far from the ground there were still a few innocent drinkers rolling on the ground in a bloody mess fleeing downstairs. The grim man's face was gloomy. He had to leave quickly to prevent being surrounded by the city guards. This Tianming city can be experts like clouds. If he was entangled then he would be dead. He didn't want to be entangled with Su Hao, and coldly said, "Kid, don't think that I'm afraid of you. If I have no hope of escaping, and fight to the death under the death, you're afraid that you will have to be buried with I'll be buried with you." The grim man threatened Su Hao, and if he, a first-class martial artist, gave up his life to fight with Su Hao, he was confident that he would pull Su Hao to die together. Su Hao bristled. "Die with me? You think too highly of yourself. Big brother, kill him." Seeing that Su Hao was not willing to give up, the bearded man yelled lowly. The only thing to do at this time was to fight for life and death, then suffer death. The grim man was also a ruthless person. The only way to kill Su Hao with the fastest speed was to take the chance to escape from the city when the city guards didn't arrive. His whole body rose up with blood-red aerosol, as if it was a demonic ghost, and his body dragged a residual shadow to pounce at Su Hao straightly, so fast that it was unimaginable. Worthy of being a first-class martial artist level, Su Hao also secretly praised in his heart. The aura emitted by this gloomy man could be far too powerful compared to any opponent he had faced before. Miso Jang. Without any hesitation, Su Hao was directly pulling out the cold stream blade he was wearing on his waist. As a martial artist, weapons were never out of hand. Thumbs up. While the speed of the grim man was fast, Su Hao's speed was even faster, and almost the instant he drew his sword, a snowy blade aura blossomed from above the blade, piercing, eye-catching, icy cold, and merciless. What a terrifying speed. The grim man's pupils also contracted, and the radiant blade swayed, as if a cold waterfall was pouring down. Blood demon technique. The blood-colored mist on the grim man's body gathered on top of the palms of his hands, causing both of his palms to turn into crystal-clear blood-colored palms that slapped out at the side of the blade. Clang! Knife and palm collision. Erupted the sound of gold and iron. Immediately after the grim man's face changed, he felt a huge force shocked his arm or a burst of numbness, was forced to retreat one after another. Each foot falls, or stepped on the solid floor cracked out a crack. The first floor of the restaurant fled. The guests only feel like the sky is going to collapse in general. To know Su Hao evolution finished once. One arm has 10,000 pounds of strength. That is, many beginners into the realm of the Hotian martial artists are not up to him. This cold man is a first-class level of martial artists. Head-on collision with Su Hao was suppressed is too normal. Big brother, and that bearded man didn't watch dryly. He was clear that Su Hao's strength was beyond his reach, and didn't get close, but shook his sleeve robe, and 3 or 4 long black metal needles were thrown out by him with a subtle throwing technique. Swoosh! The 3 black metal long needles were obviously quenched with poison. Su Hao's mental power was concentrated. The hundreds of kilograms of cold stream knife was waved freely in his hands, and the perfect realms chopping wind knife technique was executed, interweaving a series of residual shadows, and knocking all 3 metal long needles out. A concealed weapon? Then I'll behead you rats first. Su Hao's feet stepped on the ground. The wind-chasing body technique was executed. Together with his own wind spirit root, his speed outperformed many Hotian martial artists, and his entire body seemed to be transformed into a stream of light, and in less than a blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of more than 10 meters, pouncing on that bearded man. 106 Big brother help me! The bearded man shrieked out in shock. The grimy man was only just standing still. Where did he get the ability to save him? Pust! With a flash of snowy blade light, a head shot up into the sky, and before the blood could even be sprayed out, the headless body of the bearded man smashed heavily onto the ground. 3 men in black. In the blink of an eye was Su Hao even cut 2 people. Only the bearded man was left alive, but he also had a chill in his heart. What kind of demon is this kid? Look at his appearance. At most 16 or 17 years old, but this kind of strength, completely first-class martial artist level. At the age of 16 himself, he hadn't even reached the 3rd stream martial artist rank yet. Your turn. Su Hao looked at the bearded man with cold eyes, cutting the grass to get rid of the roots. Since he had struck out, none of these 3 would survive. Kid, since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. You were born into a big family, right? Life can be very precious. Exchanging my life for yours is not a loss. The gloomy man's eyes flushed with blood-red color. He was originally an outlaw. Now most likely he couldn't escape from this Tianming city. Since this was the case, he had to pull Su Hao's back even if he died. Going to fight for your life? Su Hao slightly raised a hint of vigilance. Blood-burning secret art. The grim man roared furiously. Blood seeped out of his skin and then attached itself to it and blazed up. The entire person seemed to be clad in a layer of blood-red fire, and his berserk aura caused ripples to rise in the air. Kill! The grim man stepped on his paw. His body was like a cannonball pouncing towards Su Hao. The speed was so fast that it was more than 2 or 3 times higher than before, while a bloody palm got to blast towards Su Hao's chest. Clang! Su Hao raised his sword to block, and a terrifyingly huge force came, actually forcing Su Hao to withdraw a large step away from him. Ha ha ha, kid, Let you are not willing to let me live. Then die together. Without waiting for Su Hao to stand still, the grim man was once again pouncing, laughing maniacally, not giving Su Hao the slightest chance to catch his breath, completely fighting for his life, wanting to pull Su Hao to die together. The grim man cast a secret art and burned all his potential, bursting out with strength and speed that was still a step ahead of Su Hao, suppressing him as he retreated back and forth. His back was almost sticking to the wall. It's been said that you don't have the ability to drag me to death with you. Thunder breathing method. Seeing the grim man in front of him who was as crazy as a madman, Su Hao no longer reserved his strength, and the thunder breathing method operated, and from his lungs, a trace of thunder current leaped to Su Hao's whole body, making every one of his cells become swollen and stronger. Phew! The grim man clawed out, but only caught Su Hao's residual shadow. He only felt that a thunder disappeared from in front of him and appeared on his side, stimulating the thunder breathing technique. Su Hao's speed increased drastically, easily avoiding the gloomy man's killing move. Die for me! Su Hao's thunder breathing method operated to the extreme. Every breath erupted with thunder explosions. Light golden thunder wrapped around his blade, and his eyes were shining with thunder. With a low roar, Su Hao slashed his blade furiously at the grimy man who hadn't turned around yet. No! The grim man growled unwillingly. He was filled with unwillingness. Even if he died, he wanted to drag Su Hao to be buried with him, but this simply couldn't be done. The grim man had a pair of arms in front of his body, but it was completely a mantis. Put! The light golden thunder blade gas spewed out, destroying the cold man's arms, neck. The remaining forces not all fell to the second floor of the wall above. The boom of an explosion. The wall was born. This knife chopping crumbled open. Successfully killed a first-class martial artist. Acquire the blood-burning secret art, bronze level. Gain 1 year of internal strength training. Gain 500 experience points. P.S. The fifth. There is one more. Kneeling for flowers evaluation votes. Chapter 17, The Secret Art of Burning Blood. 6th shift kneeling for flower rating votes. The body of the grim man was separated from his head and smashed down on the ground, with unwillingness still remaining in his eyes. He came to this city to reap the rewards, and didn't restrain his killing intent to kill that fat man, Chan Yin, and as a result, he paid the price for his impulsiveness and died miserably in Su Hao's hands. Hair, what's happening? I thought I heard a thunderous explosion. Even the East Cloud restaurant almost collapsed. Dead people. Have martial artists on a killing spree in the Dongyun restaurant. At this time, the street outside the East Cloud restaurant had long been surrounded by people. Each face was filled with astonishment. The commotion generated by Su Hao's full force outburst was too amazing. The thunderous blast sound hundreds of meters away was clearly audible, rigid and domineering. Su Hao sat back on the table, ate 2 mouthfuls of the half-roast duck that was still left, and muttered somewhat breathlessly, "These city guards are really slow in coming. Be careful, the murderer inside might not have left yet." Not long after, footsteps came from downstairs. Dozens of city guards surrounded the place, and a team of soldiers in silver armor came towards the upper floors. "Everyone, the murderer has been taken care of by me," Su Hao shouted to the few vigilant and incomparable soldiers at the stairway. It's a teenager." The soldiers who went up the stairs were shocked. "Captain, there are a few corpses over there that resemble what those witnesses described before, all wearing black clothes." Someone else also noticed the bodies of the grim man and the others and hurriedly said, "This is the third leader of the Blood Demon Corps. Blood Wolf?" The small captain at the head of the group saw the dead head of the grim man and said with some horror, he had once seen the wanted list, and this Blood Wolf was on the list. A fierce man. The grim man, Blood Wolf, had stepped into the first-class martial artist level for many years, and was himself a member of a team of bandits and robbers called the Blood Demon Troop, roaming amongst the deserted mountain ranges to commit crimes, and was very cunning. But now, Blood Wolf was dead. He was killed by you? That squad leader came back to his senses, his gaze looking at Su Hao with some disbelief in his eyes. "It was me who killed them. Just now these 3 people and another person were making some kind of deal, and as a result, this Blood Wolf suddenly made a move to kill them, then they died in my hands." Su Hao briefly said what just happened. "How is it possible? The Blood Wolf has stepped into the first-class martial artist level for many years, and has even mastered many kinds of evil kung fu. His strength is very strong, and with 2 more helpers, how could he be killed by a teenager?" The first reaction of these soldiers upon hearing this was disbelief. This building has almost been broken down. There are also people who noticed the broken walls. The house is full of wreckage. It is obvious that there has been a fierce fight. A 16 or 17-year-old teenager can fight head-on with the third leader of the Blood Demon Corps? And also killed it? You guys handle it here. I have to go home. Su Hao got up and said, having explained what he should explain. He didn't want to get into more trouble. "I'm afraid you can't leave yet. You killed these 3 people. The exact reason, and what exactly happened. You have to come with us, and give a good explanation." That squad leader then coldly said, he didn't believe that it was Su Hao who killed Blood Wolf and the others, and he wanted to bring Su Hao back and question him properly. I don't have time to go with you guys. I'm a member of the Immortal Sex Reserve Team, beheading these thugs in passing. See you again. Su Hao wasn't prepared to be taken away like he was a prisoner. He said that and walked towards the downstairs. What Immortal Sect Reserves? This is not up to you. When the junior captain saw that Su Hao didn't follow his order, instead, he was ready to leave directly. He snorted coldly and reached out his hand towards Su Hao's shoulder to grab him, to take him down. A hint of helplessness flashed in Su Hao's eyes. Still wanting to fight him? It was just a second-rate martial artist. Boo! Without waiting for the little captain's hand to catch Su Hao's body leapt out like lightning, and actively crashed into this little captain. What? This junior captain was shocked in his heart, and he only felt a blur before his eyes, and he couldn't even react in time before Su Hao's shoulder hit his chest. Boo! The soldier squad leader stifled a grunt. Feeling a sharp pain in his chest, his stout body staggered back from the impact. If not for the rest of the soldiers who saw the situation and assisted him, he probably would have had to sit on the ground with his butt in a sorry state. But this soldier squad leader was also shocked. He was a second-rate martial artist level, but he didn't have the slightest ability to resist in the face of Su Hao. Just now, if Su Hao wanted to kill him, he would have already died. See you later. Su Hao also did not stop. Chasing the wind stance show, the body of the green air flow winding, like a hurricane directly from the broken wall and leaped out, in a few houses on a few leaps, is disappeared without a trace? The speed of the soldiers are dumbfounded. Immortal Sect Reserves? Could it be that Blood Wolf and the others were really killed by him? But who exactly is this teenager? I've never heard of such a young teenager in Tianmeng City having a demon comparable to a first-class martial artist level. The soldier squad leader covered his chest. His face was full of dismay as he looked at Su Hao's disappearing back. The hand that Su Hao displayed was too amazing. It might really be as the other party said. The Blood Wolf and the others were killed by him, but they had never even heard of such a person before. Clean up these corpses and bring them back to the commander for finalization. Gathering his emotions, this soldier squad leader gave the order to clean up the scene. Is something wrong? In a mansion, Yi Changqing lazily basked in the sun as he said without looking back. Reporting to Lord City Lord, just a short while ago, Su Hao appeared at Dongyun restaurant, and alone beheaded the 3 leaders of the Blood Wolf Regiment, a first-rate martial artist plus 2 second-rate martial artists, and according to the reports coming from the scene, the building was almost destroyed. It was a frontal strike. The scarred man entered the mansion, with a shocked look on his face. He respectfully said to Yi Changqing, killing a first-class martial artist level and 2 second-class martial artist levels head-on? Yi Changqing was also dumbfounded. Su Hao was a dual spirit root which was good, but they were both wasted spirit roots. How could he possess such a terrifying battle power? Should we let Su Hao come to a trip? Maybe the last test was wrong. He is not a waste spirit root. The scarred man carefully said. No need. It looks like he doesn't want to be disturbed. Let him cultivate quietly. What an interesting little guy. I hope to bring me more surprises. Yi Changqing on the other hand shook his head. His eyes were filled with an interested look. He had been the Tianmeng City lord for many years, but it was the first time he had seen such a peculiar youngster. Yi Changqing also felt that the previous spell detection might have been wrong, and Su Hao might not be some kind of wasted spirit root. However, he was also too embarrassed to pull Su Hao back to test it again. After all, this matter would be quite embarrassing if he got it wrong himself. What Yi Changqing doesn't know is that Su Hao will bring him more than a surprise. There will be a shock. It's really shabby. 3 second-rate martial artist level or above. Together they dropped 3 years of internal force cultivation and 100 experience points. Su Hao was secretly speechless. The things dropped this time were relatively small. Other than the internal force cultivation and experience value, only the Burning Blood secret art was dropped. Blood Burning secret art, bronze level. Proficiency beginner 1% burns one's own blood in cultivation to explode beyond one's own limits in a short period of time, but it is highly likely that one's potential will be damaged and one's cultivation will regress. This blood burning secret art, in general, was still good as a bottom card for fighting for one's life. The previous Blood Wolf was originally pressed by Su Hao, but after stimulating the blood burning secret art, he was still able to fight back against Su Hao's wave. Battle power increased by more than 1 or 2 times, a total of 400 experience points now, 600 points short of upgrading a complete spiritual root. Su Hao fought prettily, all the way back to the Su family. In the evening, at the dining table, Su Yi, who was eating at the same table as Su Hao, whispered, I heard that during the daytime today, someone from the Blood Demon Regiment appeared at the East Cloud restaurant and fought with someone, and as a result, they were decapitated by a 16 or 17-year-old teenager. 6 more requests for flower review votes? Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh, Chapter 18 Extreme Blade Intent. Kneeling for flowers and evaluation votes. Saying that, Sui also looked at Su Hao. The things that happened in Dongyan restaurant undoubtedly spread all over the city very quickly. According to the witnesses, the 3 Blood Demon Regiment brigands were decapitated by a teenager. And this characteristic made Sui somewhat suspect that it was Su Hao who did it. But can Su Hao's strength be as strong as this? That was a bruiser who had already had constant time to enter the first-class martial artist level, plus 2 second-class martial artist level powerhouses, and the 3 of them joined hands to be chopped down by Su Hao alone. Ahem, it's me. Su Hao coughed, for Sui did not hide it, so he directly admitted it. Good, good, worthy of being my Sui's son. Sui laughed openly, full of relief and pride, continuously giving Su Hao food. He was at Su Hao's age, far inferior to Su Hao. In the future, Su Hao's chances of entering the immortal sect would definitely be very high. What is this Blood Demon Corps? Su Hao inquired doubtfully. He had already heard about this Blood Demon cluster a few times. Just a bandit group, with 3 leaders such as Blood Wolf, with a group of martial artists to organize a bandit group, roaming around, robbing some rich merchants and whatnot. You killed their 3 leaders, yet you don't need to worry. The small Blood Demon group hasn't the guts to retaliate. Sui laughed, pleasantly surprised at Su Hao's strength. Aha! Su Hao nodded and lowered his head to eat. Indeed, this Blood Demon regiment was nothing but a gang of thieves. The 3 leaders were only first-class martial artist level. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were vicious and difficult to be messed with. But for the Su family, which was a big family in Tianmeng City, this Blood Demon regiment definitely didn't have the slightest bit of guts to dare to mess with it, and could only swallow their teeth if they were killed. We still have to continue to enhance our strength, and reach a point that satisfies the city lord as soon as possible to obtain the Immortal Sect token. Su Hao pondered. Only if he got Yi Changqing's approval would he grant a token to join the Immortal Sect. Killing the Blood Wolf and others was already 3 days later. The incident of Dongyan restaurant also slowly cooled down, and no one came to the door to look for Su Hao. Su Hao was clear about his own identity. The city lord's office knew about it after a little investigation, but he was a member of the Immortal Sect's reserve team, and was expected to enter the Immortal Sect in the future, and it was only a matter of killing a few brigands, so naturally, there would be no one to bother him. Could it be that saber technique cultivation to the consummate level is the end? Su Hao cultivated his stance and saber technique this day, but he was frowning and contemplating. He directly raised the proficiency of the wind-slashing saber technique to the consummation level through his experience value, sending and receiving as if he was in the center of his mind, completely mastering it. But was this the highest realm of a set of saber techniques? Su Hao didn't think so. There was no end to the martial arts path. Speaking of which, when he exploded at full strength before, he vaguely touched a higher realm of blade techniques beyond the limit of proficiency. Su Hao secretly thought that he had exploded at the limit twice, and now he was carefully experiencing the feeling at that time. Why don't we just chop out a blade at the limit? Su Hao took a deep breath. Instead of recalling the feeling at that time, he might as well take the initiative to seize that feeling. He raised the thunder breathing technique to the limit. His body and the battle blade were both entangled with light golden electric arcs, followed by a slash, crack. A thunder blade aura detached itself from the top of the blade and flew out nearly 10 meters before gradually dissipating. The thunderous roar resounded for hundreds of meters in a radius, causing the Su family disciples outside of this mansion to be horrified in their hearts. It's coming from Su Hao's residence. Is he practicing? What's with all the commotion? Many Su family disciples were surprised that the commotion caused by Su Hao was not small, but no one came over to find out. This wide residence was the Su family's practicing place specially divided for Su Hao. Even the family elders were not allowed to get close to his practicing place and disturb his cultivation if they did not have the consent of Su Hao. It's that feeling, that hint of transcendence in the limit. Su Hao's eyes lit up. The full strength slash caused him to feel that strange hint of sensation. The sensation of transcending the limit. The way of martial arts is to constantly touch the limits and surpass them. Again, rumble. Su Hao once again slashed out with a sword, and the thunderous sound was loud. Again, that feeling of transcending limits is clearer. Su Hao continuously extreme a sword chopped out, feeling that trace of power that transcended the limit. The thunder breathing method was exerted, experiencing this super limit state. With Su Hao's previous physique, such an extreme burst of one slash would have to tire out on the spot. But Su Hao, who had evolved once, had drastically improved his abilities in all aspects, and this extreme one slash would be no problem for him to use it 10 times in his full power state. So Su Hao fell into a marvelous situation, constantly chopping out extreme slashes, sensing the higher level of power in them, practicing and resting when his physical strength was exhausted, recovering his physical strength, and continuing to sense the blade technique when he finished resting. Sui detected Su Hao's frenzied hard cultivation. He knew in the bottom of his heart that Su Hao was afraid that he was about to make a breakthrough, and didn't let anyone disturb him. Only in the afternoon, he would come over to deliver Su Hao's meal in person. This went on for the better part of half a month. In half a month's time, Su Hao's most remarkable progress was his purple qigong, because the internal energy was constantly being consumed and then recovered, and after a lot of refining, the proficiency was almost at an advanced level, and the quality of the internal energy went up by a step. On top of that, Su Hao clearly felt that he was very close to completely grasping the power that surpassed the limit. This feeling is coming. Su Hao slashed out as usual. His eyes lit up fiercely. That feeling in this extreme slash was stronger than even before. He tried to catch this feeling and strengthen it. Su Hao's internal force was continuously injected into the cold flow blade, and the electric light flashed violently. Thumbs up. A radiant thunder blade aura was as if a ferocious beast was roaring, flying 10 feet against the ground. The ground along the way was plowed into a meter-deep furrow by this thunder blade aura. The thunder blade chi dispersed, leaving a 10-foot-long gully on the earth. When the thunder blade chi dispersed, a 10-feet-long gully was left on top of the earth, making it hard to believe that such a huge gully was slashed out by a person with a knife, and the consequences of such a knife could be imagined if it landed on a human's body. A new day. The budding author online to ask for flowers evaluation votes. Chapter 19 Blood Demon Regiment. Kneeling for flowers and evaluation votes. It's done. Is this the higher realm of blade technique? Blade intent? Su Hao's eyes flashed with an ecstatic light. After half a month of bitter cultivation, he had finally touched the threshold of a higher realm, blade intent. Knife cultivation to the limit. Beyond the limit level is the level of knife intention. In the entire Tianming city, mastery of the level of the intention of the martial artists are not many, and most of them are innate martial artists. In order to master the level of the intention, but Su Hao is only 16 years old, they mastered the knife intention, which set out to let the whole Tianming city are shaking. Blade intent. This is the blade intent that belongs to me. Let's call it Thunder Blade intent. Su Hao was secretly delighted. Judging from the attributes of his saber intent, what he had mastered was the saber intent of the thunder attribute, which was rigid, overbearing, and strong. This thunder blade intent, it's too fierce. If I face that blood wolf again, even if he uses the burning blood secret art, I'm still confident that I can take his head in a head-on blow. Su Hao was confident. Having mastered the thunder blade intent, Su Hao's strength once again took a big leap. An ordinary first-class martial artist wouldn't even be a match in front of him. In addition, Su Hao's saber intent today had only just been comprehended. At the level of 10% saber intent, there was still a lot of room for improvement. The fact that I was able to master the thunder blade intent is definitely related to my thunder spirit root and my evolved natural talent and enlightenment. Can I continue to comprehend the wind attribute blade intent? After all, the blade technique I cultivate can be summarized in the wind attribute. Su Hao secretly said. He had mastered the thunder blade intent and touched it, so it would definitely be easier than normal people to comprehend a new blade intent again. However, without waiting for Su Hao to continue cultivating, someone found him on this day. Young Master Su, someone from the City Lord's mansion has just come to your door, instructing you to make a trip to the City Lord's mansion immediately, saying that they have something to find you. A servant found Su Hao and told him about this matter. The City Lord's office is looking for me? I wonder what it is about. Hearing this, Su Hao didn't hesitate much, and after organizing himself, he headed towards the City Lord's mansion. In the back garden of the City Lord's mansion, Su Hao entered it under the guard's leadership, and the one who received him in the back garden was not Yi Changqing, but the scarred man, who was Yi Changqing's most valued henchman. Not only was this scarred man there, but there were also 4 others, 2 of which Su Hao recognized. One of the teenagers with wild long hair was Zhou Lai, and the other teenage girl with an aqua blue dress and skin like snow was Zhou Lai and Mo Qingxue. The other 2 Su Hao did not recognize, are men, the age of up to 20 years old, but each is extremely powerful breath, but also in the blood wolf above, especially one of the country character face young man, although the appearance is not shocking, but Su Hao slightly probed some, but noticed that this person's cultivation has already exceeded the level of the first-class martial arts practitioner, into the realm of the Hotian. The scarred man laughed. All have arrived. You are all part of the same immortal sex reserve team. Let me introduce you. This is Su Hao, Zhou Lai, Mo Qingxue, and the 2 of them are Zhou Mu and Li Qin respectively. You will be acting together on this mission. Li Qin, Zhou Mu? He's from the Zhou family? Su Hao knew the names of the other 2 people. The country-faced young man Zhou Mu, who possessed Hotian cultivation and was surnamed Zhou. In all likelihood, he was a member of the Zhou family, just like Zhou Lai. Those who were able to join the Immortal Sex Reserve team were undoubtedly the elite of the elite, geniuses with spiritual roots, and this time they were called in for what seemed to be a mission. The young man named Li Qin hurriedly said, "Just say it, senior. I'll definitely do what I can. They joined this Immortal Sect reserve team in order to enter the Immortal Sect, and with the opportunity to express themselves, they certainly couldn't miss it. The scarred man nodded slightly and said, "It's about the Blood Demon Corps." Saying that, the scarred man also gave Su Hao an inexplicable meaningful look. Blood Demon Regiment? I did hear some time ago that a leader of the Blood Demon Regiment was killed in the city. Li Qin nodded. Regarding the Blood Demon Troop, everyone present had vaguely heard about the news, but what they knew wasn't very clear. After all, if they weren't from the city lord's mansion, it was simply impossible for them to fully understand the matter of Su Hao's killing of the Blood Demon Troop's leader. Ha ha, that Blood Demon Regiment's third leader is really miserable. I heard that he died in the hands of a teenager. Zhou Lai said with a laugh. He heard that the Blood Demon Regiment's Blood Wolf died in the hands of a teenager, but he didn't know that it was in the hands of Su Hao. He knew that Su Hao was just a wasted spirit root. It was impossible for him to decapitate a first-class martial arts level like Blood Wolf. Mo Qing Shui quietly listened. When she heard what happened some time ago, then the first time she felt that 9 times out of 10 it was Su Hao who did it. She possessed a strong intuition. The scarred man continued. Although this Blood Demon Regiment is only a bandit gang, and several of their leaders are only first-class martial artist level, they have created quite a few sins, and some time ago their third leader dared to purchase the heart blood of boys and girls within our Tianming city, and even killed people within the city with impunity, which has already enraged the city's main body, and decided to eradicate them. Acquiring the heart blood of child boys and girls? Su Hao was surprised. He heard the Blood Wolf trio and the fat man who was suspected to be the leader of the gang making some kind of deal that day. So it turned out that their trading item was the heart blood of children's boys and girls? 9 times out of 10, it was used to cultivate evil skills. Su Hao was also very angry. He had really let them die too easily by killing them at that time. There was no doubt that what the Blood Wolf had done when he came to Tianming City had angered Yi Changsheng. To him the Blood Demon Regiment was nothing more than a mole cricket. Usually he didn't mess with his head, he didn't bother. But if he was angered, of course, he would stomp it to death. The trail of the Blood Demon Regiment was investigated by us, and according to the city lord's intention, it is for a few of you to go and eliminate this Blood Demon Regiment, and the several leaders among them. None of them should be spared, the scarred man said. The Blood Demon Regiment was no better than a mole cricket in front of Tianming City, and Tianming City didn't need to make a big deal out of it to deal with the Blood Demon Regiment. So Yi Changqing simply left this matter to the Immortal Sect reserve team as a sharpening exercise. Good, we will definitely complete the mission. I heard that the third leader of the Blood Demon Regiment was killed by a teenager similar in age to me. If he can do more, I, Zhou Lai, can do it too. Zhou Lai was the first to accept the mission with confidence. He was previously a second-rate martial artist level. After refining a Yuan enhancement pill, his power had already reached the threshold of a first-rate martial artist. Coupled with the fact that he himself possessed a primary fire spirit root, he was confident that his battle prowess wouldn't be any worse than that of the Blood Demon Regiment's chiefs. Su Hao and the others naturally didn't hesitate and took on the task. It seems that it's really a narrow road with this Blood Demon Regiment. Anyway, they are already enemies, so it's better to exterminate them, Su Hao secretly thought. Although the Blood Demon Regiment didn't have the guts to report the revival of the family in 9 out of 10 cases, but just in case, of course, it was still the best to eliminate the roots. According to the information received, the Blood Demon Regiment is currently hiding in a remote town 1,000 miles away from Tianming City. You guys head there quickly and don't let them escape. The scarred man gave them some information that he knew and let them set off immediately. A group of 5 people did not wait, and rode a fast horse out of Tianming City that day, heading towards the place where the Blood Demon Regiment was stationed 1,000 miles away. Chapter 20, True Qi Externalization. Kneeling for flowers and evaluation votes. Everyone, although this Blood Demon Regiment doesn't have a single Hotian martial artist, it's best to be careful. I hope you'll follow my instructions, otherwise don't blame Mr. Zhou for causing trouble. While rushing, the man named Zhou Mu said, he was the strongest, with Hotian cultivation, outperforming everyone present, so naturally he took himself as the captain. Brother Mu, that's for sure, Zhou Lai said with a hefty smile. He and Zhou Mu came from the same Zhou family, and naturally had a much better relationship. Aha! Li Qin also nodded. Zhou Mu's strength was above his. Su Hao and Qingshui didn't say anything, acquiescing to this matter, and anyway, their cooperation was only to exterminate this Blood Demon Regiment. The horse that Su Hao and the others rode was a Fey horse with a hint of demonic ghost bloodline. Traveling 2,000 miles in a day was not a problem. When evening came, Su Hao and his group arrived at their destination, while Su Hao and the others were still tens of miles away from the village and town where the Blood Demon Regiment was stationed. The small village and town appeared to be very lively. Ha ha ha, cheers, there are not a few boys and girls within this village and town. This time we finally have a full meal. A burly man laughed and sipped his blood-red drink. This burly man was too stout, like a raging bear, and his entire body exuded a berserk aura. And another well-mannered man with an extremely demonic temperament also had a hint of a smile on his face. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. He laughed. Old bear, you can save your drink. Don't blame me for not reminding you if you lose your addiction to drink and have a seizure. This burly man and the demonic man were the Blood Demon Regiment's second leader, Blood Bear, as well as the first leader, Blood Wing, respectively. Ha ha, kill a few more people when the addiction kicks in. The burly and strong Blood Bear laughed. The demonic man Bloodwing shook his head and did not say anything. He murmured in a low voice, the oldest three did not come back for so long. Some time ago I heard that he died in Tianming City, killed by a teenager. Don't worry about it, oldest three, brother, for a time. In the future and so on there is a chance that I will help you to avenge your death. As Bloodwing was thinking about things, a ferocious man in rough clothes came over and hurriedly said to Bloodwing, reporting to the great chief, our brothers found someone coming towards this village in town, most likely because our movements were exposed. And they are coming towards us. How many are there? How strong? Bloodwing said with a furrowed brow at his words. Not long ago the third leader of their Blood Demon Regiment died, and now it didn't take long for someone to come to the door. Could it be the experts sent by Tianming City? According to probing with the Blood Chi Mystic Art, there are a total of 5 people. 1 second stream martial artist level, 3 first stream martial artist level 1s, and 1 Hotian martial artist level 1. All of them are very young in age. There are 3 of them who are 16 or 17 years old, and the remaining 2 are just in their 20s in age. That fierce man hurriedly reported, 3 first-class martial artist levels and 1 Hotian martial artist level? It looks like they are here to eliminate us. The lanky and burly Blood Bear's eyes lit up at the words. I heard that old 3 was killed by a teenager, so maybe old 3's murderer is among these 5. 2 chiefs, what do we do? They are about 50 miles away from us. Should we withdraw, or meet them? The fierce man cautiously inquired. Bloodwing pursed his lips and let out a light laugh. Of course it's a welcome attack. Kill them all and then leave this place immediately. Want to annihilate us and send a Hotian martial artist to do it? You are really looking down on me. Let the brothers go and prepare immediately. Yes, immediately. The 30 or so fierce bandits in the entire town all acted with extreme speed, their eyes glowing. An enemy attacking? They didn't feel scared. Instead they were excited. Each and every one of their eyes were glowing with a blood-red light. Extremely gruesome. How come there is no movement at all within this village and town? Not long after, Su Hao and the others arrived outside this remote mountain village, and from the outside, it looked very quiet, without a trace of living people. Could it be that they have already left? Li Qin frowned. If all these Blood Demon Regiment thugs had left first, they were afraid that they would have to make a wasted trip this time. Su Hao, on the other hand, sniffed lightly with his nose. He smelled an extremely strong blood odor. He had also smelled it on the body of Blood Wolf and the others that day, distributed within this small mountain village. He immediately reminded, be careful with all of them. This Blood Demon Regiment's people didn't leave and hid themselves in a small mountain village. Most likely, they want to ambush us. Ha ha, it's just the struggle of a mole cricket. Zhou Lai, however, licked his lips with a murderous look, then with a smile on his face, he said to Mo Qingshui next to him, I'll protect you in a while. Mo Qingshui shook his head, his voice clear and cold, just take care of yourself, go in and take a look. Zhou Mu said with a stern face. He was also vaguely aware that the Blood Demon Regiment's people might not have left, but it was better this way, to directly crush them head-on. A group of people dismounted and walked towards the village within the town. On the streets within the village, a trace of dried blood could be seen from time to time. Not too long ago, a massacre had obviously occurred here. The Blood Demon Regiment's people had killed everyone in this small village and town. The crowd carefully paid attention to the surrounding movements, and at this time with the fall of Li Qin's foot, his face changed slightly, because it felt like there was a feeling of stepping in the air under his feet, which made him hastily stabilize his body, and the other leg tightly clasped the ground, and leaped backward, and jumped out a distance backward, and at the same time, the place where he originally landed on his feet collapsed, revealing a 2-meter diameter pit, in which there was a protruding black barbed, which had poisonous substances on it. It was quenched with poison. This made Li Qin's back slightly cold, if not for the fact that he was always on guard. Falling into a trap would more than likely not be alive if he was stabbed by this black barb. Ha ha ha, how dare these few brats think to annihilate us, kill them all. And at the same time, in the alleys of the houses, a man wearing various colors of clothes, his whole body enveloped in a strong smell of blood emerged. Each of them was full of grimace, holding a machine crossbow more than half a meter long in his hand. All be careful, Zhou Mu yelled. Kill. More than 30 heavily armed members of the Blood Demon Regiment were holding machine crossbows, and at this moment, each and every one of them pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the machine bracket sounded, driving a finger-thick crossbow arrow to tear the air. Shooting, each very crossbow arrow was glowing with a ghostly light, all quenched with poison. Clang! Suhao immediately pulled out the cold stream blade at his waist, interweaving a curtain of light and splitting several arrows that shot towards him one by one. What a great power! Suhao was surprised. The blade collided with the arrow. He could feel the huge power contained on the arrow. Each of these Blood Demon Regiment members were above the 3rd stream martial artist level, and after professional training, they were able to quickly fill the machine crossbow with arrows. With more than 30 Blood Demon Regiment members, the arrows they shot were simply like hundreds of people shooting in unison. Not only that, this machine crossbow is special. The power is strange. Even some armor can penetrate. More than 30 people shoot in unison. Is a first-class martial artist a bad will be shot alive? Damn. A bit unable to defend. Zhou Lai didn't have such great strength as Su Hao to be able to knock away arrows easily with his sword, and he felt that every time the blade chopped on top of the flying arrows, it shocked his arm and made it slightly painful. Mo Qing Shui, on the other hand, waved a long whip and easily flicked away an arrow. Humph, a bunch of rats, all go to hell. Zhou Mu coldly snorted. These arrows were still somewhat useful for first-class martial artists, but for Hotian martial artists, it was far worse. A faint layer of white chi mist emerged on his body surface. An arrow entered this white chi mist. Its speed became slow, and was easily swung away by Zhou Mu. When a martial artist enters the Hotian level, the biggest change lies in the fact that his or her internal force will be transformed into Hotian Jinqi, which can be several times stronger than the strength of his or her internal force that has not yet entered the Hotian realm, and he or she will even be able to release his or her Jinqi outwardly. Chapter 21 I'm not. Kneeling for flower rating votes. Zhou Mu blocked the rain of arrows from the sky and dodged in a flash, his palm clogged with a brown halo, and across a distance of 7 or 8 meters, he blasted his palm on top of the chest of a Blood Demon Corps member. Boo! That Blood Demon Corps member didn't even have time to scream. His entire chest collapsed violently, and he was sent flying backwards 20 to 30 meters away, smashing heavily on the ground, and dying directly with blood in his mouth mixed with fragments of internal organs. Put! Although she was a woman, Mo Qing Shui was merciless as she waved her long whip as if it was a spiritual snake, hitting the 2 Blood Demon Regiment's martial artists as they tumbled to the ground with broken bones and tendons. The members of this Blood Demon Regiment had to absorb the heart blood of children every once in a while in order to cultivate their evil skills, which could be described as very cruel and not worthy of pity. Kill! Su Hao didn't stay his hand either. The wind-chasing stance was executed. His figure was like a phantom passing through an alleyway. Before the 3 martial artists holding machine crossbows had time to react, they felt the sky spinning and their heads fell to the ground. This is so strong. We can't deal with them at all. In just a moment's time, the number of Blood Demon Regiment members who died in the hands of Su Hao and the others exceeded 10, and the remaining Blood Demon Regiment martial artists all changed color and fled in all directions. Where to run? Li Qin shouted explosively and chased after the nearest Blood Demon Regiment martial artist with his sword, but there was not a hint of fear in the eyes of that Blood Demon Regiment martial artist. Instead, the corners of his mouth arced up. Not good. Li Qin was slightly startled as he passed by a house. At that moment a loud rumbling sound came out of his ears. The wall of the house next to him was crumbled open by the impact, revealing a man as sturdy as a raging bear, precisely the Blood Demon Troop's second leader, the Blood Bear. The Blood Bear's pair of cold eyes stared at Li Qin as if he were looking at a dead man. Retreat? No, kill him. Sorrowful cloud sword technique. The distance between the two was only 3 meters. Li Qin in a shock as in the eyes of the stern aura flashed. He is a first-class martial artist with a spiritual root. The strength of the needless to say. He instantly out of the sword. The metal longsword rolled black clouds, the sword body hidden in them. Bizarre orange luminous sword attack to the Blood Bear. The corners of the Blood Bear's mouth curled slightly as he straightened out a palm-sized hand. A blood-colored halo of light converging as he casually slapped his hand on top of the sword. Clang! A terrifyingly unimaginably huge force surged. Li Qin only felt that the wrist holding the sword was shocked and dislocated, and the long sword was directly slapped and flew out of his hand. Isn't he just a first-class martial artist level? Li Qin was stunned. He was knocked off his weapon in one move? The Blood Bear in front of him wasn't even a first-class martial artist level, but a Hotian martial artist. No, not good. Li Qin hastily tried to retreat, but it was already too late. The Blood Bear's wide palm violently grabbed and easily grabbed the panicked Li Qin's neck, and the 2-meter-out Blood Bear lifted him up as if he was carrying a small chicken, and lifted his feet off the ground. Li Qin, Su Hao and the others were stunned and stopped chasing the other Blood Demon Corps members. This Li Qin was captured alive? Su Hao frowned. At least he was a member of the Immortal Sect's reserve team, a first-rate martial artist with a spiritual root, but it turned out that he was captured alive in a single glance? However, it was not Li Qin's fault. It was really because this blood bear's cultivation was too strong, reaching the Hotian realm. The rest of them also had grim faces. The second chief is mighty. The blood demon regiment's originally fleeing martial artists saw this at this time. One by one, they all cheered excitedly. Li Qin could have just killed 2 or 3 of them. His strength was extraordinary, but once the blood bear struck, he instantly captured it alive. Are you people from Tianmeng City? At this time, a feminine voice rang out, and a gloomy man slowly stepped out, wearing a blood-colored robe. His appearance and temperament were extremely demonic. It's Bloodwing. The crowd instantly realized his identity. It was the Blood Demon Regiment's Grand Chief, Bloodwing, and their faces became even more ugly because Bloodbear was a Hotian martial artist, and this Bloodwing was the same as him, also at the Hotian martial artist level. Originally, the Blood Demon Regiment was rumored to have 3 leaders who were all first-class martial artist level, but now both of them were Hotian martial artists. It could be that they had hidden their strength and the intelligence was wrong, or it could be that they had only recently made a breakthrough, but no matter what, it looked like the difficulty of their mission this time had spiked by more than a few times, with enough of 2 Hotian martial artists, and there were still people on their side that had been captured alive. The Blood Demon Corps knows that we are the people of Tianmeng City but still don't let me go quickly. My Li family has an innate martial artist in the town. The seized Li Qin's face was terrified at this time, and his colorful face shouted, "Put, innate martial artist is so powerful but it is not here. You'd better be quiet." Blood Bear poofed a laugh, hard tightened the palm, pinched Li Qin throat bones are broken in general, face purple. Then the Blood Bear's pair of copper bell eyes swept around the crowd. His gaze landed on Zhou Lai's body, and he coldly said, "I've just chatted about you. Our third brother went to Tianmeng City before, and as a result, he never came back, and I heard that he died in the hands of a 16 or 17-year-old teenager. You're really capable. You dare to kill our people." Zhou Lai, Su Hao, Zhou Mu, Mo Qing and even the captured Li Qin were all stunned. Zhou Mu looked at Zhou Lai in surprise. "The teenage genius martial artist that was rumored to be in the air some time ago is you?" Zhou Mu and Zhou Lai are of the same clan. He did not hear Zhou Lai talk about the person who knifed the Blood Wolf in the East Cloud restaurant was him. Su Hao's eyes were a bit strange. He killed the Blood Demon Regiment's third leader, Blood Wolf. As today, Meng City sent them to exterminate the Blood Demon Regiment, and there were 2 teenagers aged 16 or 17 in this group, namely him and Zhou Lai. Obviously, a second-rate martial artist level and a first-rate martial artist level. Blood Bear and the others naturally subconsciously felt that the one who beheaded Blood Wolf was also a first-rate martial artist, while Su Hao and Zhou Lai, whose cultivation had already stepped into the level of first-rate martial artist, were more in line with this condition, and that's why they mistakenly recognized Zhou Lai as the murderer who killed Blood Wolf. "Is it you?" Bloodwing's eyes glowed with a grim light as he forced himself to look at Zhou Lai and drank in a low voice. His voice was like a demonic sound that pierced straight into Zhou Lai's brain, causing Zhou Lai to only feel as if his head was being stabbed by needles. Zhou Lai took a step back with some fear and exclaimed, "It's not me. I didn't kill your people." Zhou Lai's cowardly appearance caused the corners of Zhou Mu's mouth to twitch a bit as he looked across the room at Bloodwing and the others and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, today may have been a misunderstanding. Release our companions and let today's matter end there." Li Qin was captured alive. The intelligence was wrong, and the other party had enough 2 Hotian martial artists. Zhou Mu did not have a bottom in his heart, so he wanted to retreat for the time being, and deal with the Blood Wings and the Blood Bears, or to think of other ways afterward. It couldn't be blamed on them, could it? There were clearly 2 Hotian martial artists, but the intelligence said that both Bloodwing and Bloodbear were only at the first-class martial artist level. Ha ha ha, do you think it's possible? Taking the initiative to attack us and kill our people, and now you want to leave with a word to stop? Bloodwing hemmed and hawed, his grim eyes staring intently at Zhou Lai. "You killed our third brother. You won't be allowed to die too easily." "I said I didn't." Zhou Lai spat blood. Himself this inexplicably pulled a big hate. "Help! Help!" Li Qin's whole body was trembling. He was carried in the hands of the Blood Bear with his neck stuck. One by one, the members of the Blood Demon Regiment around him were all showing ferocious glints in their eyes, making him fall into a demonic grotto as if he were falling into a demonic grotto, and he repeatedly begged for help. He didn't want to die. He possessed a spiritual root. His birth was extraordinary, and he had the opportunity to join the Immortal Sect in the future, and had the opportunity to pursue a higher realm, or even open the Immortal Sect, and it would be too unjust to die in the hands of these bandits. Normally I only drink the heart blood of boys and girls, but you have such cultivation at such a young age. Most likely you are one of those disciples with spiritual roots from the big families, right? I'm really not willing to do that. We don't have spiritual roots. If we want to enter the Hotian, we have to cultivate evil techniques and work hard to make progress. I'm going to taste how the blood of a martial artist with spiritual roots tastes like today. The blood bear's eyes showed a fierce light. In the crowd's shocked gazes, the blood bear brought its big mouth close to Li Qin's neck, then bit down hard. Chapter 22, A Shocking Blade. The fifth shift kneeling for flowers rating votes. Put. Teeth tearing the muscle row. The blood bear mouth sucked up Li Qin's blood. Li Qin screamed in pain and struggled violently, but it was no use at all. Zhou Lai's forehead was sweating and his face couldn't help but turn pale. This appalling scene made his Shuang legs tremble a little. It is Zhou Mu. This latter-day martial artist are chilled beyond measure. He has seen demons and ghosts eat people, but people eat people for the first time to see. The blood bear is simply more terrible than demons and ghosts. Goo 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 goo. Not long after, Li Qin's eyes were wide open and lost their color, and the blood in his zue kept overflowing, gradually losing his vitality. Su Hao's eyes were about to spit out fire. As a human, seeing this blood bear that was not even as good as a demon or ghost, he burned with uncontrollable rage. Mo Qingxue's fair cheeks were also shrouded in a layer of frost. Some martial artists would even cultivate some evil techniques for the sake of strength. Her family had been exterminated by a powerful evil cultivator in the first place. As for Zhou Lai and Zhou Mu, the two of them were shocked by the blood bear's actions and couldn't help but let their hands and feet go cold. Kill all of you. All of you die for me. Ha ha ha. The blood bear sucked in a large amount of blood, and a blood vessel on his cheeks burst out, his eyes scarlet as he laughed maniacally, casually throwing Li Qin's corpse aside, his body exuding a ferocious aura to the extreme as he stamped his paws on the ground, pouncing straight at Zhou Mu like a stormy bear. The blood bear's aura was too strong at this moment, plus the cruelty of the blood bear's actions just now had also shocked Zhou Mu, and Zhou Mu's entire aura was significantly worse than the blood bear's. But Zhou Mu was no longer a heavenly pride who had reached the Hotian realm at a young age. He gritted his teeth, still raising his true chi strongly, and roared out, Divine Wood Palm. One of Zhou Mu's palms was covered in a withered yellow color, exuding a sense of heaviness as he heavily blasted out, his true chi overflowing, creating ripples in the shocked void. As a Hotian martial artist, Zhou Mu's full strength was undoubtedly terrifying. Come on! The blood bear roared furiously, one fist clenched as if it was a Vajra demon bear. The blood-colored tendons of the huge fist like a sandbag protruded, filled with a surging sense of force, and slammed out a fist to strike a hard blow head-on with Zhou Mu. Boom! The fists and palms intersected as if two high-speed carriages crashed together. A burst of rumbling sound was transmitted out, centered on the blood bear and Zhou Mu. The ground under their feet cracked open with dense cracks, spreading out more than 10 meters away. Den den den! The blood bear's body lurched. As for Zhou Mu, he was blasted backward a distance of 7 or 8 steps. The ground trembled with each step. His face was filled with horror. The strength of this blood bear was still above him. Without waiting for Zhou Mu to stand still, a breaking sound resounded steeply behind him. It was Bloodwing. He was wearing a red robe. As if he was a ghost, he appeared behind Zhou Mu, and a sharp claw that had become blood red grabbed at the back of Zhou Mu's heart. Divine Wooden Air Wall. Zhou Mu gritted his teeth and fully stimulated the secret art he had practiced, and with the wood spirit root he possessed, his true chi poured out, forming a barrier formed by his true chi to resist the Bloodwing's attack. Boo! Bloodwing, this claw seems to be light without force, but the actual killing power is amazing. Claws fell on the real gas barrier. Raw beat this real gas barrier burst open. Zhou Mu stifled a grunt, and was hit staggered forward 2 steps, internal organs tumbling, cannot help a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Kill! Seeing this scene, Zhou Lai, who was the closest, raised his strength and roared as he slashed out with a knife, the red fire's internal power making the blade look like it had turned into a flame, quite astonishing, and slashed at the Bloodwing who was trying to chase after Zhou Mu. You killed my third brother, and before I could find you, you took the initiative to come over and send me to my death? Bloodwing saw the situation, laughed. In the face of the chopping blade, he steeped blood red robe a show, just like steel casting swept out, and the blade collision issued a gold and iron sound. Is rolled in the Zhou Lai. Some cannot hold the knife. Zhou Lai had only just entered the level of a first-class martial artist, and the gap between him and a Hotian martial artist was too great. The gap between third-rate martial artists, second-rate martial artists, and first-rate martial artists was actually not too big, but there was a heavenly capsule difference between first-rate martial artists and Hotian martial artists, and when entering the Hotian realm, the internal force would be metamorphosed into true chi, which was a qualitative difference. No! While Bloodwing blocked Zhou Lai's attack with his robes, a blood-red claw grabbed at Zhou Lai's face. Zhou Lai's forehead was sweating and he wanted to dodge, but he simply didn't have the ability to do so. In the nick of time, but a snowy cold light tore through the void, coming from far away as if it had torn through the void, ignoring the distance of space and time, and chopping angrily. What? Bloodwing was slightly shocked in his heart. This blade was too Jingyan. He even only saw the brilliant blade light without seeing the person who made the blade. Bloodwing had to withdraw the killing move that had attacked Zhou Lai, and instead, his blood-colored sharp claws slapped horizontally at the snowy blade. Clang! Sparks splashed in the air. The sound of air breaking was endless, and the stones on the ground were shaken off the ground, like bullets blasting on the surrounding walls. Ra embedded Nan into it. What a terrifying power! Bloodwing felt the power transmitted from his hand, and was shaken out of a distance of 4 or 5 steps before he was able to dislodge the power. Who is it? There are still Hotian martial artists from the other side who have come to provide support? When did they arrive? Bloodwing's face was filled with shock. This slash was too Jingyan. He subconsciously felt that it was definitely something that could only be issued by a Hotian martial artist. But wasn't there only one Hotian martial artist amongst the opposing 5? When the light of the knife dispersed, the Bloodwing fixed his eyes, but slightly dumbfounded, that holding the knife is a black-clothed teenager. His clear cheeks above the expressionless, his eyes threw a kind of stern light. Isn't this that second-rate martial artist? Bloodwing was also dumbfounded, somewhat incredulous. He thought that the other party still had reinforcements, but the one who chopped out that slash that was like a stunning sword was a second-rate martial artist? The second-rate martial artist level Suha was not even placed in the eyes of Bloodwing and the others before, and they all ignored it, but this astonishing slash from the other party was really hard to imagine that it was something a second-rate martial artist level could do. Su Hao. Zhou Lai also froze. He never thought that the one who saved him would be Su Hao. Wasn't he a wasted spirit root? How was it possible to cut out such a Jingyan slash, even forcing back a strong person like Bloodwing? Su Hao said expressionlessly, "Be careful yourself. I won't save you anymore if you drag your feet again." Zhou Lai's face turned red and he couldn't say anything. Mo Qingshui's beautiful eyes were colorful. Sure enough, Su Hao wasn't that simple. His strength was far beyond anyone's imagination. Bloodwing stared at Su Hao in death. "I know that the person who killed our third brother was you, right? A 16 or 17-year-old teenager. This is the blood wolf he killed?" Zhou Lai and Zhou Mu were all dumbfounded. The incident more than half a month ago had caused quite a commotion in Tianmeng City, and they also felt that it should have been a member of the Immortal Sex Reserve team that had killed the blood wolf, but they could not have imagined that it would be Su Hao who had done it. Chapter 23, Sword Beheading Half-Demon Ghost. 6th Shift Kneeling for Flower Rating Votes. "I killed him. Happened to pass by and killed him in passing." Su Hao said indifferently. "You guys go down with him too." "It's you. Very good. Very good. Second-rate martial artist level, yet you can almost cut a slash comparable to a Hotian strike. No wonder Lao San died in your hands. The blood of a demon like you must be very good to drink." Bloodbear licked his Zue lips. His fists clenched, the blood light in his eyes all condensed into substance, and he roared furiously. "Blood demon body." Click, click, click. The Bloodbear's already very sturdy body once again drew up a foot taller, and even grew blood-red long hairs on his body. The whole person was like transforming into a demonic ghost tyrannical bear, and the strength of the aura on his body was like a small blood-colored serpent swimming around. This half-demon ghost. You actually transformed yourself into a half-demon ghost? Zhou Mu lost his voice when he saw the Bloodbear, who was already completely unrecognizable in human form. Half-demon ghost. Su Hao was also shocked. He had seen in the canonical books, there is a kind of demon ghost is very special, named half-demon ghost, is the transformation of human beings, the practice of some evil arts, secret arts, is able to make themselves transformed into a half-demon ghost. This kind of half-demon ghosts everyone have to be killed, because they turn their back on their human identity. He always thought it was just a legend, but did not expect that there really exists half-demon ghost. This kind of half-demon ghosts everyone should be put to death, because they turned their backs on their own identity as human beings. He has always thought that it is only a legend, but did not think that there are really half-demon ghosts exist. Not bad. Is a half-demon ghost? What's so good about being a human being, bound by the laws of the world? Demon ghosts are the most perfect creatures. I won't be a human being. Ha ha ha. The Bloodbear that transformed into a humanoid tyrannical bear laughed maniacally, and the deafening sound caused the eardrums to explode in general. All the people in the Blood Demon Regiment were practicing a technique called the Heavenly Demon Body, which was an evil technique that allowed them to take shortcuts, sucking the heart blood of children and even transforming themselves into half-demon ghosts. The Blood Bear, who had transformed into a half-demon ghost form, had its aura skyrocketed by nearly double. This made Zhou Mu's face more and more ugly. From the battle just now, his own strength at most and the Blood Bear in the middle, now the other party's strength doubled again, plus an unfathomable Bloodwing. He felt that his own and other people on the face of it simply do not have the slightest chance of winning. Kill! The Blood Bear roared angrily, and his body close to 2 meters and 5 tall stepped on the ground and rose up in the air, as if it was a mountain, lunging straight towards Su Hao, one paw stomping down with a terrifyingly huge force. Boom! Su Hao didn't receive it hard, and performed the wind-chasing stance to avoid it. The blood bear's paw stepped on the earth angrily, causing tens of meters in a circle to tremble violently, with rubble and smoke tumbling out. And this kind of ferocious might made people's faces pale. Go! And also when the blood bear made a move and the attention of the bloodwing was focused on Su Hao, Jomu then violently turned around and fled without any hesitation. He didn't think that a self with injuries, together with Su Hao and a few other people would be able to defeat the bloodwing and this horrifying blood bear, and he chose to run away directly to save his life in order to have a bright future. Bang! 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 Some members of the Blood Demon Regiment tried to block Jomu, but they were all easily blown away by his palm, and as the same Hotian martial artist, it was still easy for him to escape from the hands of Bloodwing and Bloodbear. Brother Mu, wait for me. Zhou Lai had long been pale, almost died, and was shocked by the terrifying aura of the blood bear half-demon ghost. He simply didn't have the courage to stay and fight to the death. At this time, he hurriedly called out, and when he saw Jomu breaking through the heavy siege to escape, he hurriedly also performed his body technique to chase after him at extreme speed. Where to run? A Blood Demon Regiment martial artist saw this and shot a crossbow at Zhou Lai. But Zhou Lai fled in a hurry and failed to avoid the arrow. His left arm was directly sheared through by the poison-dyed arrow and stuck in his bones. Escape! Quickly! Zhou Lai's eyes went black and he almost didn't flop to the ground, but his desire for life caused him to stagger and recklessly escape from the small village, disappearing into the darkness. Don't chase the poor enemy. You guys guard the surroundings. Don't let these two escape as well. Bloodwing frowned at the sight of the situation, but did not chase. Jomu is a Hotian martial artist, easy to defeat. The other party is bent on escaping. Want to kill, but it is difficult. As for the Zhou Lai who fled in fear, it is not even placed in his eyes. A shrimp is just a small shrimp. The main thing he wanted to kill was of course still Su Hao, who had killed Blood Wolf. Being able to chop out a demon comparable to a Hotian martial artist's strike at the second-rate martial artist level. Strangling such a demon would make them very excited and satisfied. Why don't you escape? Su Hao looked at Mo Qingshui on the side in surprise. Jomu and Zhou Lai had both fled, but Mo Qingshui surprisingly didn't have the intention to run away. Facing this desperate situation, and why don't you run away? Mo Qingshui asked back, an inexplicable meaning on her pretty face. Because they are not worth my escape. Su Hao laughed. Mo Qingshui's rare Zue corner also showed a hint of a smile. Humph, how dare you play handsome in front of me? I'll rip off your arms and legs later, so you'll understand what it means to be cruel. The half-demon ghosted blood bear laughed hideously. Su Hao coldly looked at the blood bear. It won't be me who dies. Yeah, let's try it then. Storm Blood Fist. The blood bear laughed, and his 2-meter-5 tall sturdy body pounced towards Su Hao, with a single blood-colored hair on his body glowing with a blood-red ghostly light, and a huge fist carrying a horrifying strength, making the air freeze and crushing everything. Su Hao quietly watched the blood bear gradually approaching, but at this moment he looked very calm. His palm slowly gripped the knife tightly. The thunder breathing method was running. From his lungs there was thunder lightning running through the whole body. A sense of force filled every muscle row. It was also at this moment that Su Hao's eyes spewed out thunderous light, as if he had transformed into a thunder god, and thunder appeared on top of his cold stream blade, and a domineering and overwhelming mood filled the air. What? The blood bear froze. He saw an endless sea of thunder and electricity. Su Hao stood in it as if he was a heavenly god descending from the earth, while the endless thunder converged on the battle sword in his hand. Thunder blade intent. Strength accumulated to the limit. Su Hao steeply moved. Like 3,000 thunders were roaring. The air exploded. Rolling thunder rolled and shook. The mastered thunder blade intent was used to fight against the enemy for the first time. This blade intent beyond the limit of blade technique realm vaguely all hooked a trace of heaven and earth's power. Nearly 10 feet long thunder blade mansions crossed over, dazzling and eye-catching, as if it was the only one in heaven and earth. This is what? The blood bear that pounced originally had a ferocious might, but at this time, he froze. The ferocious flame was completely suppressed. In front of this knife, he felt his insignificance, as if he was facing the heavenly might in general. This is the knife intent, beyond the limit of the realm that can be reached by the general knife man, and many martial artists can only touch this field when they reach the innate realm. But that 10 feet long thunderblade was like the only one in heaven and earth, destroying and tearing through. The blood bear's body slowly stopped, stopping 5 meters away in front of Su Hao. The fist he struck out, splitting apart from the middle part, and with it at the same time splitting apart, there was also his body, splitting in two from the Xiong mouth. The body broken into 2 pieces crashed down to the ground with the inertia. The break was as smooth as a mirror, and not even blood had time to escape. 1/ killed a half-demon ghost blood bear of the Hotian realm. 6 shifts finished. Kneeling for flowers evaluation votes. Update is not motivated. Chapter 24 Blood Demon Pill. Kneeling for flowers and evaluation votes. How is it possible that I am a half-demon ghost? A more perfect creature. How is it possible that the blood bear for a while? He was still not dead. The upper half of his body fell on the ground. Blood began to seep out, dyeing the ground red. He raised his head and looked up at Su Hao with difficulty, somewhat unable to accept that he would die in the hands of a second-rate martial artist. What perfect creature! It's just a monster. Su Hao skimmed the zue. The blood bear's eyes were full of fear and unwillingness. Its mouth overflowed with blood, and its life force rapidly drained away as it closed its eyes and lost its vitality. Successfully killed the half-demon ghost. Acquired blood demon pill, bronze grade. Gain 5 years of inner strength training. Gain 1000 experience points. A series of system prompts came, causing Su Hao to have a smile on his face. It was still the Hotian realm guys that were so much fun to kill, and the cultivation and experience values that popped out were extremely huge. Old bear, blood wings stunned, blood bear died? Expanded the half-demon demonization. The strength is greatly enhanced, but still died. A photo between the death of Su Hao's knife, that horrible knife, simply like the heavenly power. Second chief, one by one, the members of the Blood Demon Corps who were ready to watch the show looked at the blood bear that was cut in two with a single slash in horror. So, what's happening over there? I heard the sound of thunder, and I also saw a flash of thunder. Jomu at this time has fled out of the small village in town 2 or 3 miles away, at this time stunned to look back, already near the night, but it seems like there is a clear sky thunderbolt flashing. My hand. Zhou Lai was similarly startled by the commotion within the small village in town behind him, but he was at this time was no effort to care about there. He looked at his left hand in horror. He had just been shot in the arm by the crossbow arrows of the Blood Demon Corps members when he was escaping, and now the tendons of the entire arm were protruding, and the dark color was spreading towards the area above the arm, and the arrows of the Blood Demon Corps members were all quenched with poison. Your hand can't be saved. Jomu also noticed Zhou Lai, who escaped together from the back, and saw Zhou Lai's armada shocked, saying, "No, I don't want to lose an arm." Zhou Lai shook his head as he shrieked in horror at the words, becoming an invalid with only one arm? He couldn't accept it. Then only wait for death. Jomu himself was also carrying injuries, but he was not in the mood to comfort Zhou Lai, and ignored him after coldly shouting, instead looking towards the small mountain village in the distance, his gaze in shock. That thunder was released by Su Hao? Jomu was somewhat unable to understand how a second-rate martial artist level could be so terrifying. Your turn. Su Hao's saber pointed towards Bloodwing. After mastering the Thunder Saber intent, he was able to hit the power under full force outburst without wasting a trace of extra stamina, but instead, it was even more energy-saving than the previous extreme outburst of the saber. Its blade intent. He actually comprehended blade intent? Mo Qing Shui was also stunned. This was a level that many martial artists could only touch when they reached the innate realm. Do you think you can win against me? Bloodwing's face twisted up. Two brothers who had been with him for many years were both decapitated by him. Su Hao. And this made him all a little crazy. Very good. Very good. You such a demon. Kill one will earn money. Why you geniuses can become so strong without any effort, while we who were born poorly but need to pay such a big price? The world is unfair. I will not be convinced. Bloodwing roared somewhat furiously, his eyes glowing with a hint of blood red, just like the blood bear. His body produced a huge change. A piece of blood-red scales emerged from his body. Bloodbear transformed himself into a half-demon ghost. Bloodwing of course also did this step, and earlier than the bloodbear, when they accidentally got a door of the evil way technique, the three of their brothers have studied Judah to his highest attainments, transforming into a half-demon ghost form. Bloodwing licked his scarlet tongue, his blood-red eyes filled with furious killing intent. Kid, I'll gnaw every single piece of your bloodroot. Swoosh. As the words fell, the blood-red demonic ghost chi emerging from the Bloodwing's circumference was like an arrow shooting toward Su Hao. In his half-demon ghost state, Bloodwing's strength could be comparable to that of a mid-Hotian martial artist. Clang! Su Hao swung his sword in a series of slashes, chopping a blood-colored arrow into pieces, and in the next moment, the Bloodwing had already appeared in front of him in an instant, lifting up a claw covered with blood-red scales to press down heavily. Thunder breathing technique, purple breath technique. Su Hao operated the thunder breathing method as well as the purple chi skill, exploding at the limit, and in the thunderous and loud breathing sound, electric currents seemed to be running through the pores of Su Hao's skin, while Su Hao also met the attack with his blade. Clang! In the sound of collision, the blade of the knife and the claw covered with blood-colored scales violently collided, and both Su Hao and Bloodwing had their bodies lurched, both of them having a numbness in their arms by the huge force transmitted by the other side. However, after a slight pause, both of them started a more intense exchange again. The claws of the Bloodwings rubbed sparks in the void, while Su Hao's cold flow knife was like lightning and thunder, interweaving into layers of knife net. Dang! X-Jax's CM. The sound of collision in the air was unrelenting. Quick! Attack him! The the surrounding members of the Blood Demon Regiment reacted, and some people called out, lifting up arrows quenched with poison and aiming them at Su Hao, to support the Blood Wings. Bang bang bang! However, only when these few Blood Demon Regiment members aimed their crossbows at Su Hao, there was a long aquamarine blue whip that lashed at their heads, causing their heads to burst. It was Mo Qingxue. Her face was icy cold. Bloodwing's strength was too powerful, but she could help Su Hao clear out these stragglers so that he could focus on dealing with Bloodwing. Good strong. Su Hao and the Bloodwing frontal combat. Thunder breathing method are running to the extreme, but it is difficult to suppress the Bloodwing. The Bloodwing is covered with blood-red scales. The sword is invulnerable. Especially a pair of claws, can be hard to shake 1,000 refining level of weapons? Shocked Su Hao. The tiger's mouth of the palm holding the sword was numb. Thunder blade intent. Without hesitation, Su Hao gathered his strength, and the thunder blade intent was once again performed, like a thunderbolt falling from outside the 9 heavens, illuminating the eyes of the Bloodwings that couldn't help but squint. It's either you or me today. Burning blood secret art. But the Bloodwing did not dodge half a bit. He transformed himself into a half-demon ghost. Was already a crazy person. At this time, fighting with Su Hao, it was even more so that there was only the idea of killing Su Hao in his eyes, without thinking about any consequences, and it was directly the burning blood mysterious technique that was unleashed. The blood-burning secret art, which the Blood Wolf had once used, was what Bloodwing had passed on to him. As the blood-burning secret art was performed, threads of bright red blood overflowed from between the cracks of Bloodwing's scales, blazing up. His aura was surging madly as he hissed and slapped out a palm in the face of the 10-foot-long Thunderblade, requesting flower rating votes. Chapter 25, Killing. Breath of Blood Technique. Kneeling for flowers and evaluation votes. Kala. Under the burning blood secret art, the Bloodwings actually shook the Thunderblade awnings head-on. The blasted Thunderblade awnings cracked open dense cracks. Su Hao himself even retreated several steps, his arms numb, although the blade intent was strong. After all, it was a 10% of the blade intent that had just been comprehended, not to mention that Su Hao himself only had a cultivation at the second-rate martial artist level, and the Bloodwings, under the enhancement of the blood-burning secret art, were enough to positively harden against the thundering blade intent. Kid, I told you, you're dead. Bloodwing was mad to the extreme. His entire body was burning with blood-red flames, and at this moment, he laughed viciously. Yeah, think I don't dare to fight for my life? Su Hao was also energized with ferocity. When facing a ruthless man, one had to be more ruthless and fierce than him. Burning blood secret art. Su Hao similarly inspired the burning blood mysterious art, a secret art that had exploded from the Blood Wolf. A short period of time dramatically increases strength, but after that, it may damage the potential, and even regress in cultivation, and if it is maintained for a longer period of time, it is normal to die directly. Su Hao felt a tearing pain. Blood seeped out from the pores of his skin and burned. Su Hao's whole body seemed to be covered with a blood-red fire coat. How do you know the burning blood secret art? Bloodwing was shocked. He only taught this blood-burning secret art to 2 people, namely his 2 brothers. Where did Su Hao learn it from? Come on, let's see if you die or I die. Fierce light erupted from Su Hao's eyes. Blood God Claw. Bloodwing's face was twisted and terrifying. The burning blood mysterious technique blazed, erupting into the most radiant moment of his life as he slapped out a claw, his blood-red claw tearing through the void. Friction sparks spattering through the air. Su Hao, on the other hand, didn't have any reservations either. His lungs contracted violently, and his thunder blade intent was elevated to the extreme, and the light golden thunder was tinted with hints of blood red. Both sides' eyes were red, trying their best to strike, to separate the winner from the loser in a single move. The blood-colored flames on both of their bodies were burning, both burning their own potential. Boom! The gigantic blood-colored claws and the thunder blade awnings collided heavily together, and terrifying fluctuations spread out in all directions. Click! A wooden-type house within dozens of meters of the two at this time emitted the sound of clicking and cracking, and was shaken by the resulting aftershocks, falling apart and collapsing. Ah! The Bloodwing roared madly, shaking Su Hao's thunder blade intent head-on. The huge blade awnings flashed with electricity and thunder, as if it was heavenly might. But no matter how much he urged the blood-burning secret art, he couldn't stop the thunder blade awnings from approaching, which made his eyes full of unwillingness. At a very young age Bloodwing suffered a bad luck. The family broke up. In order to take revenge he desperately practiced martial arts. Accidentally got the inheritance of the evil way of Gongfu gave him hope, so that he succeeded in killing the enemy. He felt that he could go all the way up. In the future it is expected to ascend to the innate, and even ask for the immortal door, but now he will die in the hands of a kid, which makes him not willing. Snort! Su Hao's essence was fully concentrated. This unreserved slash was his strike beyond the limit. Finally, the Bloodwing was the first one who couldn't withstand it. The bloody claw was cut open by the sharp blade, The lightning flashed, the thunder blade went through the body. The blood flame on the blood wing gradually dissolved. The body was split in two from the waist. The upper half of the body fell to the ground. A pair of eyes slowly closed, and the bloody scales were also fading away. Bloodwing, death. Successfully killed the half-demon ghost. Gain breath of blood, bronze level. Obtain blood demon body, crippled, bronze level. Gain 5 years of inner strength training. Gain 1000 experience points. A series of system prompts came, but Suhao didn't care to check the new things he had obtained. With the death of this bloodwing, Suhao also hurriedly ended the blood-burning secret technique, and immediately a feeling of weakness to the extreme hit him, causing Suhao's body to soften and he was about to sit on the ground. At this time, a light fragrance came. A slender, gentle palm assisted Suhao. It was Mo Qingshui. Her face could not hide the shock. Suhao alone had killed 2 blood demon regiment leaders who had transformed into half-demon ghosts. That powerful strength simply perfectly explained what was called a demon. That day Yi Changqing's spiritual root test was really wrong. How could a wasted spiritual root be so demonic? Thanks. Suhao said thank you. Zhou Mu and Zhou Lai, the 2 big men faced with the blood demon regiment, both fled in panic. Instead, Mo Qingshui stayed behind, and they were considered to be working together against the enemy. Let's leave first. Mo Qingshui gently shook his head. While Suhao was dealing with the bloodwings, Mo Qingshui had already struck out and killed the remaining blood demon regiment members cleanly. The mission was kind of perfect. Suhao's whole body was sore and weak, and Mo Qingshui helped him out of the town. Them out. And in the distance, Zhou Mu was carefully hiding behind a big tree, probing at the situation inside the small village town. The huge commotion before made him go and come back, and his heart was very curious about what had happened. But at this moment, he saw Suhao and Mo Qingshui coming out from the small village town. The blood demon regiment was destroyed by them? Zhou Mu was shocked in his heart. Suhao and the others walked out alive, and the blood demon regiment and the others' fate could be imagined. 2 martial artists with less than a Hotian have wiped out the blood demon regiment? How are you guys doing? Zhou Mu walked out. His face was a bit embarrassed. Just facing the powerful blood bear and bloodwing, he was the first one to escape without saying hello, but as a result, Suhao and his duo completely destroyed the blood demon regiment, which was too humiliating. They are all dead. Go and bring Li Qin's corpse, Mo Qingshui said indifferently. Good. Zhou Mu had a guilty conscience in his heart, and all such errands were agreed to in a hurry, entering the small village to look for Li Qin's body. How terrifying. Is this commotion caused by Suhao? How exactly did he decapitate Bloodwing and Bloodbear? Zhou Mu saw the corpses of Bloodbear and Bloodwing that were chopped in half, and also saw a messy battlefield, in which a fierce battle took place, causing a commotion that he could feel from afar, and he sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Not sure what exactly Suhao used to be able to behead 2 Hotian half-demon ghosts as a second-rate martial artist. Zhou Mu will bring Li Qin's body with him. Before Li Qin was captured by the Bloodbear and brutally killed. Teammates for a time. How to bring his body back for burial. Soon after Suhao and Mo Qingshui saw Zhou Lai. At this moment, Zhou Lai was lying behind a big tree. His face was ashen. His left arm had disappeared, and the wound was simply bandaged with gauze. Zhou Lai was shot in the arm by a poison arrow when he was escaping, in order to prevent the toxin from spreading throughout his body. After a lot of struggle, he finally made up his mind in order to stay alive, and let Zhou Mu cut off his arm that was hit by the arrow. With one arm missing, even if Zhou Lai possessed a fire spirit root and was super talented, there was no possibility of him joining the immortal sect in the future, and his life was basically considered a waste. But Suhao had no pity in his heart. Zhou Lai might not have been shot by the poison arrow if he stayed and fought. It was karma for him to be a deserter and still be shot by the poison arrow. Let's go. Go back. Zhou Mu took Li Qin's corpse with him and returned to Tianming City with Zhou Lai, who was gray in color and didn't say a word, as if he had lost his soul. Suhao and Mo Qingshui, you can't ride a horse? Ride a horse with me. Perhaps because of the relationship of fighting side by side before, or perhaps because he admired Suhao's strength, Mo Qingshui took the initiative to propose when he saw Suhao's weak appearance. Well, thanks a lot then. Suhao didn't refuse. He was indeed very weak. It would be too much of a toss to ride a horse, so Suhao shared a horse with Mo Qingshui. Mo Qingshui sat in the front while he sat in the back, wrapping his arms around Mo Qingshui's slender waist. This caused Mo Qingshui's pretty face to be tinted with a reddish color. She had never been in such an intimate position with any man at such a young age, and in her heart, she vaguely regretted the proposal she had just made. Cough. How about you ride a horse with me? Zhou Mu, who saw this scene, was a bit bad in his heart. He coughed and wanted Suhao to ride a horse with him. I refuse. Suhao wrapped his arms around Mo Qingshui's slender waist and refused without hesitation. Just kidding. With Mo Qingshui such a delicate Maishan, ride a horse is enjoyable. With Zhou Mu, this big man riding a horse that is completely suffering. Chapter 26 Double Complete Spiritual Roots. Kneeling for flowers and evaluation votes. Joe Lai did not say a word the whole time. The loss of an arm. The blow to him is really too big. Any teenager suffered such a thing. I'm afraid it will take a long time to get out of the shadow. A group of people returned to Tianmeng City, so that Imo Qingshui was relieved that Suha was also just holding her waist, and did not have further oversteps. Otherwise she was afraid that she could not control Suha to fall off the horse. After returning to Tianmeng City, Suha didn't go to the city lord's mansion to meet Yi Chanqing because he was too weak, but directly returned to the Su family to rest. Watching Suha shakily right away, Imo Qingshui and Mo Ming's eyes softened slightly. They had fought side by side and rode a horse, so they were considered friends, right? Suha returned to his bedroom and directly fell asleep, during which Su-yi, although curious about how Suha came back covered in blood, didn't disturb him when he saw Suha's exhausted appearance. This sleep was 3 days and 3 nights. Suha woke up and although his whole body was still soft, he could finally walk. After Suha had a full meal, he checked his harvest this time. After killing a few members of the Blood Demon Corps, plus 2 Hotian realm experts, Suha had harvested a total of 15 years of internal force cultivation, which was just enough to enter the threshold of the first-class martial artist level, and he had gained more than 2,000 experience points, and together with the remaining experience value, his total experience value had reached the 4,000 point mark. Other than that, it was the secret arts and items that fell from killing Bloodwing and Bloodbear. Blood Demon Pill, Bronze Grade. The blood demon's whole body is condensed by its blood. After taking it, it can greatly increase its recovery ability in a short period of time. Any physical damage, including broken limb damage, will be healed in a short period of time before the effect of the medicine runs out. The effect of this Blood Demon Pill made Suha's eyes light up. If he took the Blood Demon Pill first, then he would use the blood burning secret technique again. It could definitely last longer and the after effects he suffered afterward wouldn't be too big. This Blood Demon Pill could be used as a bottom card. Even severed limb type injuries could be recovered. The other was the 2 feats and secret techniques that Bloodwing had exploded, which were the blood breathing method and the blood demon body. Blood breathing technique, bronze, proficiency beginner 1% drastically increases the activity of the blood through a marvelous breathing technique, capable of stimulating the origin energy in one's own blood to produce magical effects. The blood breath technique and the thunder breath technique were clearly of the same kind, and both were bronze level, belonging to the same class. Stimulate the origin energy in blood? Suha was surprised. Just through the introduction he was a bit confused as to what this blood breathing method actually did, so he decided to try it himself. Suha took a deep breath and held back his weakness. Following the regular breathing, he performed the blood breathing method, and all of a sudden, as a kind of energy from his lungs swam all over his body, every piece of Suha's blood felt like it was coming alive, making Suha's weakened body warm, and his physical strength was recovering at an extremely fast pace. Not only that, Suha raised his eyes and looked. He was sitting in the room, but he saw one blood-red humanoid shadow in the distance. I was able to see the flow of other people's chi and blood after stimulating the blood breathing method? Suha was surprised. These blood-red shadows were naturally other people from the Su family. Suha was able to detect where they were through the obstacles, and was able to judge the strength of their strength through the power of their chi and blood. Among them, the very dazzling blood-colored shadow was Sui, and the rest of the blood-colored shadows with a duller light were other disciples of the Su family. Not only that, through the flow of chi and blood, Suha was even able to judge the trajectory of the opponent's moves and spy on the enemy, and it had to be said that this blood-breathing method was definitely very powerful, combining the ability of detection, recovery, and endurance in one. Keep running the breath of blood method. My own recovery power has increased exponentially. Originally I still need to recuperate for 10 days to recover. Now I'm afraid that I'll be able to recover as good as new before evening. Suha was elated. This breath of blood method was very practical, able to increase the recovery speed of his injuries and internal strength by more than 10 times. In addition to this incomparably practical blood breathing method, the last remaining was a technique called Blood Demon Body, which was a thoroughly evil technique. Blood Demon Body, crippled, bronze level, proficiency first level 1%. The inherited technique of the ancient Blood Demon clan, draws energy from blood for cultivation. Cultivating the Blood Demon Body has great power. Note, crippled, highest cultivation up to the 3rd level. This Blood Demon Body was undoubtedly an evil skill, and was even capable of transforming a person into a half-demon ghost, and the previous Blood Bear and Bloodwing had only been transformed into half-demon ghosts by practicing this Blood Demon Body. However, there is no absolute distinction between good and evil in the world's secret martial arts. Isn't it still killing when the most righteous martial arts are used by the wicked? This Blood Demon Body was best cultivated with the blood of humans, especially virgins, but Suha couldn't do such a thing. Using the blood of demon ghosts to cultivate was possible, but according to the records of the blood demon body technique, the blood of demon ghosts had to be at least at the Hotian level to be able to be used to cultivate the blood demon body, and those of too low a quality would not work. That was why Bloodwing, Blood Bear and the others chose to cultivate with a simpler method, the heart blood of a boy or girl. This blood demon body is a mutilated technique. It can only be cultivated up to the 3rd layer, but it's a bronze level technique. What level would a complete blood demon body be? Suha was also surprised. This blood demon body was by no means simple. The crippled one was bronze level, and the complete one must be even more powerful. Feats can't be upgraded with experience value, otherwise the burst of internal cultivation would be meaningless, and you can upgrade directly with experience value. Also, the experience value is exactly 4,000 points, enough for me to upgrade both spirit roots once. Suha was excited. His dual spirit roots were all broken and ruined. According to Yi Chang Cheng, if a person had 2 types of spiritual roots, even if they were all primary, their potential and rarity was no less than a single advanced quality spiritual root. 57. Upgrading your spiritual roots is imperative. System, upgrade my spirit roots. Suha didn't hesitate and directly let the system consume the accumulated experience value to upgrade the Wind Spirit root as well as the Thunder Spirit root that he possessed. Ding! Consuming 200 experience points. Congratulations to the host's Thunder Spirit root, broken, for upgrading to primary Thunder Spirit root. Ding! Consuming 200 experience points. Congratulations to the host's Wind Spirit root, broken, for upgrading to primary Wind Spirit root. The 2 kinds of broken spiritual roots metamorphosed in Suha's body, and within a short time, Suha felt a huge change in himself, and became more attuned to the free spiritual chi of the heaven and earth. He could feel that his affinity for the spiritual chi of the heaven and earth had at least increased by more than 5 times compared to before. Not only that, the more direct manifestation is the addition to Suha himself. Having a Thunder Spirit root, for the ability of the Thunder attribute will be greatly added. Now the Thunder Spirit root upgraded from broken to primary. Suha again with the Thunder breathing method with the effect of the Thunder Spirit root is absolutely doubled. The power of the Thunder Blade intent he cast will also be greatly increased. The primary Wind Spirit root, on the other hand, allowed Suha's speed aspect to increase drastically, and he was able to feel the flow of the wind, and was able to recognize where other people were through the sound of the wind without having to look at it with his eyes. It's a qualitative change. Dual spirit roots, even if they were all primary, were comparable to a single advanced spirit root. What other breathing techniques do you think would be good for the main character? You can post them in the comments section. N_N_O. Chapter 27, A Blade of Wind and Thunder. Kneeling for flowers and evaluation votes. At this time, Suhao's attributes also changed dramatically. Host, Suhao. Age, 16. Cultivation, 40 years of internal strength. Realm evaluation, first class martial artist level. Techniques practiced, purple chi technique, black iron level. 61% proficiency intermediate. Blood demon body, mutilated. Bronze level. 1% proficiency first tier. Martial arts practiced, wind slashing blade technique, black iron grade. Proficiency perfect. Thunder breathing technique, bronze grade. Proficiency intermediate 13%. Wind chasing body technique, bronze grade. Intermediate 12%. Burning blood mystic technique, bronze grade. Proficiency 3%. Breathing of blood technique, bronze grade. Proficiency elementary 1%. Mastery of intent, thunder blade intent, 10% blade intent. Spiritual roots, elementary wind root, elementary thunder root. Remaining experience value, 100 points. Suhao's cultivation had now reached the threshold of the first-class martial artist level, and the next step was to let his own internal force produce a metamorphosis, thus entering the Hotian realm. Suhao's strength improvement speed was undoubtedly very fast, but there was still a lot of room for improvement. By the evening, Suhao had already succeeded in restoring his physical strength to the peak state with the help of the blood breathing method, and he, who was full of energy, sat on the chuang with his knees crossed at night, quietly feeling the changes in himself. Dual spiritual roots plus one evolution had already made Suhao truly have genius-level cultivation talent. Suhao decided to get up early tomorrow morning chuang to ponder the wind attribute blade intent, with the experience of comprehending the thunder blade intent, and by touch, Suhao believed that given a certain amount of time, he would surely be able to succeed in mastering the wind attribute blade intent. Early the next morning, a refreshed Suhao started a new cultivation. The characteristics of the wind are naturally speed and ethereal impermanence, so I'll start with the speed aspect. Suhao's face carried the slightest hint of excitement as he began to rehearse his blade technique, chopping out a blade as fast as he could. Thumbs up, the cold stream blade flashed away like a shadow of light. Incredibly fast. Not enough, it could be faster. Suhao put away the knife, once again out of the knife. At the same time pay attention to each knife power skills. Speed, Some kind of side represents the killing power. The faster, the stronger the killing power. Even a page of paper, cut through at a fast speed, can cut through the blood row. Extreme speed is the ultimate destructive power. Snort, constantly making a knife, constantly withdrawing the knife. The green-colored air flow Chanrao on the blade. Suhao's knife speed was getting faster and faster, and at the end of the day, every knife chopping out was as if a hurricane was roaring, and the dust on the ground was all swept up a few zhang high. Come on, come on. Suhao completely fell into a frenzied state of cultivation, ignoring external objects. This is any martial artist is eager to enter the state of cultivation. In this state of total concentration and forgetfulness of the state of cultivation of martial arts twice as much as half the effort. But this state is difficult to enter, and cannot be obtained. Huffing and puffing, endless green airflow shenreoed Suhao. His knife seemed to combine with the wind in the air as one, and the air no longer became resistance, but instead became power, making Suhao's knife faster and stronger. Thumbs up, finally. At a certain moment, Suhao finally grasped that line beyond the limit of the realm of the Tao of the knife. He chopped out a knife again, only to see a green arc of the circle flashed away. Suhao instantly knifed back to the sheath. The air that the green shadow of the knife before slowly dissipated. 10 feet away from the compound in the big maple tree, the surface of the surface surfaced a shallow thin trace. It's done. This new blade intent, which pursues extreme speed. Let's call it blast wind blade intent. Suhao was overjoyed. He had successfully grasped the new blade intent. It was the blade intent of extreme speed, and Suhao gave it a very plain name. Blistering wind saber intent plus thunder saber intent. It can be even stronger. Suhao's eyes glowed. The two blade intentions, blistering wind blade intent and thunder blade intent. Suhao felt that they were able to merge with each other, and he began to try. Thumbs up. Suhao's hand pressed on the hilt of the sword. At this time, the sky had already darkened. The moon stars were scarce. Suhao brewed for half a quarter of an hour, raising his own state to the peak, and it was also at this moment that he united his essence and energy, fiercely drew his sword, and chopped. The blast wind blade intent and the thunder blade intent were applied to this blade. Rumble, the light golden thunder and the cyan airflow Chanrao together, like a wild wind and thunderstorm, exploding at the same time. A dazzling and eye-catching saber burst out, hissing and roaring. This saber combines both the bursting and ferocity of thunder, and the swiftness and lightness of wind. Boom! The greenish-golden blade slashed angrily at the 3-foot-high courtyard wall, and a wind and thunderous noise caused a 20-foot-long section of the thick courtyard wall to explode, sending debris flying. The commotion here made each and every Su family disciple look sideways, seeing that it was coming from Suhao's retreat, but they were not surprised, knowing that this young master was forgetting to cultivate again. Ha ha, awesome! Mixing two kinds of blade intent. The power is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Let's call this blade Wine Thunder Chop. Suhao rejoiced, satisfied to the extreme with the power of this blade, and then against a powerhouse of Bloodwings level. Even if the other party used the Burning Blood secret art, Suhao was confident that he could easily kill them with a single slash, and simply didn't need to fight with all his might like he did before. Suhao played with the simple naming method and gave this killing move that was a fusion of Blast Wind Blade Intent and Thunder Blade Intent a simple yet graphic name. Wind and Thunder Chop, and the blade moved out of the wind and thunder. A week had passed since the annihilation of the Blood Demon Regiment, and on this day, Suhao got summoned by Yi Chongqing. Suhao had already vaguely guessed what Yi Chongqing was looking for him about, and there was also some excitement in his heart. Suhao didn't delay and immediately went to the city lord's mansion to see Yi Chongqing. Mo Qing Shui? Entering the mansion of the city lord's residence, not only was Suhao there, Suhao also saw a young girl wearing an aqua blue long dress, which was none other than Mo Qing Shui. Mo Qing Shui also slightly nodded to him, treating Suhao in a manner that she was obviously a little more familiar with than she was with the others. You're all here. I believe you all know what I'm looking for you for. I didn't expect you to have the strength to be recognized by me so quickly. Yi Chongqing, who was dressed in green, smiled. Can I get the immortal sect token? Suhao inquired tentatively. Not bad. You're really surprising. Comprehending the blade intent and killing 2 Hotian realm half-demon ghosts alone. With this kind of strength talent, you're already qualified to enter the immortal sect for further training. Yi Chongqing laughed. At first he detected that Suhao was a wasted spirit root. Now it seems that the test results were indeed wrong. And Mo Qing Shui, you possess advanced spiritual roots, yet you are not bad in terms of strength, similarly enough to join the immortal sect. Yi Chongqing added. Mo Qing Shui possessed a rare advanced water spirit root. This kind of qualification was something that any immortal sect would be willing to gladly accept. These are 2 immortal sect tokens. They contain your identity information, and my evaluation. By holding it, you will be able to travel to Daoji Mountain and join the Daoji sect. Do your best, and hopefully, our Tianming city will be able to give birth to a few more immortal sect realm powerhouses. Yi Changqing's words were obviously much more. He was also very pleased that Tianming city was able to give birth to some demons. After all, he was likewise born in Tianming city, or else he wouldn't have returned to Tianming city to take up the position of city lord. Dao Extreme Sect. This is Yi Changqing's division. Tianming city is considered a sect within the sphere of influence of Dao Extreme Sect. The martial artists in Tianming city, after Yi Changqing hitched a ride, naturally entered Dao Extreme Sect, including Su Hao's father, Su Yi, who had once entered Dao Extreme Sect as well. Chapter 28, Taoist Pole Mountain. Fifth shift kneeling for flower rating votes. Su Hao held the black token. His heart was excited. The immortal sect token had arrived, and he was finally able to leave Tianming city and enter a wider heaven and earth. Mo Qing Shui, on the other hand, appeared much more bashful as she silently wondered what she was pondering. Yi Changqing said, Dao Polarity sect in the Great Xia Dynasty territory belongs to the first-class immortal door, but into it, you cannot be complacent. There are all the convergence of all sides of the heavenly pride. All have the spirit root of the demon, and then do not have the strength of the former. It is best to be able to lay low a little bit, do not get into trouble. I know, Su Hao answered, and Mo Qingshui also nodded slightly. Alright, you guys go ahead and report to the Dao Polarity sect within 3 months, alright. Yi Changqing finished his business and then let Su Hao and the two of them leave. Really energetic young people, I really envy. Once I was like this, but now that I am old, I can only age well. Seeing Su Hao and Mo Qingshui's departing back, Yi Changqing sighed. The road of cultivation is difficult. His achievement is higher than most people. Opening the Immortal Gate, which is a rare expert in the whole Daoji sect, able to hold the position of elder. However, Yi Changqing knew that this was his limit, and it was difficult to go further, and he sincerely hoped that Su Hao or Mo Qingshui could surpass him. Su Hao and Mo Qingshui left, and Su Hao laughed. 3 days later, let's head to Daoji sect together. Su Hao and Mo Qingshui had both obtained the Daoji sect's immortal sect token, and as Daoji Mountain was a long way away, it was good to have a companion on the way. Aha! Mo Qingshui nodded slightly. Su Hao made an appointment with Mo Qingshui to meet 3 days later. Then he returned home and told Sui the good news. Good, good, worthy of being my Sui's son. Sui knows this matter is undoubtedly ecstatic, and is pleased and a little lonely. Clear Su Hao this leave do not know how long it will take to see each other again, but as a father, his son's ability to be better than he was something he was happy to see. When I go to the Dao Extreme sect, I will definitely meet my mother and my sister, and I will definitely find a way to reunite our family in the future. Su Hao smiled and was also happy. Su Hao's real mother was named Nangong Lan, while his younger sister, whom he had never met, was named Nangong Renling with her mother's surname. Your mother is the daughter of a certain big person in the Dao Extreme sect. His identity in the Dao Extreme sect is very big, although he basically doesn't care about things anymore. But you'd better not expose that it's Blue's child, so as not to be suppressed. This night Sui got drunk and instructed Su Hao a lot of things, letting him go to the Dao Extreme sect and make sure to act in a low profile, and it is best not to expose his identity, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Well, I know. Su Hao obediently nodded his head. At the same time in his heart, he was curious. This mother's identity in the Dao Extreme sect seems to be not low. Otherwise it is impossible for an ordinary family to forcibly separate their couple because of this matter. So unreasonable. It can only be explained that his mother's identity in the Dao Extreme sect is not low, and its family does not allow such an ordinary person like Sui to join their family. Su Hao secretly memorized these. 3 days of time passed in the blink of an eye. Su Hao traveled to the immortal sect. Sui also left the Su family without fanfare. Su Hao low-profile departure. Looking at Su Hao's back as he rode away, Sui's heart was complicated and incomparable. More than 20 years ago he was also the man of the hour in Tianming city. Possessing a spiritual root and having obtained Yi Changqing's immortal sect's token, he went to Daoji sect in high spirits, and now that he saw that his own son had also walked out of this step, he sincerely hoped that Su Hao could go farther than he did. Su Hao arrived at the gate of Tianming city and saw that Mo Qingshui had already arrived 1 step ahead of him. Go! Su Hao waved at Mo Qingshui and the two of them left Tianming city together. Tianming city was a long way from Dao Polarity Mountain where Dao Polarity sect was located, and even if one rode a fast horse to catch up, they couldn't get there without half a month. After rushing until the evening, because of Mo Qingshui's character, he didn't even take much initiative to talk, so Su Hao took the initiative to pick up the topic. Are you a member of the Mo family? Why haven't I heard of the Mo family in Tianming city? Mo Qingshui's upbringing and temperament was obviously also a family origin, but Su Hao had not heard of any well-known families in Tianming city that had the Mo family. Mo Qingshui had a rare trace of gloom and killing intent in his complexion, which made Su Hao stunned. Had he asked what he shouldn't have asked? Mo Qingshui slowly said, you haven't heard of. It is because the Mo family has long been exterminated. In more than 10 years ago, our Mo family was extremely strong. In Tianming City is only weaker than the city lord's house's lineage, and there are several of Mo's family who have entered the immortal door, of which my father even opened the immortal gate. Mo Qingshui's voice has a hint of pride. Open the immortal door of the strong, which in the immortal door is also the absolute high level. From the tens of millions of people in Tianming City, only a Yi Changqing reached the immortal door level of the strong to sit on the town will be able to see. Even if you have a spiritual root, and to join the immortal door, to be able to open the door of the immortal door, to cross out that step is also very few. This made Su Hao even more surprised. All the Mo family had given birth to strong people who had opened the immortal gate, but they were all exterminated? Mo Qingshui also seems to want to confide. She continued, my father led the Mo family to soar, but the prosperity and decline. My father outside to provoke a powerful enemy. The same is also the opening of the immortal door of the strong. My father was killed by it. This enemy also refused to stop, and even killed my father and want to extinguish our entire Mo family. He descended on the city of Tianmeng. Yi Changqing was not able to stop, and eventually, my Mo family was killed by him cleanly. Only I was lucky, happened not to be in the family, escaped with my life. It is normal that you have not heard of this matter. This matter is taboo in Tianmeng City. Not many people dare to mention it. Su Hao was a little speechless for a while. The Mo family had once given birth to a strong person who had opened the immortal gate, or Mo Qingshui's father, but it turned out to be killed by another enemy who had opened the immortal gate, and that enemy had cruel means and refused to stop, and directly found the Mo family of Tianmeng City and launched a massacre, and this strong man's strength was obviously very terrifying. Yi Changqing couldn't even stop him when he made his move, and could only allow him to slaughter the entire Mo family. The Mo family was exterminated, undoubtedly making the face of Yi Changqing, who was the Tianmeng city lord, disgraceful. So other people were also afraid of touching Yi Changqing's brow, and didn't dare to bring up this matter. And over time, many people in Tianmeng City didn't remember that there was once a Mo family that had given birth to a strong person who had opened the immortal gate in Tianmeng City. Su Hao didn't know how to comfort Mo Qingshui, when a fork in the road appeared in front of him. Mo Qingshui said, let's part ways here. Good luck. You're not going to the Tao Polarity sect? When Su Hao saw the scene, he couldn't help but say, that path was the opposite of the Tao Pol sect. Well, I'm not going to the Tao Extreme sect. My father was a member of the Tao Extreme sect, but he was killed by his enemies, and the Tao Extreme sect didn't show any sign of it. I'm going to go to a more suitable sect, one that can make me stronger. Mo Qingshui nodded. She had a grudge against the Tao Polarity sect, and even more so, because of some hidden reasons, she was not willing to join the Tao Polarity sect at all. If it was an ordinary immortal sect-level powerhouse that did the thing of killing Daoji sect's disciples and also destroying their families, then Daoji sect would definitely have to seek justice. But as it turned out that Daoji sect didn't say anything about it, then it was obvious that the powerhouse that destroyed Mo's family wasn't ordinary. Su Hao couldn't say anything. The burden on the shoulders of this cold young girl was heavier than him. Su Hao secretly sighed. If it wasn't for the fact that his mother and sister were in the Tao Extreme sect, and that he needed to figure out what happened in the first place, and that he had to reunite his family, and had to go to the Tao Extreme sect, he really had an impulse to leave with Mo Qingshui. Then, also help you good luck. We will always be friends. Su Hao waved at Mo Qingshui and said sincerely. Although they hadn't met for much time, Su Hao knew that Mo Qingshui was a cold-faced and warm-hearted person who was worth befriending. Well, goodbye. Mo Qingshui was inexplicably a bit lonely in her heart. Her heart also longed for Su Hao, the first friend in her life, to leave with her, but everyone has everyone's path. She couldn't and wasn't qualified to force others. Under the setting sun, the teenage girl went towards different paths, gradually going farther and farther away, until she couldn't see each other at all. Fifth shift. Kneeling for flowers evaluation votes. Chapter 29. Don't recognize the immortal gate order? Kneeling for flowers and evaluation votes. Alas, it's time to go on the road alone again. Su Hao sighed. He couldn't see Mo Qingshui anymore. He didn't know what sect Mo Qingshui was planning to join, yet he also knew that she must have a better choice. All cheer up. Su Hao collected his inexplicable mood and galloped his horse. Daoji sect. This was where he had to go. Su Hao went on the road alone, galloping all the way, occasionally stopping to feed and rest his horse. Even so, it took Su Hao 15 days before he was at the foot of Daoji Mountain. This is the Daoji Mountain? Su Hao saw the sea of mountains. This Daoji Mountain is divided into the main peak and the secondary peak, as if towering in the clouds. The Daoji sect is located on top of the main peak. The Daoji sect is a first-class sect within the Daxia imperial dynasty. The sect is prosperous, has more than 30,000 years of heritage, and has a pivotal position in the entire Daxia imperial dynasty. What for? The Tao Polarity Sect disciple selection is held once a year. There are still 3 months before the Tao Polarity Sect disciple selection. Leave quickly. At the foot of the mountain. But there were 2 men dressed in black guarding the entrance to Daoji Mountain. Obviously, these 2 people were disciples of Tao Polarity Sect, responsible for duty today. Su Hao slightly transported probing. These 2 Tao Polarity Sect disciples both had early Hotian cultivation. In some cities, a Hotian martial artist would be considered an expert. But in the Immortal Sect, Hotian cultivation was only an outer disciple, while an innate martial artist was an inner disciple. As for the strongest person who opened the Immortal Gate, they were undoubtedly the mainstay of an Immortal Gate. Su Hao said very politely, 2 senior brothers, I'm a new disciple reporting to Daoji Sect, from Tianming City, with an Immortal Sect order, and according to the rules, I don't need to go through the selection, and I can directly enter the outer sect of Daoji Sect. To join Daoji Sect, there are several ways. One is to participate in the annual entrance ceremony of Daoji Sect, and after layers of tests and screening, you will be able to enter it. And the other one is naturally like Su Hao, who holds the Immortal Sect token, and can directly exempt from the test and directly join the Immortal Sect. Immortal Sect token? The 2 Tao Polarity Sect disciples guarding the mountain gate looked at each other with some shock in their eyes. Those who were qualified to issue the Immortal Gate token must be a strong person at the level of the Daoji Sect's open Immortal Gate. And this strong person at the level of the Immortal Gate believed that he or she was absolutely qualified to join the Daoji Sect in order to do so. And this kind of person who held the Immortal Gate token was usually quite gifted and possessed a cultivation of the Hotian or above. But Su Hao, according to the observation of the 2, his internal force cultivation is only barely into the first-class martial artist level only. Such a person is qualified to get the Immortal Sect token and directly join the Daoji Sect? The 2 of them had gone through layers of selection at that time. This is my Immortal Sect token. Su Hao took out the Immortal Sect token, and one of the tall and thin men took it and carefully examined it. But he didn't say a word. This made Su Hao frown. The tall and thin man actually didn't even know in his heart if this was an Immortal Sect token, because he had never seen an Immortal Sect token at all. Just let Su Hao in. What if Su Hao is a fake, holding a fake Immortal Sect token, and when he goes to the Elder's place and is exposed, he will be unlucky, and won't the 2 of them be unlucky as well? It was mainly because Su Hao's cultivation realm was only at the beginning of the first-class martial artist level, not to mention that his appearance was too young, making it hard for people to believe that he could be recognized by a strong person of the Immortal Sect level, and directly give an Immortal Sect token. As long as something doesn't go wrong while we're manning the mountain gate, it's fine. At that moment, the 2 Tao Polarity Sect disciples looked at each other and handed the Immortal Gate token back to Su Hao. The other triangular-eyed man said, it's getting late today. You can come back tomorrow. Su Hao was stunned. The sun hadn't even set yet. Late time? Su Hao didn't know that these 2 people didn't recognize the Immortal Gate token, and they were afraid that if Su Hao said it was fake, they would let him in, thus causing their own dereliction of duty. So according to their idea, they would just make no mistakes while they were guarding the mountain gate, and let Su Hao come back tomorrow. But Su Hao was reluctant. This is not in front of the village and not behind the store. It was not easy for him to reach the Daoji Sect, but he still had to sleep in the mountains? Su Hao frowned at that moment. 2 senior brothers, please also make it easy for me to notify the elders in the sect, or let me go in by myself. Notify the elders in the gate? Let the elders come to greet you? What kind of status do you think you are? Come tomorrow if you are told to come tomorrow. Don't talk nonsense. Seeing Su Hao defying himself, the triangular-eyed man was a bit offended, and directly said nonchalantly, we don't even know if this Immortal Sect token of yours is real or not. If we directly let you in, aren't we the ones who have to be chastised? You come tomorrow. A new person will be on duty at the mountain gate tomorrow. Maybe we can recognize whether your Immortal Gate token is real or fake. Su Hao sort of understood that these 2 guys simply didn't even recognize the Immortal Gate token, so they didn't want to make a mistake when they were on duty, and simply didn't let Su Hao go in. And as for how it was going to be tomorrow, that would be a matter for the disciples who would be on duty at the mountain gate tomorrow. But what if the disciple on duty at the mountain gate tomorrow doesn't recognize the Immortal Gate order either? You'll just keep waiting? Su Hao once again politely said. The 2 senior brothers, please also make it easy for me to find another senior brother who recognizes the Immortal Sect token to identify the authenticity as well. Who do you think you are? Let you wait and you wait. The triangular-eyed man saw Su Hao's pestering, and also ran out of patience. In his eyes, the identity of those who didn't join the Immortal Sect were inferior. His own patience let him wait. He should wait, and still dare to pester? At that moment, the triangular-eyed man let out a cold snort, and the true chi in his body condensed into a wall of chi, stamping towards Su Hao to force him back. This triangular-eyed man's sudden action makes Su Hao also stunned, and then it is furious. This is in the mountain road. If it is not down, then it may be in a mess and roll down from the mountain road. Fall out of a good or bad don't know. Bang! If it was just an ordinary first-class martial artist level, he would definitely have to stand unsteadily and fly out upside down when he was rushed by this wall of chi condensed by the true chi. But Su Hao had gone through an evolution, and his body strength was not comparable to that of an ordinary martial artist, and with a slight shake of his body, he was able to dislodge the force. You bully people too much, thinking that you're superior just because you've entered the Tao Polarity sect? Are you high and mighty? Su Hao snorted coldly. He didn't have the habit of being attacked and not fighting back. Wind-chasing body technique was executed. The green-colored air current on his body was entangled. Ever since the wind spirit root was upgraded to the primary level, Su Hao's speed increased by a large margin. What? That triangular-eyed man didn't expect that his strike with his true chi externalization didn't even shake Su Hao, a junior who had just entered the first-class martial artist level, plus the distance between the two was too close. This triangular-eyed man couldn't even react in time, and was hit by Su Hao's shoulder on his chest. Bang! Su Hao's single arm has the strength of 10,000 pounds, and under this collision there was a muffled sound, and the man with triangular eyes was hit like a sandbag and flew backwards, and blood sprayed wildly from his mouth as he smashed down on the ground. Su Hao had already stayed his hand this time. If he used all his strength, he could directly impact his chest to collapse and die with broken ribs. A new day. Requesting flower evaluation tickets. Chapter 30. Terrifyingly fast knives. Kneeling for flowers and evaluation votes. How dare you? The other tall and thin man was shocked and angry at the situation, not to mention whether Su Hao really held the Immortal Sect token or not, even if the token he held was real. But how dare he make a move against himself and others who were his senior brothers? At that moment, the tall and thin man's face sank, and without hesitation, he decided to give him a little lesson, and made a direct move on Su Hao. Winding Cloud Hand. The strength of the tall and thin man was extremely not weak, reaching the early Hotian level, and he himself had a spiritual root and mastered profound martial arts skills. His arms were even extended by a section, winding towards Su Hao's hands, to capture him alive. Su Hao's eyes flashed with anger. These guys were really not reasonable at all. They hadn't seen the Immortal Gate token because they had only joined Daoji's sect not long ago, and couldn't confirm the authenticity of the Immortal Gate token. As a duty, it was right for them to go and find someone they knew in the door to come over to discern the authenticity of the Immortal Gate token, but they weren't willing to go through the trouble, and they directly allowed Su Hao to leave, which was a complete neglect of their duty, and now they were going to take action against him? Breath of blood. Su Hao instantly turned on the blood breathing method, as his lungs breathed according to a certain rhythm, a marvelous rhythm, and Su Hao's lungs spread all over Su Hao's body, and every drop of Su Hao's blood seemed to revive, and the world in his eyes changed. In Su Hao's eyes, the flow of chi and blood in this tall thin man's body were clearly visible. Through the flow of chi and blood, Su Hao clearly saw the changes in the tall thin man's moves, and the subtle wrapping cloud hand changes in his eyes were no more than that, which appeared to be very monotonous, and could be broken by hand. Come on, Su Hao, facing the two limp arms that came from the entanglement and were not subjected to any force at all, launched both fists, relying on the supernatural energy generated by the blood breathing method, and directly struck the two arms of the tall and thin man with the most weakened chi and blood flow, which was where the cracks were located. Ka-ching! Su Hao's two fists hit the two arms of the tall and thin man respectively. Clear bone cracking sound came out. Su Hao's fist strength penetrated through the bones, tearing all the bones. The tall and thin man staggered back with a muffled grunt of pain. The pain of the bones of the two arms shattering made his forehead sweating coldly, and his face twisted up. But the heart of the tall and thin man was even more horrified. He practiced the subtle changes of the winding cloud hand. The true chi infused into the arm can make the arm become incredibly tough. It is difficult to injure the knife and sword, but Su Hao's two fists directly hit the weak point of his power, his broken place. Only one face-to-face to interrupt both of his arms. Is this a coincidence, or Su Hao has already predicted the enemy's first opportunity? The rabbit rose and fell, but in just a few breaths of time, two early Hotian Daoji sect disciples were both seriously injured in Su Hao's hands. The tall thin man and the triangular-eyed man climbed up from the ground. The triangular-eyed man with blood at the corner of his mouth had disbelief in his eyes. Although there was a reason of light enemy that they lost so easily, but it also proved from the side where Su Hao's strength was powerful. With the first-class martial arts level, he easily defeated the two Hotian martial arts level. What happened? At this time, from above the mountain road, there were about a dozen men wearing the clothing of the Tao Extreme sect swept in at great speed. Of course there were more than two people guarding the mountain gate, and all of these Tao Extreme sect disciples had icy cold faces. Senior brother Su, it's this kid. He ignored the majesty of our Tao Polarity sect and suddenly attacked the two of us. He must be captured and heavily chastised. The tall and thin man's arms were broken by Su Hao, and at this time, his face was full of resentment as he hissed at a cold man among the group of Tao Polarity sect disciples. How dare you make trouble in our Dioji sect, or such a young teenager? Those Tao Polarity sect disciples all looked at each other, with some surprise in their eyes. Su Hao's appearance was too young to be able to beat two of their Tao Polarity sect's disciples who were guarding the mountain gate into such a state. Everyone, I hold an immortal sect token and came to report to Tao Polarity sect. These two neglected their duties. They didn't recognize the immortal sect token themselves, didn't look for fellow disciples they knew, and took the initiative to strike at me, so I was forced to fight back. Su Hao was also angry in his heart, but held back his anger and explained, saying that, taking out the immortal sect token and raising it. An immortal sect token? It seems like it's really an immortal sect token. Well, my Daoji sect opens the immortal gate level of powerhouses to qualify for the issuance of immortal gate tokens, and holding an immortal gate token allows you to directly enter the Daoji sect without the need for a test. Some of these 10 or so Daoji sect disciples recognized the immortal gate token and confirmed Su Hao's identity. Su Hao was slightly relieved to see this. Fortunately, people like those two disciples who were on duty at the mountain gate who had no eyes and who did not put in any effort were a minority after all. However, that cold man Su's senior brother is still cold face. See the tall thin man's arms limp broken look, eyes flooded with a hint of coldness of the road, not to say you have not joined the Daoji sect, even if it is to join the Daoji sect, but to fellow disciples, but it is also a felony. The order of the eldest and the youngest, the two of them are also considered to be your senior brother. You shot so venomous bad, right? No, not bad. This kid suddenly sneak attacked us and caught us off guard to be like this. Such despicable behavior. Really not worthy of joining the Tao Extreme sect. The triangular-eyed man felt the intense pain in his chest and also shouted in a hurry. The immortal sect token held by Su Hao was real, and the two of them had just been suspected of neglecting their duties. If Su Hao complained after entering the Tao Extreme sect, they might be chastised. Anyway, they had already completely offended Su Hao, so it would be better to go one way. It would be the best if they could force this kid away directly. He hadn't joined the Tao Extreme sect yet, so he wasn't considered a disciple of the Tao Extreme sect. This cold man Su's senior brother's bullying, and the triangular-eyed man's moving right and wrong made Su Hao also rubbed his anger and burned up. Really the most hated thing in this world is the villain. Su Hao looked towards the overbearing senior brother Su who was looking down on him, and he didn't hold back any longer as he said, "Senior brother? They don't have the qualifications to be my senior brother. How did they join the Daoji sect with such weak strength? How did they join the Tao Extreme sect with such weak strength? Are all the disciples selected by the Tao Extreme sect this kind of trash?" Sui asked Su Hao to keep a low profile after entering the Daoji sect, but at this time, Su Hao could not possibly be a shrunken head turtle. And anyway, something had happened, so he made a big deal out of it. "The kid, you seek death." When the cold man, senior brother Su, heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and with a mischievous sound, he drew the long sword at his waist. The two of them have joined the Tao Extreme sect for less than a year, and you think you're so strong just because you beat them by stealing an attack? Let me see what kind of skills this kid of yours has to dare to be so wild. Shoo! The cold man's figure was like a stream of light, instantly killing Su Hao, and a swing of his long sword was like stirring up ripples in the sky, with countless sword shadows enveloping Su Hao's circumference. There are more rational Tao Extreme sect disciples. On the other hand, face to face, at this time, simply do not know what to say. They can only hope that it will not cause a human life. Then let's try it. Su Hao's eyes were cold. He wanted to see how much strength this cold man had, to be able to indiscriminately overbearing. Snort! Su Hao instantly pulled out the cold stream knife at his waist. Su Hao instantly pulled out the cold flow knife at his waist. The snowy cold light flashed. By the friction of the blade and the sheath when he pulled out the knife to store up the force, Su Hao straightly chopped out a knife. This is the simplest knife, but also the most rapid knife. What? The cold man, senior brother Su, was a bit shocked in his heart. Obviously he was the one who launched his sword first, but Su Hao launched his sword afterward. But there was a feeling of being the first to strike after him, and that cold blade light was so fast that it was unbelievably fast, violently colliding with his long sword. Clang! In the clear and crisp sound of gold and iron, the sword and knife collided, and sparks splashed in the air, and speed represented lethality. Not to mention that Su Hao's own single arm had the strength of 10,000 pounds, and in the violent sound of collision, the cold man's body lurched. Su Hao did not stop for a while, launched a counterattack. The green air flow wrapped around the body and the blade, the primary wind spirit root with his comprehension of the wind blade intention, so that Su Hao's knife speed is simply incredible. Less than a blink of an eye, Su Hao even out of the 3 knives. Each knife is as fast as the ultimate, as fast as if there are 3 people at the same time out of the knife. The 3 knives of the sharp knife gas in no order of succession chopping out, tearing up the empty space. What kind of speed is this? That cold man's eyes widened, but he had the cultivation of the middle Ho Tian. but the speed of Su Hao's sword made it almost impossible for his naked eyes to catch it. Chapter 31. You need a sneak attack to beat you? Kneeling for flowers and evaluation votes. Only gritting his teeth and relying on his instincts as a martial artist, he cast a defensive type of sword technique to deal with the enemy. Clang! The cold man was also worthy of being a mid-Hotian, a disciple who had joined the Daoji sect for several years. A set of sword techniques as thick as a big mountain, forming a light curtain, blocking Su Hao's 3 swords. Sparks splashed in the air, and the swords buzzed, but Su Hao just flashed his figure, as swift as thunder, and the thunder breathing method was inspired, causing Su Hao's strength and speed to increase by a cut, and the complete thunder spirit root increased the effect of the thunder breathing method. Clang! Su Hao simply seemed to have transformed into a fast wind and thunder, surrounding the cold man, with one knife after another, stormy head splitting and smashing down, causing the cold man to only have the power to defend himself. A set of sword technique was performed to the extreme, but he could only barely block Su Hao's knives. Senior brother Su was suppressed? The tall thin man and the triangular-eyed man looked at this scene. Their hearts were all a bit shocked. They previously felt that the reason why they lost to Su Hao's hands had the reason of being gullible, but now they realized that Su Hao's strength was really far stronger than theirs. Do I need to sneak up on you? Do I still need to catch you off guard? Thinking too highly of yourself, Su Hao was still at ease as he attacked the cold man. Senior brother Su, and his cold voice came out, causing the tall, thin, triangular-eyed man to redden his face in shame. They said that Su Hao had defeated them before by sneaking up on them and catching them off guard, but Su Hao showed the strength that could suppress senior brother Su, but he ruthlessly slapped them in the face. How is it possible? How can I lose in the hands of a kid who is not even Hotian? Su's senior brother's forehead was in cold sweat, trying his best to parry Su Hao's attacks. He was already a bit overwhelmed. His sword-holding arm was about to lose consciousness. Each of Su Hao's slashes were fast and vicious, simply like thunder falling, making him fully suppressed. With not even a single counterattack, he could only linger on and on. This is a demon. The rest of the Tao Polarity sect disciples all sucked in a breath of cold air. They could all see that senior brother Su's defeat was assured. A first-class martial artist level suppressing a mid-Hotian martial artist? And not just any mid-Hotian martial artist, but a martial artist with a spiritual root. This was a bit unbelievable. Su Hao didn't think that the cold man was strong. Compared to Bloodwing, this cold man was not even as strong. Clang! As the swords collided once again, the cold man, senior brother Su, was finally unable to withstand it. His tiger's mouth was torn by a huge force, and the long sword in his hand couldn't hold on to it and flew out of his hand. And then a chilling light flashed out, cold and fatal, and it came straight towards his head. No! Stop it! Some Tao Polarity sect disciples were shocked to see the scene. If a person was killed, it would really be a big deal. And the cold man's mind went blank as he looked at the blade that was beheading his head. However, Su Hao didn't kill. He also knew clearly that if he killed someone, it would be reasonable to become unreasonable. Su Hao flicked his wrist and turned the knife, which was originally the blade, into the cross-section of the knife. Boo! The broad cross-section of the cold stream blade lashed above the cold man's cheek, causing the cold man to fly out horizontally, with his cheeks skinned and broken, his mouth full of teeth falling out, mixed with blood flying out, and his body slamming heavily on the ground, groaning miserably, unable to get up for half a day. The room was silent. Strong, very strong. This is how the people present feel about Su Hao. It is really shocking. The fight between Su Hao and the cold man was quite short, but as soon as it came up, Su Hao had the upper hand. That hand of fast knife was simply extraordinary. Easily beat the cold man without the power to fight back, and lost the battle. Senior brothers. This son is ferocious. Please also make a move together to take him down. The tall, thin, triangular-eyed man's body trembled and stammered, still wanting to provoke the other Tao Polarity sect disciples to make a move together. There were still several of these disciples who were stronger than the cold man, but no one moved. The immortal sect token that Su Hao took was real. The reason why this situation would appear now was completely blamed on these two guys who were guarding the mountain gate. They were not willing to get into this mess. Not to mention the cold man's previous experience. Humph, you've only joined the Tao Extreme sect for a few days and you think you're invincible? At this time, an old voice came out, and at some point, at the entrance of the mountain path a middle-aged man came slowly. This middle-aged man had white hair and wore a blue robe, not angry, with a might that made people's hearts tremble. Elder Zhao. All the disciples present respectfully saluted. As for the three senior brothers Su, their hearts trembled with a vague bad feeling. It's a strong person at the level of opening the immortal gate? Su Hao was secretly surprised. This middle-aged man, Elder Zhao, to be able to be called an elder in Daoji sect, at least he was a strong person who had opened the immortal sect, at the same level as Yi Changqing. This time he came he met a strong person who had opened the immortal sect. This Daoji sect really wasn't something that could be compared to such a small place like Tianming City. Elder Zhao stared coldly at senior brother Su and the three of them. I've seen what just happened. The two of you neglected your duties. As for you, you are overbearing. You don't differentiate between black and white. You know clearly that what the other person took out was a real immortal sect token, but you still want to come out strong. And it's even if you come out strong, but you don't have that kind of strength. So you're a disgrace to my Dao Polarity sect. The three of you, go back to pack up your things, and get off the mountain within 3 days. As soon as these words came out, senior brother Su's three faces turned white. Elder Zhao meant that he was directly expelling them from the sect. They had joined the Dao Polarity sect. If they were expelled from the sect, in the future, the other immortal sects would also definitely not take in a discarded disciple like them. So it could be said that their futures were ruined. Su Hao was also surprised. This Elder Zhao was really a hot-tempered person. Too harsh, expelling the three Su senior brothers from the sect on the spot. Elders, spare your life. Senior brother Su and the three of them disappeared from their previous brutal appearance. They all fell to their knees and kowtowed repeatedly, wanting Elder Zhao to be magnanimous. But under Elder Zhao's extremely oppressive eyes, they closed their mouths in a raw manner. Come with me. After dealing with these three people, Elder Zhao then looked at Su Hao, his face easing up a lot as he headed towards the mountain path. Su Hao followed up, not even looking at the three Su senior brothers. This was all their own fault, not worthy of any pity. Show me the immortal sect token. While walking, Elder Zhao said, aha. Su Hao complied and handed the immortal sect token to Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao held the token and felt the information in it, his face slightly surprised. It was Yi Changqing who gave you the immortal sect order? His vision is really good. It was natural that the top echelons of the Dao Polarity sect basically knew each other, and Elder Zhao and Yi Changqing were acquaintances. Easily defeating three Hotian realm Daoji sect disciples with a first-class martial artist level cultivation, Su Hao's potential was quite terrifying. Chapter 32 Dao Extreme Sect Patriarch? Kneeling for flowers and evaluation votes. And Elder Zhao returned the immortal sect token to Su Hao. Then he said, in a moment, you go to Mingkong Hall to report for the identity token and so on. From now on, you are a disciple of Daoji sect. Don't mind what happened just now. The sect is so big, there are always so many rat droppings. Many thanks to Elder Zhao. Su Hao nodded his head slightly. Elder Zhao was quite clear about his grudges and didn't pursue what happened before. Elder Zhao waved his hand. His figure disappeared in a flash like a phantom. Su Hao was secretly surprised. He didn't even see how Elder Zhao disappeared. The strong person who opened the immortal gate was completely out of the realm of the mundane. Su Hao then went all the way up to the main peak where the Dao Extreme sect was located. Elder Zhao's words proved to be right. Most of the disciples of the Dao Extreme sect were still very friendly. Su Hao arrived on top of the main peak of the Dao Extreme sect, and he said to a teenager who looked only 2 years older than him, this senior brother, can you ask how to get to the Mingkong Hall? I'm new to the Dao Extreme sect. You came here with an immortal sect token? Come with me. I'll take you to Mingkong Hall. My name is Chao Jun. Just call me by my first name. I came a month or two before you. That teenager's eyes lit up, very enthusiastically taking Su Hao to report to Mingkong Hall. On the way, teenager Chao Jun also gave Su Hao an introduction. In our Daoji sect, the number of outer disciples is the largest, and to enter the inner door, you have to have an innate cultivation. The inner disciples' residence is not over here. It's best not to bother them. In addition, there are some places where you can't run around. It's a forbidden place. Chao Jun told Su Hao many things about Daoji sect along the way, and finally said, after reporting in a while, you will receive a manual with these records. Just take a close look at it. Thanks a lot. Su Hao was grateful. This Chao Jun made him feel better about the Daoji sect. Deacon Huang. This is the new disciple who came to report. Soon Chao Jun led Su Hao into an anciently decorated hall, where a man with a slightly feminine temperament sat behind a table. Well, name, place of origin, these you fill in yourself. Deacon Huang nodded and took something similar to a form and gave it to Su Hao. On it were some basic information. Su Hao filled out the form and returned it to Deacon Huang, who looked at it carefully and looked at Su Hao with some surprise. Surname Su, or from Tianming City? Su Hao didn't say anything, while in his heart, he was surprised. This Deacon Huang said so. It was obvious that he knew something. When his father, Su Yi, entered the Dao Extreme sect, and the matter with his mother, Nangon Lan, it seemed that there were still quite a lot of people who knew about this matter. Looking deeply at Su Hao, Deacon Huang, however, didn't pursue Su Hao about other things, as he took out a token and focused his consciousness, as if he was entering Su Hao's information. After a long time, Deacon Huang handed the token to Su Hao, along with a few other items. This is your identity token. Don't lose it. There is also the outer disciples' clothing, as well as some information and things to pay attention to about the Dao Polarity sect. All of them are in this manual. Let Xiao Jun take you to your residence. You can look for me if there are other things. There were 3 items in total. An identity token, the clothing of a disciple of the Daoji sect, plus a manual. Many thanks. Su Hao thanked, and his heart was also delighted. He was considered to have officially entered the immortal sect, and regarding the news about his mother and sister, he would inquire about them again when he had the chance, and he must not be too hasty. Leaving the Mingkong Hall with Xiao Jun led Su Hao to the outer disciples' residence, while saying to Su Hao, when you join the Tao Polarity sect, you can all choose a martial art or technique for free, so you don't want to miss out on it. You'll need contribution value for practicing techniques and stuff afterward. Aha! Su Hao made a note of it. The martial Tao texts within the Tao Extreme Sect's hidden scripture pavilion were definitely more and more advanced than the Su clans, so of course he wouldn't miss it. And then Su Hao inquired, Senior Brother Qiao, do you know Nangong Renling? I heard someone mention her before. Su Hao looked curious and pretended that he had heard about Nangong Renling from someone else. Nangong Renling? You're talking about the granddaughter of the patriarch? Staring blankly, Xiao Jun said, the granddaughter of the patriarch? Tao Polarity Sect patriarch? Su Hao also froze. This, Nangong Renling is the granddaughter of the Tao Extreme Sect? Then wouldn't himself also be from the lineage of the Tao Polarity Sect patriarch? Previously, Sui had said that Su Hao's mother, Nangong Lan, did not have a low status in Daoji sect, and his father was a certain big shot in Daoji sect, but Sui had not said that this big shot was actually the sect leader of Daoji sect. No wonder Nangong Lan's family did not allow Sui to be with Nangong Lan. Sui was a man of the hour in Tianmeng City, but when he came to the Tao Extreme sect, he was just an ordinary outer disciple, and he did not even have the qualifications to join the Nangong family. Su Hao smiled bitterly. This was really out of his expectation. No wonder Sui asked him not to expose his identity. According to the blood relationship, he was also barely counted as a member of the Nangong family, and it was also the lineage of the patriarch, which was not a low status. However, the patriarch of the Tao Extreme sect, this kind of powerful person is basically in seclusion for many years. It is estimated that he will not even know how many descendants he actually has, and he may not even know about Sui and Nangong Lan's matter. The Tao Polarity sect patriarch's cultivation was heavenly. It was not strange for him to be in seclusion for a few years or a dozen years at a time, and he might not even be aware of the matter of the Nangong family breaking up Nangong Lan and Sui. What's wrong, Brother Su? Seeing Su Hao staring blankly, Xiao Jun was puzzled. Senior sister Nangong is not an ordinary person. It's not something that ordinary disciples like us can approach. No, nothing. Su Hao came back to his senses and shook his head. Then it's better not to see Nangong Renling for a short period of time, so as not to bring trouble to her, and also bring trouble to myself, Su Hao secretly said. This identity of his was a bit embarrassing. If he went to see Nangong Renling now, by the people of Nangong family knowing that he was the son of Sui, he might make something happen. It was better to be cautious. Xiao Jun brought Su Hao to a compound. This was Su Hao's residence. Daoji Mountain was huge, and every outer disciple could have a separate residence. Su Hao cleaned up the room and directly laid down on the bed and rested. At the same time, he took out the manual that he had received earlier and carefully checked up on some of the things recorded on it. In the Tao Polarity sect, strength was honored, and the amount of resources that could be obtained depended on one's own skills, like secret books of techniques, elixirs and medicines, which all needed to be exchanged for contribution value. Contribution value earning. There are quite a few ways, such as guarding the mountain gate, doing some chores, and going out on missions to get contribution value, followed by breaking into the demon puppet formation. There were special puppets in this demon puppet formation, and defeating these puppets, depending on the number of layers of the demon puppet formation that one passed through, one would be able to obtain a certain amount of contribution value, but one could only obtain it once. Su Hao was very interested in this demon puppet array, but it was best to wait until he was stronger before going to break into the demon puppet array, which each disciple only had the chance to enter once a month. Chapter 33 Heirloom Items. 5th Shift Kneeling for Flower Rating Votes. Su Hao decided to go to the Tao Extreme Sect's hidden scripture pavilion first to pick a martial Tao tome, and the martial Tao tome within the Tao Extreme Sect's hidden scripture pavilion was definitely far from being comparable to that of the Su clan. Su Hao slept and washed away the fatigue of rushing for half a month, and early the next morning, Su Hao headed towards the Daoji Sect's hidden scripture pavilion. The Tao Polarity Sect's hidden scripture pavilion. Su Hao entered it. Inside the scripture pavilion there was an old man with a smile on his face. You look very familiar. You're a new disciple to the Tao Polarity Sect, aren't you? Yes. Su Hao nodded. This old man guarding the hidden scripture pavilion was likewise not a simple character. The old man pointed inside the scripture pavilion. The scripture pavilion of our Tao Polarity Sect is divided into 5 levels. According to the rules, new disciples can choose any one tome, but only those below the third level. Those below the third level, there are a total of 1,800 kinds of tome, so go and pick them yourself. Su Hao responded, and then entered the hidden scripture cabinet with great excitement. Below the third floor, 1,800 kinds of martial arts books. The Su family only has 100 kinds of them, and a lot of them are not in the grade. Most of them are even just black iron grade quality, and the ones that are evaluated as bronze grade quality, there are only 4 kinds of them. However, the Tao Polarity Sect's hidden scripture pavilion contained 1,800 types of martial Tao texts below the third floor, and they were of extremely high quality, with the lowest level being of black iron grade quality. Su Hao began to check the introduction of a variety of martial arts texts, body techniques, sword techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, all kinds of martial arts texts. Everything is available. Xianlai Fist, bronze level fierce and domineering. The fist comes out like a fiery explosion, incinerating everything. 9 Heavens Cloud Bird Body Technique, silver grade arcane and subtle. When practiced to the perfect level, one can turn and fly through the air 9 times, just like a cloud bird flying. Mad Thunder Blade Technique, bronze level. The blade comes out like thunder running, combining speed and power to destroy the enemy. All kinds of martial arts Su Hao looked over. There was no clear grading for these martial arts below the third level, but according to the system's grade evaluation, the lowest were all black iron grade. Most of them were bronze grade, while a small portion of them were silver grade. Among the martial arts that Su Hao practiced, there wasn't a single silver grade quality. Although the strength of the martial arts still depended on the strength of the person using it, but the high-quality martial arts rated by the system were definitely more arcane and had more potential. Su Hao decided to pick a silver grade martial art. Looking around, Su Hao's eyes were spent. Of these 1,800 types of martial arts, Su Hao didn't have time to finish reading them, but he had already found more than 10 silver level quality martial arts Tao books. To be honest, Su Hao wanted them all, but greed can't be chewed. Not to mention that Su Hao could only choose one. How come there's just a broken sword within the grids of this martial arts tome? Su Hao suddenly saw a bookshelf. The other bookshelves were separated by a layer of glass, and what was inside the glass was only the name and introduction of the martial arts tome. The specific cultivation method needed to be selected before the old man would bring a copy to be handed over to the disciple who chose the martial arts tome to take away. However, Su Hao found a knife tip placed inside the lattice of a bookshelf, which, on the other hand, made Su Hao astonished. Moreover, the tip of this cut-off blade vaguely had a faint arc of electricity jumping around, which was very strange. There is no need to be strange. This is a martial skill, and it is a martial skill that is passed down with an inherited item. The martial artist who can make an inherited item is not likely to be weak. Most of them are the strongest at the level of opening the immortal gate, and the martial skills they leave behind are naturally very profound. At this time, an old voice rang out, not knowing when that old man who was guarding the hidden scripture pavilion appeared beside Su Hao, smilingly saying, "Inheritance item?" Su Hao's eyes lit up. All the other martial arts texts were in the form of books, while in front of him was a broken blade. This broken blade was an inheritance item, with a martial arts skill within it, which was sure to be extraordinary. Dare I ask, Senior, this inheritance item, it must be very precious, right? But why would it appear below the third floor? Su Hao, however, didn't get carried away as he inquired. The scripture pavilion was divided into 5 floors. Ordinary disciples could only pick martial arts texts below the third floor, and martial arts skills at the level of inherited items should be placed above the third floor anyways. Appreciation flashed in the eyes of the old man. He nodded. Because the martial arts within this broken knife, not everyone can learn. This broken knife contains a knife law, but as you can see, this broken knife is crippled. Only a tip. The knife law inside is also crippled. Only one move only. Of course, even though just one move, it is still better than many entire sets of subtle blade techniques, and can be used as a killing move and a base card. But there are very few people who choose to learn the martial arts within this broken blade. Su Hao quietly listened. Even if it was just a knife move, it was extraordinary, enough to be used as a killer weapon. But there were very few people who chose it. There must be a reason for it. As expected, the old man said, "This cut-off sword is also an inherited item anyhow. It is impossible to give it to others. If one chooses to learn the martial arts within the cut-off sword, there is a time limit. Each disciple who chooses it can only hold it for a month. If they can't learn it within a month, and can't comprehend the blade techniques within it, then they will have to return the cut-off sword." Su Hao sort of understand. Other martial arts canon can directly take away the copy of the book. Learn how long can line, but this broken knife, but only allowed to study for a month. No matter learn to learn, after a month to return this cut off the broken knife. You can imagine that the inheritance items inherited martial arts need a long time to comprehend. A month's time is too short. But what surprised the old man was that he saw Su Hao's eyes light up, very brightly. Without hesitation, Su Hao said, "Senior, I choose this broken blade." The old man was stunned. He could have made himself clear, and he still had to choose to comprehend the blade technique within the broken blade? The old man admonished, "The broken knife within a knife move is very strong, but want to within a month will be comprehended, mastered, at least have to have innate cultivation, but also to be enlightenment, qualifications extraordinary kind. You choose this cut off the knife. 99% may waste their own free to choose a martial arts textbook opportunity. Later want to enter the cabinet again to choose martial arts textbook. Will have to spend a lot of contribution value. Now, you have to think about it. Innate martial artists, even those with extraordinary qualifications, only had a certain possibility of comprehending one of the sword techniques within a month, and the difficulty was enormous. Su Hao was just a first-class martial artist, which was a bit insouciant, but Su Hao's eyes were bright and he firmly said, "I'll take it." To choose, of course, one had to choose the best and strongest, and the blade technique within this truncated blade was absolutely extraordinary. Su Hao would rather fight once. 5 more requests for flower evaluation votes. Chapter 34 Blade and 10 Inheritance. Kneeling for flowers and evaluation votes. An inexplicable luster flashed in the old man's eyes as he shook his head and said, "Since you insist, I have no right to intervene. After a month, whether you have comprehended the blade technique in it or not, you must return it without delaying it for a day. Do you understand?" Aha! Su Hao nodded his head. Being an inheritance type item, there was no doubt that the value was very precious, and with inheritance type items, one had to sense the inheritance item to be able to learn the martial skills in it. So by choosing this broken blade, with only 1 month's usage, many innate martial artists were unwilling to choose it. A month's time, want to comprehend the knife moves in it is too difficult. If you can't comprehend it, you'll consume a lot of contribution points for nothing. And even if you succeed in comprehending it, there is only one move in it, after all, and those innate martial artists would prefer to choose the subtle and complete set of knife moves, like Su Hao, who hasn't even reached the Hotian realm, and still insists on choosing this cut-off knife, is estimated to be the first one in the history of the entire Tao Polarity sect. The old man opened the glass cabinet of that bookshelf and took out the tip of the knife in it, handing it over to Su Hao. This kid is mostly going to waste his effort, not only wasting a chance to choose a martial skill for free, but also wasting a month's time. It's better not to be hit with a blow to his confidence in martial arts. The old man secretly thought when he saw Su Hao's elated look as he held the tip of the cutter. Many martial artists think that they are extraordinary, more outstanding than others, and when they suffer a blow, it is also extra heavy. If Su Hao chose this broken blade with full confidence, but as a result, he did not manage to comprehend the blade technique in it within a month, the old man felt that Su Hao would be estimated to be struck down to his own confidence in martial arts. Of course, the old man was overthinking. For Su Hao, even if he couldn't comprehend one of the blade techniques for a month, Su Hao would feel disappointed at most. Being hit to his confidence in martial arts was impossible. He wasn't so fragile yet. Then Senior will take his leave first, Su Hao said to the old man, and then he left from the hidden scripture pavilion with this broken blade in a hurry. He couldn't wait to study the blade technique in this. Su Hao went all the way to the cultivation room that only the outer disciples of Tao Polarity sect were qualified to use, entered one of the quiet rooms, took out the broken knife and started to study it. This cut-off knife has only one tip, less than 1/5 of a knife as a whole. Su Hao stroked the tip of the cut-off and secretly said, this knife was bound to be an extremely valuable knife when it was intact, and he didn't know how it was broken and shattered. The tip of the knife was cold to the touch. With a numbing sensation, Su Hao sat down on his knees, placed it on his knees, and began to try to focus his own spirit on this broken knife. At that moment, Su Hao had an indescribable feeling, and he vaguely saw a burly man wielding a strangely shaped battle sword and performing a sword technique. However, this feeling is too strange, like an elementary school student looking at the textbooks of college students, able to recognize the words above, but can't understand the meaning of it. This broken knife recorded within the knife is very subtle, obscure. In addition to this, the stout man performing the knife is also crippled, and is not a set of knife first move. There is no previous knife moves to do the padding, come up to be the second move. The third, naturally, let a person is difficult to grasp the essence of it. Sure enough, it's very difficult. Su Hao smiled bitterly. All other blade techniques were recorded in books, with words detailing the cultivation method, but the blade technique within this inheritance item relied on the intention inheritance, which could be even more difficult to figure out and comprehend than the words. One day and one night, Su Hao did not get a glimpse of the mysteries of the sword inheritance within the broken sword. Su Hao did not get discouraged. Speaking of which, This severed blade feels as if it has electricity on it. So is the blade inheritance contained within it also a lightning attributed blade technique? Su Hao thought of this at this moment, and he gently stroked the tip of the blade with his palm, being able to feel an obvious tingling sensation. Since this is the case, can I use my thunder blade intent to tickle the inheritance within the broken blade? Su Hao's eyes lit up. Since it was a blade technique that relied on the inheritance of intent, then he would use his intent to comprehend it. Su Hao took a deep breath and released his own thunder blade technique, injecting it into the broken blade, experiencing the inheritance within it, and to Su Hao's dismay there was really a change. As Su Hao's thunder blade intent invaded within the broken blade, the intent inheritance within the broken blade seemed to be enraged, seeing Su Hao's blade intent as a foreigner, and so it launched an attack towards him. Rumble! Su Hao saw the shadow of that stout swordsman again. This time his shadow was even clearer, and a furious sword slashed towards him. The heavenly thunder rolled, and a destructive aura was permeating, giving Su Hao a sense of imminent destruction. Surprisingly, Su Hao was horrified in his heart as he hurriedly gathered thunder blade intent to resist the intent attack within the broken blade. Boom! With an explosive sound, the thunder blade intent collided with the intent inheritance within the broken blade. Su Hao's brain was in intense pain, and he hurriedly withdrew the blade intent. At this time, he was already covered in cold sweat. It's so terrifying. It's as if my soul is going to be obliterated by the intent inheritance within the broken blade. However, Su Hao's eyes were surprisingly bright. Instead of watching the meaning inheritance in it, it would be better to take the initiative to contact and experience it with his own thunder blade intent, so that the effect would be better. Only that in doing so, one had to be careful at all times, and a bad one might be seriously injured by the meaning inheritance. Rumble! Su Hao carefully extended the thunder blade intent into the broken blade, and instantly offended the intent inheritance again. Su Hao saw that in one side of the void, that lanky swordsman once again waved his battle blade at him, descending the annihilating heavenly thunder. Su Hao retreated with a touch, quietly sensing the blade chopped down by that man in the intent inheritance. Again, when he had almost digested it, Su Hao once again used his sword intent to touch the intent inheritance. If people knew Su Hao's cultivation method, they would definitely marvel at his insanity. And it was possible for a bad mind to be damaged and turn into an idiot. Changing into other people also can't do Su Hao like this. Su Hao mastered 2 kinds of knife intention, and many martial artists, to the innate realm will only begin to contact the realm level. Not only that, Su Hao's thunder knife intention and the realm inheritance within the broken knife is the same attribute, so the counterattacks will be much weaker. If changing to other attributes of the knife intention to touch the realm inheritance, then the intensity of the attack is more than a little bit. So tired. Just by sensing 3 of these inheritances, all the internal energy in my dantian is depleted. Su Hao had only sensed 3 of the intent inheritances, and he was feeling weak. His dantian was empty, and his muscles were all sore and limp. The self-comprehended saber intent being traumatized was something that would directly affect and feed back into the physical body. The spirit and soul were the origin, while the physical body was the soil that nurtured the soul. A new day on my knees begging for flower review votes calling. Chapter 35, Heisting Thunder Blade Technique. Kneeling for flower evaluation votes. It's like a person who is highly concentrated on doing something, and when he suddenly comes back from that state, he will suddenly be exhausted and sweaty, and lose a lot of his physical strength. Su Hao felt that his brain was dizzy, as if it was lacking in oxygen. Su Hao temporarily stopped comprehending the inheritance of meaning, adjusted his breathing, and operated the breathing of blood method. And at that moment, every single piece of his blood seemed to come alive, and a strange power arose, causing his consumed physical strength and internal strength to be recovered extremely fast. The raw body was the soil, supplying out nutrients unceasingly, and even Su Hao's tired spirit recovered quickly, and after 2 hours of meditation, Su Hao once again plunged into the realization of the inheritance of intent, and when his brain started to get dizzy, Su Hao withdrew from this state and started to take a rest. This kind of comprehension was undoubtedly very efficient, and after just a week, Su Hao gradually had a rough outline, an understanding, of the blade techniques within the broken blade, and when half a month later, Su Hao on the other hand violently opened his eyes, feeling the lanky swordsman wielding his sword in his mind, he similarly let out a low roar, condensed his sword intent, and returned to attack. Crack! The 2 thunder blade awnings collided violently, and Su Hao's entire mind seemed to see an ocean of thunder. Who finally became. The blade law inheritance within this broken blade is the second move named the robbing thunder blade law. Su Hao retreated from the state of comprehending the saber law. A joyful color appeared on his face. Half a month's time, it finally came true. Successfully comprehending a set of saber law within the broken saber called the cracking thunder saber law. However, unfortunately, this cracking thunder saber law within the broken saber was crippled. There was only the second move, but even if it was only the second blade, Its subtle might was superior to many so-called profound blade techniques. Looting Thunder Blade Technique, disabled. Silver level. Proficiency beginner 1%. A blade technique known for its killing power. The blade comes out as if a looting thunder from beyond the 9 heavens descended to earth, destroying everything. Just a broken saber technique alone was as high as a silver grade quality, so one could imagine how strong the complete Thunderjack saber technique was. There's still half a month left. I can't waste it. Even though I've successfully comprehended the saber technique within the broken saber, I can still take advantage of the intent inheritance within it to sharpen my own saber intent, Su Hao secretly thought. Using the saber intent to clash with the intent inheritance within the broken saber was like making iron. It could make one's own saber intent stronger and more refined. However, it would damage the intent inheritance within the broken saber, which was none of Su Hao's business. Anyway, it was given to him to use it for a month, and how he would use it would be his business. Su Hao began to sharpen the knife intent with the help of the intent inheritance within the broken knife. In the air around Su Hao, there are static electricity generated. If ordinary people are in it, it won't take long for the opportunity to be electrocuted by the death of shock. After another half a month passed, light bloomed in Su Hao's eyes, as if thunder was shining, and he revealed a hint of a smile. Very good. My Thunder Blade intent has successfully promoted from the 10th blade intent to the level of the 20th blade intent. The difference in strength between 10% and 20% blade intent was more than double, which was definitely a huge improvement. A month of seclusion had allowed Su Hao's proficiency in the Breath of Blood method to rise to intermediate level, and he had mastered a killing move. And the Thunder Blade intent had even produced a qualitative change, which was a very astonishing progress. Go return this broken blade. If he could, Su Hao still wanted to continue sharpening his own blade intent with the intent inheritance within this broken blade, but a month's time had already arrived. Su Hao brought the broken sword to the hidden scripture pavilion and met the old man again. He returned the broken sword to the old man and said, I came to return the sword, please senior. That old man received the broken sword, and looked at Su Hao with some surprise. He still had an impression of Su Hao. Su Hao returned the broken sword. Nowadays, did he comprehend the sword technique or failed? Su Hao's expression was very calm, not like what a loser should look like, but he was just a first-class martial artist level. How could he comprehend the blade technique that many innate martial artists could not necessarily comprehend? Most likely it's a failure, just pretending that it didn't take a hit. The old man muttered darkly. Su Hao didn't know what the old man was thinking about, and after returning the broken knife, Su Hao left straight away. No, the intent inheritance within this broken knife are weakened a lot. Can make the intent inheritance weaken so much? He really mastered the robbing thunder knife method in it? But when Su Hao left, this old man slightly felt the inheritance within the broken knife, but he was stunned, in which the meaning inheritance consumed a lot, which means that Su Hao sensed the meaning inheritance in it many times. In all likelihood, Su Hao really comprehended the saber law in it. What a demonic brat is it called? Su Hao. While the old man sucked in a mouthful of cold air, he also secretly memorized this name, and he felt that perhaps it wouldn't be long before this name would rise to prominence in the Tao Extreme sect. Good. Now I can go and break into the demon puppet formation to earn a little contribution value. Su Hao left the hidden scripture pavilion and went straight to where the devil puppet formation was. Devil puppet array. This is a good place for the disciples of Daoji sect to sharpen themselves. There will be devil puppets constantly appearing in the devil puppet array. The rules are very simple. Defeat all the devil puppets, and then you can go to the next layer. As the number of layers increases, the strength of the devil puppets will also increase. And in order to encourage the disciples to take the initiative to enter the demon puppet array to sharpen themselves, every time they broke through a layer of the demon puppet array, they would be rewarded with a considerable amount of contribution value. But of course, each layer of contribution value could only be obtained once, and everyone can only enter the magic puppet formation once a month. Su Hao came all the way to the outside of Tao Polarity Sect's magic puppet array. The whole magic puppet array was situated in the center of a square, while outside the square, there were many disciples dressed in Tao Polarity Sect's clothes waiting. Each time entering the magic puppet array could only be done by one person, and only when the one who needed to go in came out, the outside could go in. Brother Su? At this time, a voice came from not far away. Su Hao looked back in confusion and saw a familiar teenager, none other than Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun, like Su Hao, had joined Daoji sect with an immortal sect token, and had started 2 months earlier than Su Hao. You're here to break into the formation as well? Xiao Jun laughed. Well, this is the first time I've come to this devil puppet formation. How is it in here? Su Hao was happy to see his acquaintance, and at the same time asked him about the demon puppet formation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jun helplessly shook his head and said, the difficulty of this devil puppet formation is very high. This devil puppet formation is for our outer disciples. The inner disciple's devil puppet formation is much more difficult, whereas the difficulty of the devil puppet formation for our outer disciples, however, is very perverse as well. If you want to break through the first layer, you'll need to have the strength of an afterbirth, a Hotian martial artist. In some small places would be called a strong person, but with this demon puppet formation, one would have to have a Hotian cultivation at the start to be able to break through the first layer. This devil puppet array, a total of 8 layers, each layer of difficulty is incremental. Broke through the 6th layer of the outer door disciples will absolutely be the elite in the elite. Will get the devil puppet array ringing bell of honor. Break through the 7th layer. In the tens of thousands of outer door disciples belong to the phoenix feather. As for the 8th layer, need to be an 8 level strength to break through. The entire outer door only 3 people can do it. None of them are the heavenly pride in the heavenly pride. Xiao Jun said with a face full of yearning. I hope I'll finally have the chance to break through the 7th and 8th layers in the outer sect. Chapter 36, it's all settled in one cut anyway. Kneeling for flower evaluation votes. Su Hao also smacked his lips when he listened to it. There are 8 layers in the magic puppet array, and those who have broken through the 7th layer belong to the phoenix feather. As for the 8th layer, the whole outer door only has 3 people who have broken through it, because it needs the strength of the innate level. But the disciples of the outer door are only in the latter days cultivation, and to have the strength of the innate realm in the latter days realm is undoubtedly a demon in the demons, and the cultivation level if it reaches the innate level, then it can't break through the outer door's magic puppet array, and it can only break through the inner door's difficulty is even higher. He could only go to the inner door's more difficult demon puppet formation. So those 3 of the tens of thousands of disciples of the outer sect who were able to pass the demon puppet formation, the ones who broke through the demon puppet formation with a later heavenly cultivation, were not simple characters. Su Hao curiously inquired, how many layers of the demon puppet formation have you passed? Xiao Jun dryly coughed out his words. I passed the first layer last time, so I hope I can pass the second layer this time. Su Hao was a bit speechless when he heard this. Xiao Jun was able to get the immortal sect token and enter Daoji sect. His strength was naturally not weak, but he only passed the first layer. Following that, Su Hao was full of wariness. He wanted to see how many layers of the demon puppet formation he could pass. Failed again. At this time, not far away, a Daoji sect disciple rushed out of the demon puppet formation in a sorry state, his face full of chagrin. Just a little bit more and he'll be able to pass through the 3rd layer. Outside the demon puppet formation a white-haired old man sat on his knees. His face was indifferent as he said, next, it's my turn. It's my turn. Xiao Jun rushed over with a face of excitement, his body disappearing into the curtain of light. Soon after, there was the faint sound of swords and spears clanging within this demon puppet formation, and there was no doubt that it was Xiao Jun who was starting to break into the formation. I give up. I give up. As a result, in less than 3 minutes' time, Xiao Jun was ejected from the magic puppet formation with a shout of I give up. It's Xiao Jun, ha ha, this kid is entering the demon puppet formation for the 3rd time, right? Still hasn't passed the 2nd level. Someone who knew Xiao Jun laughed out loud. The first layer of the demon puppet formation was able to pass with an early Hotian cultivation level, but the difficulty of each layer towards the back was increasing. I was so close. I'll definitely be able to break through the 2nd level next time and get 500 merit points, Xiao Jun said with a resigned face. Clearly he had failed and hadn't been able to break through the 2nd level. The contribution point reward given for breaking through the first layer of the demon puppet formation was 100 points, while the contribution point reward given for breaking through the 2nd layer was a full 500 points. Brother Su, you cheer up. Strive to break through the first layer. 100 contribution points can also buy 1 or 2 cultivation enhancing pills. Xiao Jun patted Su Hao's shoulder and encouraged him. In Xiao Jun's opinion, Su Hao's first-class martial artist level cultivation was really a bit weak, and it was a bit difficult to break through the first layer. Su Hao rubbed his nose and was a bit speechless. It seemed that Xiao Jun didn't realize that he had defeated 3 Hotian martial artists of the Dao Extreme sect when he was an initiate. Next, time passed and it was finally Su Hao's turn, who headed towards the demon puppet formation. That white-haired old man was a bit surprised to see Su Hao. First-class martial artist level? It seems that the talent is good. Into the magic puppet array. If you can't hold on anymore, just yell out that I give up, and breaking into the array can be terminated immediately. Don't have insufficient strength and still forcefully break into it, or else your life will be in danger. In history, there was no lack of martial artists who were unwilling to give up, and as a result, they died within the demon puppet formation. Of course, this was still a minority. Most martial artists were still in their right mind, and knowing that they couldn't break through, they would choose to give up, and wouldn't fight to the death. Well, I understand. Su Hao nodded. From what Xiao Jun had said before, he knew the doorways within this demon puppet formation. Su Hao took a step into the light curtain of the devil puppet formation and disappeared. Who is this kid? It looks like he's new to the Tao Polarity sect. Well, about the same age as Xiao Jun, but his cultivation is a bit too weak. He hasn't even reached the Hotian. I bet he breaks through the first floor at most and comes out in 3 minutes. Many waiting Daoji sect disciples outside the Devil Puppet Formation saw Su Hao enter the Devil Puppet Formation, and all of them laughed, guessing how many layers Su Hao could break through and how long it would take to come out. Su Hao entered the Devil Puppet Formation, and he found himself on top of a wide battlefield. The rocky soil in front of him twisted for a while, and soon after, a few stout black rock puppets with long spears appeared in the ground. Each of these black rock puppets had a rather strong aura, with a cultivation close to the Hotian, and there were even more than 3 of them. 3 black rock puppets, each of which had the strength of a peak first-class martial artist, and were proficient in battle formations and coordination, and could rival the Hotian when they joined forces. This was the first level of the Demon Puppet Formation, and defeating these 3 black rock puppets would allow them to enter the second level. It's really amazing, to directly turn all the rocks into puppets that can rival a first-class martial artist level. This devil puppet array must have consumed a lot of resources of Tao Extreme sect before it was constructed. Su Hao secretly sighed in admiration. This demon puppet formation was really peculiar, completely exceeding mundane means. Come on. Su Hao looked at the 3 black rock puppets on the opposite side. Roar! The 3 black rock puppets all held rock lances, roaring as they attacked Su Hao from 3 different directions, cooperating well and striking at the same time. Even a Hotian martial artist would feel overwhelmed when facing this joint strike. However, Su Hao couldn't see any expression on his face. The 3 black rock puppets were all equivalent to the first-class martial artist level, but for Su Hao, they appeared a bit insufficient. Snort! When the 3 black rock puppets approached Su Hao at a distance of 3 meters, Su Hao steeply drew his sword, and the snowy sword light was like a round of curved moon, flashing away. Pffffffffff. The figures of the 3 black rock puppets simultaneously paused as their lances were severed, and with them, the necks of the 3 black rock puppets. The 3 black rock puppets were killed at the same time, and they were directly turned back into a puddle of dirt and rocks that merged into the earth. Past the first level? Or did you kill 3 peak first-class martial artist level puppets in a flash? Outside the Demon Puppet Formation, the white-haired old man sitting cross-legged to guard the Demon Puppet Formation showed a hint of surprise on his face. If it was someone else who passed the first layer it wouldn't be worth much surprise, but Su Hao was only at the first-class martial artist level, and managed to pass the first layer of the Demon Puppet Formation, and still killed 3 demon puppets in a flash. So this achievement was quite eye-catching. Successfully killed the demon puppet. Gain 50 experience points. Gain 50 experience points. Gain 50 experience points. At this time, Su Hao's face showed a surprised look, because he had killed these 3 demon puppets and even gained experience value. Although he didn't know if it was because they weren't real creatures. The amount of experience value was far less than that of demon ghosts of the same level, but this was enough to make people happy. This demon puppet formation was simply heaven for Su Hao. Not only could he gain contribution points, but he could also gain experience value. Okay, second level. Su Hao was fully motivated. Passing the first layer, 100 contribution points had already arrived, but of course he wouldn't be satisfied. Not long after, the dirt and rocks on the ground twisted and formed 3 black rock puppets once again, but these 3 black rock puppets were very different from before. While they were holding long spears, they were also wearing rock armor on their bodies, and their breath was a whole lot stronger. Each black rock golem was equivalent to an early Hotian expert. Enough 3 early Hotian black rock puppets joining forces. It was no wonder that before, Xiao Jun couldn't even break through to the second floor. The difficulty had indeed increased by more than a few times. Roar! The 3 tall black rock golems roared and impacted once again, as fast as the wind, trampling the earth with a thud. Although it is stronger than the 3 puppets on the first level, for Su Hao, there is actually no difference, because they are all solved with a knife anyway. Chapter 37, Breaking the Formation. Kneeling for flowers and evaluation votes. Pffffffff. Su Hao took his knife back into the sheath, storing up his strength in the posture of drawing and chopping, and waited until the moment when the 3 black rock puppets entered within 3 meters, and instantly drew his knife. The fatal, icy-cold blade was like a round of curved moon, poignant and graceful, and the blade energy chopped off the weapons of the 3 black rock puppets, and at the same time sliced through their neck, killing them with one slash. Past the second level in a flash again? Killing 3 early Hotian stage devil puppets at the same time? Everyone outside the Demon Puppet Formation was unaware of what was happening inside the Demon Puppet Formation. Only the white-haired old man guarding the Demon Puppet Formation was able to sense the progress of the breakers. Even though he couldn't see the specifics of what was going on inside the Demon Puppet Formation, the white-haired old man was shocked and puzzled. The first layer passed in an instant, even if the second layer of the 3 early Hotian puppets was also crushed in an instant. 500 contribution points in hand. Next level. Su Hao was so excited that if he let Xiao Ju know, he would definitely spit out blood, while the second layer, which was extremely difficult in his opinion, Su Hao passed through with ease, and the third level of the magic puppet formation, the difficulty once again increased dramatically. This time there are 6 magic puppets, each with different weapons, and the third level of the devil puppet array, the difficulty once again surged. This time appeared a full 6 devil puppets, each devil puppet's weapon is different, swords, guns, swords and sticks complete, more varied. Shoo, a devil puppet waved a meteor hammer and threw it towards Su Hao. Su Hao slightly sidestepped his head to avoid it, but a sword-wielding devil puppet was already pouncing over, and a sword viciously stabbed at Su Hao's throat, fast and harsh. That's quite an increase in difficulty, but still isn't enough. Pust. Su Hao swung his sword, a simple blade, but it was fast to the extreme, as if a clear wind was blowing through, chopping above the neck of that devil puppet after it had started, cutting off its head. After killing this devil puppet, Su Hao showed his movement, avoided the stabbing attack of the devil puppet holding a lance behind him, and appeared on its side, and the blast wind blade intent caused Su Hao to make a knife so fast that it was unimaginable, and it was still a slash of a knife. Su Hao's primary wind spirit root gave him superb speed. Su Hao swept past the rest of the demon puppets like the wind, and as he swept past, the cold stream blade rolled up the wind and killed them one by one. 1,000 points of merit value to hand. This third layer is so difficult. The fourth layer must be even more difficult. I want to see which layer I can break into at my limit. Su Hao's eyes glowed as he continued to break into the fourth layer of the demonic puppet formation. On the fourth layer, a full 12 rock puppets appeared, and unlike the previous puppets, each of these 12 puppets had a bronze color, and their breath was even more powerful. 12 puppets, forming a battle formation, and the 3 puppets in the center were holding bows and arrows, bringing Su Hao not a small amount of pressure. Swoosh! The 3 bronze puppets holding bows and arrows bent their bows and arrows, and the 3 finger-thick arrows tore through the void, like 3 streams of light shooting out, unimaginably fast. What speed! Su Hao was also secretly shocked. At this speed, an ordinary Hotian martial artist would probably be hit by an arrow before he could even react. Clang! Su Hao grasped the blizzard blade intent. The green-colored airflow wrapped around the blade, and made 3 consecutive slashes, knocking 3 arrows away. Swoosh! But Su Hao had just blocked 3 arrows. Those 3 bronze puppets bent their bows again, and the arrows shot like a series of beads, while the remaining 9 bronze puppets formed a battle formation to protect the 3 long-range soldiers. Apparently, it was a tactic of constant shooting by the 3 bowmen, protected by the rest of the golems, and it was rather a bummer to have a long defense. Think you can stop me like that? Breath of blood. Su Hao snorted coldly and stimulated the blood-breathing technique. When he had comprehended the robbing thunder blade technique earlier, Su Hao's blood-breathing technique had already entered the intermediate level of proficiency through repeated breathing and exercising. At this moment, as Su Hao breathed, every drop of Su Hao's blood released a strange power, substantially strengthening Su Hao's vision and hearing, and in his eyes, those arrows that were originally swift became slow, and Su Hao's figure flickered, avoiding every arrow's attack in the tiniest arc, in the most effective way, and rushed straight to the battle formation formed by the 12 bronze puppets. The 12 bronze puppets released their arrows, while the rest raised their weapons very coldly, ready to force Su Hao back. Wind and thunder chop. The stern light in Su Hao's eyes was shining. The blast wind blade intent and thunder blade intent fused, and a wind and thunder chop chopped out, and the green-colored airflow entwined with light golden thunder, as if the wind was roaring and the thunder was roaring, and the emptiness of the sky exploded open. Click, click, click. The 10-foot-long blade chi streaked across, and the arrows shot along the way were torn to shreds before they had a chance to touch Su Hao, slashing heavily on the bodies of the several bronze puppets that intercepted them. Rumble! The greenish-golden blade chi burst apart. Hurricane winds swept through with hints of thunder, and a full 4 bronze puppets were impacted by this strike that mixed the 2 types of blade intent of wind and thunder, their bodies bursting into pieces, and their limbs and broken arms flew about. Su Hao's strike with a mixture of the 2 kinds of saber intent had more than doubled its power by 1 or 2 times, combining both the frenzy of thunder and the swiftness of the blistering wind, and it was powerful beyond compare. With just a single slash, it tore apart the battle formation formed by these 12 bronze puppets. Pffffffffff. Su Hao didn't stop. His sword came out like the wind, chopping out one after another, cutting down all 3 exposed long-range bronze puppets with ease. Without these 3 long-range attacking bronze puppets, the next step was undoubtedly much easier, and Su Hao faced the remaining few bronze puppets, all of which were easily broken one by virtue of their speed advantage. The difficulty of this 4th layer is really not low. Successfully defeating all the puppets on the 4th layer, Su Hao secretly said in his heart, 12 bronze puppets, forming a battle formation. That is, a middle Hotian martial artist basically didn't have much of a chance of passing through. As for the 5th level of the demon puppet formation, according to what Xiao Jun said, many late Hotian martial artists would have difficulty passing through it, and those who were able to pass through the 6th level of the demon puppet formation were the top of the outer sect disciples. The 4th layer was given to Su Hao with a reward of 2,000 contribution points, and Su Hao still wanted to try the devil puppet formation on the 5th layer, without giving Su Hao much time to rest. In front of Su Hao, one bronze puppet rose up from the ground, still 12, but what was very different from before was that these 12 bronze puppets not only had a more powerful breath, but also each of them held a weapon in one hand and a shield in the other. These bronze puppets faced Su Hao, and all of them did not move at all, adopting a defensive battle method. In the devil puppet formation, if they failed to pass when the time was up, they would be directly judged as failing to break into the formation. Then let's see how this 5th floor is. Su Hao didn't stay, deciding to attack first to test it out. His figure extremely indulged out. A thunder blade intent that reached 20% blade intent slashed out, like golden thunder roaring, engulfing 1 or 2 bronze puppets in it. Crack! The thunder blade awnings exploded. The 2 bronze puppets held shields for defense. What made Su Hao stunned happened. The thunder blade awnings dissipated. These 2 bronze puppets were not damaged at all. Even there was no half trace on their bodies. What's going on? My thunder blade intent has reached the level of 20% blade intent, but I can't even hurt them a bit? Su Hao was shocked. What kind of strong defense is this? Chapter 38, 6th floor? Elite list. 5 shifts on my knees, begging for flowers and evaluation votes. Wind thunder chop. Su Hao didn't believe in evil. Once again stimulating his blade intent, the 2 types of blade intent of wind and thunder fused. The hurricane roared, and the thunder light sprinted away. Crack! The 12 bronze puppets brought their shields together. Still on the defensive, the green golden blade chi exploded, shaking the air and creating ripples. But the 12 bronze puppets remained unharmed, their feet clasped to the earth, not moving at all. Does this mean that if the attack doesn't reach a certain strength, it will be directly immunized? Su Hao guessed in his heart. This 5th layer was very special. All the bronze puppets had super strong defense, and it was difficult to cause the slightest damage to them if the intruder's attack didn't reach a certain level. These bronze puppets wouldn't attack on their own initiative, but if the time was up, the intruder would fail to break into the formation directly. Then, there's only one thing left to try out the newly comprehended blade technique. Su Hao took a deep breath. His hands gripped the hilt of the knife. A destructive atmosphere was brewing. The internal energy in Su Hao's body was unceasingly injected into the cold flow knife. And in the same trend, the knife chopped out, and black thunder erupted in all directions, as if it had the power to destroy the world. It was precisely Su Hao's newly mastered second style of the thunderjacking blade technique. The 12 bronze puppets all raised their shields to resist, their bronze-colored shields appearing pleated and extremely sturdy. Thumbs up. However, when this black thunder blade landed on their shields, it was like a thunder evil dragon roaring. The terrifying destructive force exploded, rawly tearing the shields of the 4 bronze puppets that bore the brunt of the attack, and with it, their bodies. It works! Su Hao's eyes instantly lit up. This newly mastered thunderjacking blade technique was worthy of the silver level quality rating. The killing power was terrifying. Even the bronze puppets at the 5th level couldn't defend against it. Again, Su Hao lifted his strength, and the robbing thunder blade technique was performed, integrating his own blade intent into it, and destructive thunder was tumbling. Boom boom, 2 slashes in a row, devastatingly roaring and tearing apart the few remaining bronze puppets, successfully killed the demon puppet. Gain 100 experience points. Gain 100 experience points. Gain 100 experience points. A series of system prompts came, and Su Hao didn't have time to rejoice before he felt tearing pain coming from every muscle in his body. Hiss. So painful. Driving this thunderjacking blade law. The load on myself is too big. 3 knives in a row. Almost drained my physical strength. The consumption is too big. Su Hao felt the soreness of his body, and secretly said, the thunderjacking blade technique, powerful, but for Su Hao's consumption is also incomparably horrifying. Just 3 knives. It drained Su Hao's strength. Good thing he successfully passed the 5th layer. The contribution point reward for passing the 5th level was a full 5,000 points. Together with the rewards from the previous 4 levels, the total was 8,600 contribution points, which was definitely a huge amount of money. On top of that, killing these demonic puppets also provided Su Hao with a certain amount of experience value, which was far inferior to the demonic ghosts of the same level, but it added up to 2,500 points. There was no doubt that the harvest from this breakthrough was enormous. Su Hao looked at the earth gradually to have new puppets condensed, and he directly said, end the breakthrough formation. The 6th level of the devil puppet formation. Among the 80,000 to 90,000 outer disciples of the entire Daoji sect, those who could break through were very few. It was only the elite of the outer sect, the peak Hotian martial artists who could do it, not to mention that Su Hao was physically exhausted at this moment. Even if he was at his peak state, the chances of breaking through were not very high, so Su Hao directly chose to give up. As Su Hao's words fell, everything around him disappeared, and Su Hao also felt a repulsive force coming, and Su Hao followed this repulsive force and managed to detach himself from the devil puppet formation. Brother Su, how was it? It took you so long to come out. You didn't even pass the second layer, did you? As soon as Su Hao came out, Xiao Jun ran over with a shocked face. The time Su Hao went in wasn't short, which showed that Su Hao had most likely passed the second layer of the devil puppet formation. He only had a first-class martial artist level cultivation. This newcomer is really something. Ha ha, old Wang, just now you bet that he couldn't pass even one layer. Bring 100 contribution points. Don't want to back out. There were quite a few Tao Polarity sect disciples who laughed, feeling that Su Hao's strength was beyond their expectations. Only the white-haired old man's mouth twitched slightly. 2 layers? This one has passed the 5th layer of the demon puppet formation. The white-haired old man guarding the devil puppet formation was the only one present who knew that Su Hao had passed the 5th layer of the devil puppet formation, and it was undoubtedly quite astonishing that a first-class martial artist level could pass the 5th layer of the devil puppet formation that many late Hotian martial artists had difficulty in passing. What an uncomplicated young man. Is it called Su Hao? Old me remembered. The white-haired old man looked deeply at Su Hao. His face was full of appreciation. He felt that with Su Hao's natural talent, the next time he came to the demon puppet formation, his strength would definitely have a huge leap, but exactly how long he would be able to pass through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation, it was unknown. The 6th layer was a watershed. The outer disciples who were able to pass the 6th layer were undoubtedly not the elites among the outer disciples, and their future advancement to the innate realm was all a matter of time. It's senior brother Fong Jing. Is he here to impact the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation? Ha ha, senior brother Fong Jing. He has joined the Tao Polarity sect for 10 years and is so powerful that he was able to watch him break through the formation. If he breaks through the 6th layer, the demon puppet formation will even ring a bell to celebrate. At this time, the crowd's attention moved away from Su Hao's body. A white-clothed man came slowly, and his appearance caused a commotion. This senior brother Fong Jing, who was obviously extremely prestigious and strong among the outer sect disciples, came to this demon puppet formation, causing everyone to wonder if he could break through his previous limits this time and successfully pass through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation, leaping up to become an outer sect elite. Senior brother Fong Jing, it's possible for him to enter the elite ranking and become the 151st elite disciple on the elite ranking. Xiao Jun was also incomparably excited. The so-called elite list, is the outer door disciples themselves ranked out? Can be on the elite list, are through the 6 layers of the magic puppet array? This elite list top 3 naturally those 3 after heavenly cultivation through the 8 layers of the magic puppet array of the super demon. And if someone is promoted into the inner door, the name will also disappear from the elite list. Outer disciples close to 90,000 people. To be able to stand out among the 90,000 talented martial artists with spiritual roots gathered from all sides and enter the elite list is undoubtedly a kind of honor. Every disciple on the elite list is basically an internal disciple, and it's only a matter of time before they all advance to the innate elite list. It's a bit interesting. Su Hao was also surprised. This elite list seemed to be able to help him understand what level the top level of this Tao Polarity sect's outer disciples was. Su Hao, however, was ready to leave. When he saw Su Hao leave, Xiao Jun was puzzled. Aren't you going to watch senior brother Fong Jing break through the formation? He might break through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation today and enter the elite list. No more looking. I'm going to go to the treasure pavilion to see if I can exchange something. Su Hao shook his head. He didn't have much interest in whether or not this senior brother Fong Jing could break through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation and enter the elite list. 600 points of contribution value can't be exchanged for much good stuff. Seeing Su Hao's departing back, Xiao Jun muttered a bit. What Xiao Jun didn't know was that Su Hao could have more than 600 contribution points, but a full 8,600 points. 5th shift. With a 6th O. Chapter 39 Metamorphosis. Blood Demon Body. The 6th shift requests flowers and evaluation votes. Treasure Pavilion. This was where the Tao Polarity sect stored its treasures. In which pills to enhance cultivation, various heavenly materials and treasures collected by the sect, and divine weapons were all available. But all of these required a considerable amount of contribution points to exchange. What do you need to order? This young brother of the same clan? A middle-aged man with a big belly greeted him, a pair of small eyes smiling, kind of like a worldly businessman. Su Hao looked around. There were many treasures placed inside this store, making him a bit dazzled. This is the Peiyuan Dan, capable of nourishing internal energy, most suitable for martial artists below the Hotian. The price of a bottle is 500 contribution points. This is the pure heart pill. Taking one when practicing martial arts and techniques can allow one to enter a state of cultivation where one forgets both things in oneself. The price of a bottle is 1,000 contribution points. The middle-aged man was very enthusiastic to help Su Hao recommend all kinds of items that were suitable for him, making Su Hao feel like he was sorry for not buying them. Su Hao looked around, but his gaze was fixed on a blood-colored vial, wondering, what is this? The middle-aged man took a glance and immediately said, this is the demon ghost's essence blood. Usually some disciples can use it when refining pills. In addition, if you are injured and have lost your chi and blood, directly drinking the demon ghost's essence blood can also make your chi and blood recover quickly. Demon ghost's essence blood? Su Hao's eyes brightened up. Su Hao recalled a technique he had obtained by killing blood-winged blood demon body. This blood demon body is a secret technique of the evil way. There are shortcuts to take, and can even borrow it to transform themselves into a half-demon ghost. With the heart blood of children's boys and girls to cultivate the best, it can be said to be a very evil technique. However, according to Su Hao's knowledge, it was fine to use the demon ghost's essence blood to cultivate, but it had to be the essence blood of a demon ghost at the Hotian level, and there was no distinction between good and evil for any kung fu secret art to be used in different hands. This demon ghost essence blood made Su Hao couldn't help but be greatly moved. The highest level gongfu of his Su family was the purple chi skill, but it was only of black iron level quality. The blood demon body, this gongfu secret art, although it was only of 3 layers, was as high as of bronze level quality. He himself could completely cultivate it to perfection first, and then later on, see if he could find a complete blood demon body. The fact that the blood demon body was able to cause Bloodwing and the others to go so crazy was naturally due to the fact that this technique was quite extraordinary. Then Su Hao made up his mind and opened his mouth. Is there any essence blood of a Hotian demon ghost? The middle-aged man was stunned. Su Hao, a martial artist who hadn't even reached the Hotian realm, didn't purchase pills to enhance his cultivation. Instead, he wanted to purchase the essence blood of a Hotian demon ghost, but the middle-aged man quickly said, of course there is, but the essence blood of a Hotian demon ghost is more expensive. A Hotian demon ghost can only distill so much essence blood, and the price of a bottle is 300 contribution points. Su Hao took a look at the vial, probably a little smaller than the bottle containing Hua, so a vial would cost 300 contribution points. Very expensive. Give me 10 bottles first. Su Hao decided to buy 10 bottles first to see the effect, and if it could really make his blood demon body refine quickly, it wouldn't be too late to buy it again. Su Hao directly took out his identity token and handed it to the middle-aged man. A new disciple can take out 3,000 contribution points? The middle-aged man was surprised in his heart as he took the token and slightly probed his face with undisguised astonishment. A total of 8,600 contribution points. This number exactly corresponds to the reward for breaking through the 5 layers of the demon puppet array. Could it be that the person in front of him has broken through the 5 layers of the demon puppet array? Although his heart was shocked, the middle-aged man's hand movements were very sharp, and he also took out a token, as if swiping a card, and swiped away the 3,000 contribution points within Su Hao's identity token. Then he took 10 blood-colored vials more enthusiastically and handed them over to Su Hao. There are a total of 10 vials of Hotian demon ghost's essence blood, so take an inventory. Well, thanks a lot. Su Hao looked at it a little bit, then put it into a bag and left alone. I wonder just how useful this blood demon body is to me. Su Hao secretly pondered and didn't stay. Directly going to the cultivation room to study the secret art of blood demon body. Blood demon body. This is a technique to cultivate one's own blood. When the blood is strong, the body is naturally strong. Blood is the source of life. If a person loses too much blood, they will be directly weakened, comatose, and even die. The blood demon body, on the other hand, majored in blood, causing one's own blood to metamorphose and further strengthen one's physical body. So fishy. Su Hao opened a blood-red vial, and immediately smelled a strong blood odor, which made him a little speechless. Cultivating the blood demon body, having to drink blood directly, this is a little heavy mouth. A lot of vegetables are watered with feces, don't they eat beautifully just the same? I'll just pretend that the essence blood of these Hotian demon ghosts is pig's blood. Su Hao comforted himself twice in his mind, then drank a whole bottle of demon ghost essence blood with a tilt of his head. No pain, no gain. The essence blood of a Hotian demon ghost was undoubtedly a great tonic, and taking it made Su Hao feel his stomach rolling. Su Hao didn't hesitate, and immediately was running the blood demon body, and began to refine these demonic ghost essence blood, and immediately a stream of warmth swam all over his body, making his blood stronger and further nourishing his physical body. After a bottle of demon ghost essence blood was refined, Su Hao's whole body had a feeling of being complete, full of energy, ears and eyes, and the world in his eyes seemed to become clearer. Go on. Su Hao began to refine a bottle of demonic ghost essence blood, and when the time came a week later, All 10 bottles of Hotian-level demonic ghost essence blood were refined by Su Hao, which caused him to successfully push the blood demon body up to the second level of the realm. This blood demon body is actually so subtle. When Su Hao cultivated the blood demon body to the second layer, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. The most intuitive benefit of cultivating the second blood demon body was that the blood nourished the flesh, allowing Su Hao's physique to enhance by a large extent. While the original him had a strength of 10,000 pounds in one arm, now he had a strength of close to 15,000 pounds. Not only that, the biggest change was Su Hao's blood. His blood was as if it had produced a metamorphosis. Under the internal vision, the blood had a magnificent color, and the quality of the blood was more than 3 to 5 times higher than before. 1 drop of blood is equal to 3 or 5 drops of other people. The benefit brought by this is huge. It can make Su Hao more divine and complete. Blood is the source of life. The blood becomes strong. His vitality is also more abundant. Ordinary people can only be well after 10 days and half a month of injury. He estimates that he can be healed in 3 or 5 days. If I cultivate my blood demon body to the third layer of perfection, wouldn't I be able to use the burning blood secret art as an ordinary martial art? Su Hao thought of this. The main thing that the blood-burning secret art burned was his own blood. If Su Hao's blood metamorphosed again, it could completely and drastically weaken the side effects of the blood-burning secret art, and using the blood-burning secret art frequently wouldn't even be a big load on the body. Good. Exchange all the contribution points for demon ghost essence blood. Realizing how helpful this blood demon body would be to him, Su Hao didn't hesitate and made another trip to the treasure pavilion, exchanging all of his remaining 600 contribution points for demon ghost essence blood. It was worth mentioning that the middle-aged man directly gave him a round number, a total of 20 bottles of essence blood of Hotian demon ghost. Su Hao refined a bottle of demon ghost essence blood, and when another half a month passed, Su Hao successfully pushed the blood demon body up to the third level of perfection. Phew! The blood demon body was cultivated to the completion of the third layer. At this time, under Su Hao's internal vision, every drop of his blood was blood red and magnificent. Every drop of his blood was 10 times the quality of the previous one, and the benefits brought about by a strong qi in blood were very great. Su Hao's recovery power today was nearly 10 times that of an ordinary person, and the powerful qi in blood nourished the physical body, along with Su Hao's physical quality were greatly improved. He now had a huge strength of 20,000 pounds in one arm. Previously, when he executed the robbing thunder blade technique, 3 knives would drain his strength, but now Su Hao wouldn't feel too tired even if he had 10 knives in a row. Even more amazing was the burning blood secret art. After his own qi and blood were strong, with the recovery power of the blood breathing method, Su Hao was able to maintain the burning blood secret art for a long time without damaging his own origin, which was very amazing. 6 more requests for flower evaluation votes. Chapter 40, Setting a Record. Kneeling for flowers and evaluation votes. Or perhaps this burning blood mysterious art was originally a secret art that accompanied the blood demon body, and it was only when the blood demon body was strong that the true effects of the burning blood mysterious art could be brought into play. My strength nowadays, I believe it's enough to break through the 6th layer of the devil puppet formation. Rest for a few days, and the 1-month time interval will be here. The reward for breaking through the 6th layer of the devil puppet formation is a full 10,000 contribution points, which is enough for me to buy a large number of cultivation pills, helping me to quickly cause my internal force to transform into true qi, and enter the realm of Hotian. Su Hao's eyes were bright, already thinking about the path afterward. The Hotian realm, which caused internal force to metamorphose into true qi, was a qualitative improvement, and it was believed that entering the Hotian realm could cause Su Hao's strength to increase again. Su Hao's room. Su Hao lying on the bed quietly looking at a manual. This manual is the so-called elite list, is the outer disciples of the disciples of their own production of the manual. As for Su Hao from where, is not long ago encountered Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun lent him to watch. This is recorded above are through the 6 layers of the devil puppet array of elite disciples, updated every month. The list now has a total of 150 people, including the top of the list of people named Yelu Xiong. This person after the day of cultivation through the 8 layers of the devil puppet array, ranked first in the list of elites, vaguely have the first outside the door of the name of the strongest, and according to the information in the elite ranking manual, this Yelu Xiong's family was also quite extraordinary, being a member of one of the great families within the Tao Polarity sect. A behemoth like the Tao Polarity sect was naturally made up of many clans, and every strong person who opened the immortal sect level could be counted as a clan behind him, and the most powerful of them was undoubtedly the Nangong clan of the patriarch's lineage, and Yeluxiang's family also had more than one strong person who had opened the immortal gate level. The strength is strong, besides Yeluxiang and the others. Su Hao then saw a familiar name on the elite list, Nangong Renling, 93rd on the Pi elite ranking, worthy of being my sister. Su Hao couldn't help but smile. Nangong Renling, His younger sister, whom he had never met before, was also a man of the hour in the outer sect. Her age was even younger than Su Hao's, but now she was already at the top of the list amongst the 80,000 to 90,000 disciples in the entire Tao Extremity sect, so one could imagine that her talent was very uncommon. Su Hao naturally felt heartfelt happiness for this. Speaking of which, Su Hao had come to Daoji sect for 2 months, but he hadn't seen his mother, Nangong Lan, as well as his younger sister, Nangong Renling, and he wasn't too good at deliberately inquiring and approaching. Anyway, all these things were not in a hurry, so wait for the right time to find them again. Several days passed in a flash, while Su Hao went out, preparing to challenge the Devil Puppet Array again. According to the rules, everyone could challenge the Devil Puppet Array once a month, and a month had passed since the last time. Just after going out, Su Hao met Xiao Jun, who lived next door, and when Xiao Jun saw Su Hao, he also said with an excited face, "You're going to challenge the Demon Puppet formation too? Let's go. This time, I have a breakthrough in strength, so I will definitely be able to catch up with you and break through the second layer of the Devil Puppet formation as well." Then you cheer up. Su Hao stroked his nose speechlessly, but he had broken through the 5th layer. This guy naively thought he could catch up with his progress? The two came all the way outside the Magic Puppet Array, and the atmosphere of the entire Magic Puppet Array at this time was obviously somewhat abnormal. What's going on? Xiao Jun sensed the atmosphere and inquired towards one of the Tao Polarity sect disciples with some suspicion. Clang! Without waiting for this person to reply, from the Demon Puppet formation not far away, a mellifluous bell chimed, which caused everyone inside and outside the entire Demon Puppet formation to be filled with admiration and envy. This bell sound, it's someone passing through the 6th layer of the Demon Puppet formation. After a moment of stunned silence, Xiao Jun was filled with astonishment. Passing the 6th-layer Devil Puppet formation? Su Hao was also slightly surprised. The 6th-layer Devil Puppet formation was a watershed. Breaking through the 6th-layer Devil Puppet formation, one was able to become an elite among the outer disciples, and every elite disciple, without any surprises, would be able to ascend to the innate realm in the future, become an inner disciple, look forward to the immortal sect, and become a mainstay of the Tao Extreme sect. Therefore, those who broke through the 6 layers of the Demon Puppet Array for the first time would ring a bell inside the Demon Puppet Array to celebrate, which was considered a supreme honor by many. It's out. It's senior brother Fong Jing. Last time, senior brother Fong Jing failed to pass the 6th layer, and now he has finally managed to pass the 6th layer and enter the elite ranking. At this moment, inside the Devil Puppet formation, a slightly wretched man came out from it, his face full of ecstasy. It was the same senior brother Fong Jing that Su Hao had seen last time. Clang! Fong Jing failed to impact the 6th layer of the Demon Puppet formation last month. Now this time, he finally succeeded. The bells were ringing loudly. Fong Jing was bathed in glory, but at this time, he sat down on his knees without any image and tuned up. Breaking through the 6th layer had caused Fong Jing to almost exhaust his full strength, and he himself was a bit deflated, so he tuned in on the spot, and no one was unwise enough to bother him at this point. Senior brother Fong Jing is truly gifted. He's not even over 30 years old. 99% of him will be able to enter the innate realm, and he has hopes of opening the immortal gate in the future. Where is brother Su? Xiao Jun's face was full of envy and reverence. He took Fong Jing as his goal to chase and surpass, muttering, but he suddenly looked at where Su Hao was, but he realized that Su Hao had already disappeared, causing him to scratch his head, not sure where Su Hao had gone. I'll be polite if no one enters the formation. Su Hao at this time but had already entered the Magic Puppet formation. Full of smiles, the rest of the people were attracted by Fong Jing. No one entered the Magic Puppet formation. Su Hao did not let go of this opportunity, directly took the opportunity to enter the Magic Puppet formation, otherwise the queue would have to line up for half a day. This kid is here again? That old man guarding the outside of the Demon Puppet formation. On the other hand, his eyes lit up as he noticed that the one who had entered the formation was Su Hao, who had broken through the 5 layers of the Demon Puppet formation a month ago with a cultivation of the first-rate martial artist level. There was no doubt that this white-haired old man had long remembered Su Hao, and at this moment, he couldn't help but look forward to it. Even though he didn't think that Su Hao possessed the strength to break through the 6-layer Devil Puppet formation so soon. Inside the Demon Puppet formation, on a scorched battlefield, the earth surged, as it did last time. From within the earth, a rock-formed puppet emerged from the earth. Without a word, the 3 black rock puppets charged towards Su Hao with great strides, as if they were 3 fierce beasts. Su Hao casually as a knife chopped out. Now he blood demon body upgraded to the 3rd layer of the perfect realm. The body is twice as strong. In terms of strength, is up a big cut, the power is twice as big. The lethality increased can be more than double. Under this knife, the 3 black rock puppets are all wasted. The mortally wounded golems all automatically turned into rocks before new golems emerged from the earth and the second level of the demon puppet formation opened. Su Hao still passed easily, followed by the third, fourth, and fifth layers. Just like last time, Su Hao passed them all one by one. Although he said that there were no more contribution points this time, the experience value brought by these puppets was not a small amount. Su Hao raised his hands to welcome a few more times. The last time Su Hao passed through the fifth layer he was already exhausted, but his physique, which had been strengthened substantially, this time, he very easily used the Thunderjack blade technique to cut down the puppet with superb defense at the fifth layer without even taking a breath. It's the sixth layer. The white-haired old man outside the demon puppet formation silently felt, not ready to give up. The sixth layer and the fifth layer was a watershed. The outer sect disciples who were able to break through the sixth layer. There were only less than 200 out of the entire outer sect's 80 to 90,000 disciples, and every single one who was able to break through the sixth layer of the demon puppet formation was the absolute elite of the outer sect. The white-haired old man didn't think Su Hao would be able to break through, and if he really did, Su Hao would create an unprecedented record, breaking through the six-layer demon puppet formation with the strength of a first-class martial artist level. It was important to know that many peak Hotian martial artists might not be able to break through the six-layer devil puppet formation. It's Friday again. Asking for flower review votes O_N_O. Chapter 41, Breaking the 6 Layers of Devil Puppet Formation. Kneeling for flowers and evaluation votes. Click, click, click. Su Hao waited quietly at this moment, and in the ground in front of him, the earth tore apart, and gradually a devil puppet crawled out from within the earth. These devil puppets were completely different from the previous devil puppets. Each devil puppet's body seemed to be carved and cast in white silver, with silver light flowing all over its body. The devil puppets on the sixth floor were silver puppets. The aura emanating from each silver puppet was strong to the extreme, and each one was considered a very powerful existence in the Hotian realm. And this silver puppet was the same as before, with a total of as many as 12. Some of them were armed with lances, some with shields, and some with bows and arrows, and a kind of silvery light shone in their hollow eyes, filling them with an aura of danger. This was the 6th level's demon puppet formation, and breaking through it would earn you a reward of 20,000 contribution points. Roar! Without the slightest stop, several silver puppets roared furiously and pounced towards Su Hao. Phew! Without waiting for these silver puppets to get close to Su Hao, the 3 silver puppets holding bows and arrows fired 3 arrows into the sky, and when these 3 arrows flew to a certain height, they were like meteors turning steeply and falling down, sealing the direction of Su Hao's dodging, and together with several silver puppets rushing to him, it was exactly the same thing as the one coming up to cause Su Hao to lose the battle. 3 arrows, along with the weapons of several silver puppets, came towards Su Hao at nearly the same time, facing the siege of nearly 10 powerful Hotian-level martial artists at the same time. That is, the peak Hotian powerhouse, and inadvertence was the end of defeat. Come on, blast blade intent. Su Hao, however, was full of battle intent. His lungs exploded with thunder, spreading to his whole body. Every muscle was full of activity, bursting out with amazing speed and strength. Su Hao condensed the blizzard blade intent, and in just an instant, he made 10 blades in a row. Clang! It was as if Su Hao had transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed man, obviously only having 1 blade, but in an instant, he stirred up a sky full of blade chi, blocking away all the arrows and weapons that were shot at him. Sparks splashed in the air. Su Hao now had a huge strength of 20,000 pounds in 1 arm, and with the increase of the thunder breathing method, the surrounding silver puppets that surrounded Su Hao withdrew a few steps away from the hard shock. However, these silver puppets pounced and surrounded Su Hao with a more fierce attack after a slight lull, not giving Su Hao half a chance to catch his breath. These silver puppets were only stronger in defense than the puppets on the 5th floor. Not only that, they would not stand still and let the attack. The difficulty was raised more than a few times. The secret art of burning blood. 1 silver puppet completely sealed Su Hao's space for dodging. At this kind of time, if other people were to do it, they would only admit defeat and give up, or else their lives would be in danger. But at this moment, Su Hao instantly stimulated the secret art of burning blood. In the pores on the surface of Su Hao's skin, a trace of blood-red aerosol erupted out, burning, forming a blood-colored fire coat wrapping around Su Hao, whose aura instantly doubled by more than 2 or 3 times. Burning blood secret art. This is the secret art of burning one's own blood. Internal energy, for the body is extremely damaging. Ordinary martial artists with a time have to recuperate for 10 days and half a month. If the maintenance of the time is a little bit longer, will damage the origin, or even direct death. However, Su Hao had cultivated into the blood demon body 3rd layer perfection, and 1 drop of his blood was worth 10 drops of someone else's, so he was completely able to use the blood-burning mysterious technique as an ordinary one without causing too much of a load on his body. PFFFFFFF. a weapon chopped on Su Hao's body, causing it to be split into pieces, but it was just a stump, and Su Hao, who had inspired the burning blood secret art, doubled his speed 1 or 2 times, and was directly transformed into a blood-colored shadow, breaking away from the encirclement of these silver puppets. Wind and Thunder Chop. Su Hao appeared behind his silver puppet, and before it could even react, the two blade intentions of Wind and Thunder merged, and a brilliant blade chi struck the back of its neck. Put. Su Hao now had 20,000 pounds of divine power himself, plus the enhancement of the burning blood secret art. The killing power of this knife could be imagined. The back of the neck of that silver golem was chopped squarely, and the blade devastated it, cutting its head down alive. Ding! Successfully killed the silver golem. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 experience points. The silver golem's corpse separated, and its body immediately fell softly to the ground, turning back into rock and dirt, killing it with a single blow. Good. These silver puppets have stronger defense than the puppets at the 5th level, but they still can't block my current slash. Su Hao's eyes glowed. This was the horror of the burning blood secret technique combined with the blood demon body. Using the secret technique that could only be used in a desperate way completely as if it was an ordinary martial art. X1D1G*D1XCM. Swoosh. The 3 arrows shot again. Each arrow was fast beyond the speed of sound in general, bringing up a burst of air-breaking sound whistling, but at this time, Su Hao transformed the thunder breathing method into the blood breathing method, which was even more multiplied with the blood demon body, and it was as if everything around him had become static, and the 3 arrows had become incomparably slow. Su Hao dragged his blood-colored shadow, easily avoiding the arrows with a single turn, crossing the block of the silver puppets in less than a blink of an eye, appearing in front of the 3 silver puppets holding bows and arrows, and raising the cold stream blade. Gusts of pitch-black thunder were rolling over. The Thunderjack blade technique. Rumble. Pitch-black thunder gathered into a sword gas, as if there was the power of annihilation crushing through. Those 3 silver puppets holding bows and arrows couldn't dodge in time, and that strong defense couldn't withstand this horrifying attack at all. All of them were all over from the waist, and their bodies that were chopped into 2 have slammed down on the ground heavily. With the burning blood secret technique on, Su Hao was simply powerful and terrifying. Clad in blood, a silver puppet had to be killed in a flash. Pffffffffff. Su Hao didn't waste any time. Every minute could be burning his own chi and blood, and it would also make him weak and physically damaged after a long time. Su Hao's speed was too fast. Those silver puppets couldn't catch Su Hao's corners at all, and could only be beaten unilaterally. Pffffffff. Su Hao swept through between the 2 silver puppets as a blood-colored shadow, and accompanied by the violent thunder blade chi, the 2 silver puppets' corpses fell to the ground with their heads separated. Ding! Successfully killed the silver golem. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 experience points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 experience points. A system prompt came, and a smile appeared on Su Hao's face. Passed. The 12 silver puppets on the 6th floor were all chopped under Su Hao's sword. Strange. Who just entered the demon puppet formation? It didn't come out for so long. I don't know. Just now senior brother Fong Jing attracted everyone's attention, and some guy took the opportunity to cut in. On top of the square outside the devil puppet array, one by one, the Tao Polarity sect disciples at this time. On the other hand, all reacted somewhat. They found that the devil puppet array came from time to time to send out the sound of thunder bursts. The sound was quite alarming, and there were unknown disciples of the Tao Polarity sect breaking into the array, and with so much time having passed, the number of layers the other party had more than likely broken through was not low. Chapter 42. The shocked disciples of the Tao Extreme sect, kneeling for flower evaluation votes. Humph. Finally I've broken through the 6 layers of the demon puppet formation. 20,000 contribution points, plus my previous accumulation. Maybe I can try to impact the innate realm. Fong Jing at this time toned down. His face was full of smiles as he secretly thought, when he saw the adoring eyes of each and every disciple around him. A burst of satisfaction went through his heart. Today, the outer door of the Tao Polarity sect was destined to spread his name. This was a kind of honor. Not everyone was able to break through the 6 layers of the demon puppet array. He really, and at this time, that white-haired old man's face violently surfaced a trace of shock and disbelief. He had been sensing the situation inside the devil puppet formation, and he sensed it the first time that the devil puppets on the 6th floor had been killed by Su Hao as much as possible. How amazing is this? Passing through the 6-layer demon puppet formation with a first-class martial artist level of cultivation was simply unimaginable, creating a record for the Tao Polarity sect. Strange. Where did Brother Su go? Didn't even say hello. Xiao Jun secretly complained. He still wanted to compare with Su Hao whether he could catch up with his progress this time. Clang! Right at this moment, from the demon puppet formation, a long, melodious bell sounded and spread out. The sound of this bell caused everyone to go silent. and Xiao Jun was filled with astonishment. The sound of this bell is another person who has broken through the 6 layers of the demon puppet formation. Fong Jing, who was originally full of joy, also had his smile frozen, somewhat in disbelief. I've only broken through 6 layers of the demon puppet formation, and in the latter step, someone else has also broken through the demon puppet formation? This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Another person has broken through the 6th floor of the demon puppet formation? All of a sudden there are 2 more outer sect elites today, without a doubt. All the disciples outside the demon puppet formation were boiling over. Within a day, 2 people in a row had broken through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation and would enter the ranks of the outer sect's elite list. Clang! The bell rang 6 times and then slowly stopped. It was an honor that the bell would only ring for the first time after breaking through more than 6 layers of the demon puppet formation. Inside the devil puppet formation, the battlefield in front of Su Hao once again had devil puppets rising up from the ground. And this time, there were 24 silver puppets, and they were even stronger than the previous silver puppets. Forget it, I'll come back to the 7th layer later. Wait until I advance to the Hotian realm. Breaking in now would be too much of a load on myself. It was the 7th level of the demon puppet formation that had started, and Su Hao decided to give up after slightly observing the strength of the 24 silver puppets on the opposite side. The 8th layer of the demon puppet formation, there were only 3 people in the entire outer sect who had broken through, and as for the outer sect disciples who had broken through the 7th layer of the demon puppet formation, there were only about 20 of them in the entire outer sect, which made it tremendously difficult. Su Hao felt that it was possible to break through the 7th layer of the demonic puppet formation if he went through it hard, but it would be too much of a load for him, and cultivating into the 3rd layer of the perfect blood demon body made the burning blood secret art less burdensome for Su Hao, but if it was maintained for a long time, it would have the same effect on Su Hao. The puppets on this 7th layer were stronger, and the number of puppets was doubled, so how could one think that it would not be simple to pass? Anyway, there was still a chance to break through the formation in the future. There was no need to be in a hurry. Otherwise, even if he forced himself to break through the 7th layer, if he injured his origin, then it would be too late to regret. The contribution points earned this time were enough for Su Hao to exchange for resources to advance to the Hotian. And when he advanced to the Hotian and then came back to break into this demon puppet formation, it would definitely be even easier. And breaking into the formation, weighing the 2 sides, Su Hao chose to end breaking into the formation, and a repulsive force repelled him towards the outside of the demonic puppet formation. The person inside is coming out. Who could it be? It should be the same as senior brother Fong Jing, a veteran outer sect disciple with a deep accumulation. At this moment, everyone was staring at the exit of the demon puppet formation. Everyone wanted to see who actually passed through the 6 layers of the demon puppet formation. But when they saw the handsome young man walking out from the entrance, everyone froze. Su Hao's appearance was just too young and very unfamiliar. In all likelihood he was a disciple who had only recently joined the Daoji sect, and his cultivation was only at the first-class martial artist level. Could it be that he had broken through the 6-layer demon puppet formation? It's unbelievable. How is it possible? I only just joined the Dao Extreme sect at his age. Senior brother Fong Jing shook his head incredulously. He only joined the Dao Extreme sect at Su Hao's age. But Su Hao had already broken through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation? This was too heavenly. Brother Su was the most shocked than Xiao Jun. He was still wondering where Su Hao had gone, but it turned out that it was Su Hao who was killing in the devil puppet formation. He broke through the 6 layers of the magic puppet formation. Will not enter the outer door elite list? He was 2 months behind himself. Not bad. The white-haired old man's face was full of admiration and praised. Unlike other people's skepticism, the white-haired old man knew that Su Hao had really passed the 6th layer. Last time, he had only passed the 5th layer. This rate of progress was too exaggerated. So many people? Su Hao was a bit unaccustomed to being stared at by so many people with questioning gazes. He rubbed his nose and didn't bother to pay attention to it, lifting his steps and preparing to leave the demon puppet formation and make a trip to the treasure pavilion. Now that he had newly gained 20,000 contribution points, it would be enough for him to purchase enough cultivation resources to metamorphose his own internal force into true qi, and to advance to the Hotian martial artist realm. Slow down. Su Hao was ready to leave, but someone else was unwilling to do so. A man with a fair face blocked Su Hao's body, forcing him to look at him. It was none other than that senior brother Fong Jing. Something wrong? Su Hao frowned, not knowing where he had provoked him. Fong Jing's face was filled with skepticism as he said, "You broke through the 6-layer demon puppet formation? That's impossible." Su Hao didn't bother to speak. He had less knowledge and said that what was impossible. This Fong Jing took 10 years to break through the 6th layer of the demon puppet array, and as a result, he himself broke through the 6th layer of the demon puppet array so quickly, which seemed to make him a little unbalanced. "You must prove that you have the strength to break through the 6th layer. Come and fight with me." If you win I will believe that you have broken through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation. Fong Jing stared at Su Hao tightly. In his heart, he was 1,000 times unwilling to believe that Su Hao, a teenager who was about 10 years younger than himself, had the strength to break through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation. He himself was considered as a genius, but it all took him 10 years. So what was Su Hao? Why should I prove to you? Su Hao's eyes were ice cold, and he said indifferently, whether other people believed that he had broken through or not, it didn't matter about him. He was even less bored to fight with this Fong Jing. Winning had no other benefits except to make himself more noticed, and the demon puppet formation to make a splash wasn't something that he was willing to do. If you don't prove yourself, don't even think about leaving. Fong Jing, however, was unforgiving, blocking Su Hao's path and gritting his teeth. This caused Su Hao's face to sink, and there seemed to be a harsh bloodlight flashing in his eyes, looking straight into Fong Jing's eyes, causing Fong Jing to have the illusion that his eyes were being stabbed by needles, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of panic inexplicably. Su Hao coldly opened his mouth. It's fine to fight with you. Just now you broke through the 6 layers of the demon puppet formation, right? There are 20,000 contribution points. I will bet 20,000 contribution points with you. Whoever loses will give 20,000 contribution points to whoever loses. How about it? Originally, the conflict between the two sides had made everyone excited, and Su Hao even opened his mouth to bet against Fong Jing with 20,000 contribution points, which undoubtedly triggered everyone's emotions. 20,000 contribution points. I've been initiated for 3 or 5 years, and I haven't seen this many contribution points. Senior brother Fong Jing promised him. I don't believe this newcomer can have the strength to break through the 6-layer demon puppet formation. The other Tao Polarity sect disciples naturally watched the fun and were all up in arms, asking Fong Jing to agree to Su Hao's bet. Brother Su really has strength comparable to senior brother Fong Jing? Xiao Jun was still immersed in shock, and was really somewhat unable to accept that this teenager who was familiar with himself and had even called himself senior brother at the entrance had the strength to enter the elite list. Chapter 43, Nangong Renling. Kneeling for flowers and evaluation votes. Not only the Tao Polarity sect disciples, even the white-haired old man guarding the demon puppet formation spoke with a smile. If the two of you want to bet on a fight, I can be the referee and guarantee that no one will dare to renege on the debt if you lose. The white-haired old man also came to be interested, and wanted to see Su Hao strike with his own eyes. He felt in his heart that Su Hao's chances of winning were a bit better. If it was some more time, he was afraid that Fong Jing would be completely inadequate in front of Su Hao. This one had created a record in the Daoji sect. The rest of the people were up in arms, but Fong Jing hesitated. Su Hao's eyes were stern and confident, making Fong Jing vaguely believe that maybe Su Hao had really broken through the 6th layer of the demon puppet formation. And the most important thing was that this betting was too big a gamble. 20,000 contribution points, and if he lost, he would lose such a large amount of contribution points, and he would have to prepare for a long period of time in the future to have the capital to impact on the innate realm. He can't afford to lose. It's just no need to take this kind of risk for the sake of a battle of wills. Fong Jing was ultimately a man nearing his 30s, and he stopped the impulse alive. Humph, today you and I both just broke through the formation. Our physical strength loss is not small. Both are not at their peak state. Even if I win you probably won't be convinced. Wait to recuperate and fight again some other day. Fong Jing's heart had already been abashed, but on his mouth, he gave himself a cold snort to find a reason to avoid the battle. After saying that, regardless of the stunned eyes of the crowd, Fong Jing left with large, swift strides. Senior brother Fong Jing refused to bet on the fight. Could it be that he is afraid of losing? What fear of losing? Senior brother Fong Jing is not wanting to bully the small with the big. Fong Jing's departure caused all the Daoji sect disciples present to whisper. Some felt that Fong Jing had gone soft, while others felt that Fong Jing didn't want to bully the small with the big. Su Hao shook his head somewhat speechlessly. He didn't unrelentingly chase after Fong Jing to gamble with him. Keeping a low profile was originally what Sui told him, and after coming to Daoji sect, Su Hao knows his own life is also very low profile. Today's magic puppet array caused by the commotion is really not what he wants. Naturally do not want to come with Fong Jing to what the betting, and then striking. Seeing that Fong Jing conceded and fled, Su Hao didn't delay and directly left, heading to the treasure pavilion, to exchange cultivation resources, so that he could quickly advance to the Hotian martial artist realm. Su Hao left the devil puppet formation and walked on the road. When oncoming a few Daoji sect disciples hurriedly ran past, almost not bumping into Su Hao. Quickly, I heard that senior sister Ren Ling is going to duel with senior sister Feng Dai. Both of them are outer sect elite disciples. It's definitely a good show. Almost being bumped into, Su Hao frowned and didn't say anything, preparing to continue traveling to the treasure pavilion. But he suddenly heard the words that the few outer disciples who were running at breakneck speed were talking about. Senior sister Ren Ling, Senior sister Feng Dai duel? Su Hao froze. This Renling's senior sister. No surprise refers to Nangong Renling. In this Tao polarity sect strength is honored. The strongest is naturally the senior sister and senior brother. Nangong Renling ranked more than 90 on the elite list, so even though she is small in age, she is also addressed as senior sister by these outer disciples. Renling wants to duel with someone else? Su Hao was surprised that his own sister, Nangong Renling, was going to duel with some phoenix butterfly senior sister, which made Su Hao faintly froze without any hesitation, and also immediately swept away sharply after those few outer disciples. How could Renling duel with someone? Go and take a look. Su Hao was puzzled and changed his purpose of going to the treasure pavilion, deciding to follow up and see what was going on. At the same time, Su Hao couldn't help but feel some excitement in his heart. It had been more than 2 months since he came to Daoji sect, and today, he was finally going to meet his younger sister whom he had never met before. Feng Dai, you've bullied people too much. Why are you spreading those rumors recklessly? On top of a wide martial arts arena in the Tao polarity sect, a voice that was clear and pleasant to the ear, but carried the slightest hint of anger, came out. In this martial arts field outside, has gathered thousands of people? The number is still increasing. 2 elite disciples to duel, or 2 rare beautiful female disciples. This is undoubtedly to let the entire Daoji sect outer disciples vibration. Many people get the news have put down the matter at hand. The first time extremely fast rushed to see the scene. Su Hao saw that on top of the ring in the distant martial arts arena, there were 2 people standing. One of them was a woman in her 20s, wearing a red dress with an extremely hot figure, a rare beauty. The other girl is only 15 or 16 years old, petite, wearing a purple dress, delicate features, overflowing with youthful vigor unique to young girls, the beauty of the appearance as if God's most outstanding creation. Although the age of the young can also make the opposite side enough to call the beauty of the mature woman are somewhat eclipsed. She is Renling? Su Hao was also slightly dumbfounded. This parent of his was really unfair, bored of his own talent than his sister even if it is poor, even in terms of appearance, although Su Hao called handsome, but with Nangong Renling's beauty is obviously not a level. Su Hao are a bit doubtful of their own whether it is pro-life. Su Hao couldn't help but be a little excited to see Nangong Renling, but he was also clear that this was not the time to recognize each other, and at the same time, he frowned. It seemed that Bayamo Renling had gotten into some kind of trouble. Ha? What rumor? Why don't you tell us? That mature woman was the so-called Phoenix Butterfly senior sister. She faced Nangong Renling's questioning with a smile on her face and a look of aggrieved doubt. Suddenly you came looking for me to duel with me. I'm innocent here too. Saying that, Feng Dai even spread his hands with a helpless face. You said those words. Nangong Renling rose red little face. To her upbringing some can't say those dirty words. She all completely did not provoke this Feng Dai, but the other party is behind the scenes said her some unpleasant words. Let her know after the anger surged. Directly found the Phoenix Butterfly, to duel with her. Humph, this little girl is not only the granddaughter of the sovereign, she was also born with such beauty and outstanding talent. Even Brother Xiong mentioned her not long ago. Why should all the good things be taken up by her? Feng Dai's face was smiling, but in her heart, she was burning with jealousy. Feng Dai was also born in a family, and was considered outstanding, but compared to Nangong Renling, she was completely outmatched. No matter whether it was her looks, her birth, or her natural talent, she was far from being able to match up. The most intolerable thing for Feng Dai is that the person he adores even seems to admire Nangong Renling very much, and also mentioned in front of her, which completely triggered Feng Dai's heart to be the backlog of jealousy. Determined to take a good breath, Feng Dai deliberately let some rumors spread to the ears of Nangong Renling, let her out of the rage. Not surprisingly Nangong Renling directly came to the door, to duel with her, which is just in Feng Dai's mind. Chapter 44 Earth Grade Spiritual Root. 5th Shift Kneeling for Flower Rating Votes. In short, I must make you apologize. Nangong Renling drew a long sword with a halo of light flowing through it, pointing the sword at Feng Dai, and said angrily, Senior Sister Nangong, although you are the granddaughter of the patriarch and have a noble status, you can't rely on your status to defile someone's innocence out of thin air. Feng Dai laughed impishly. It's fine if you want to fight. If you win, I'll apologize. If you lose, you have to give me an innate dan to make amends. The moment these words came out, a stunned look appeared on the faces of everyone present. Feng Dai's senior sister is really daring to ask for an innate dan. Yes, this innate pill can increase the chances of advancing to the innate realm. The value of an innate pill is definitely not expensive. Many Tao polarity sect disciples sucked in a mouthful of cold air, thinking that Feng Dai was just too lionistic. This old woman is too much. Su Hao's heart was also full of anger. Just from Feng Dai's performance he knew that this was Feng Dai's premeditated action, not only to suppress Nangong Renling, but also to gain benefits. Nangong Renling was a little hesitant. The innate pill, she did have one, It was issued to her by the Nangong clan, but there was only one of them, prepared to save it for when she impacted the innate realm. But seeing Feng Dai's smiling innocent look, she who didn't have much of a heart could not tolerate it a little bit, and she directly said, "Okay, I promise you, if you lose you must apologize to me, in front of everyone, that's for sure." Feng Dai was delighted to see Nangong Renling take the bait so easily, and hurriedly said to a black-clothed man not far away, "Deacon Liao, please also help corroborate and preside over this duel." Good. The man in black was a deacon of the Tao Extreme sect, although not as good as those elders who opened the immortal sect level. He was still a person of high position and power. He nodded slightly at the words. Then Deacon Liao said in a loud voice, "Outer disciple Nangong Renling and Feng Dai will have a duel. No fatal injury shall be inflicted on the opponent. If Nangong Renling wins, Feng Dai needs to apologize in front of everyone. If Feng Dai wins, Nangong Renling will need to give an innate pill to make amends. If there is any violation, the door rules will be disposed of, and the rest of the people shall not interfere with the duel to be carried out." Su Hao secretly frowned, feeling that Nangong Renling was too impulsive, but if he were to do it differently, he would definitely not be able to endure it, and now that the duel had begun, he only had to look at the situation and hope that Nangong Renling would be able to win the duel. "Go senior sister Nangong!" Many disciples of Daoji sect shouted with righteous indignation at this moment. This Feng Dai was very arrogant in the outer sect, not taking the ordinary disciples into account, eyes above the top. Many people were disgusted with it. As for Nangong Renling, she was extremely cultivated, facing anyone politely, a stark contrast, coupled with the fact that this was clearly a plot against Nangong Renling, and Feng Dai had called in Deacon Liao as a referee. Premeditated. This naturally made everyone want Nangong Renling to win. Senior sister Feng Dai is also a disciple on the elite list, and is 2 points higher than senior sister Nangong. This victory or defeat is hard to predict. A disciple shook his head and said, "Nangong Renling has outstanding qualifications. Our less than 16 years old broke through the 6 layers of the magic puppet array. The future can be said to be a promising future, but ultimately the age is still small." Feng Dai is also broke through the 6 layers of the strength of the magic puppet array, in the elite list than compared to the Nangong Renling, but also higher on the rankings of 2. Go senior sister Nangong. It was hard to say which one would win or lose in a fight between the two. This further stimulated the emotions in the hearts of the crowd of Daoji sect disciples. Many of them cheered for Nangong Renling, which made Feng Dai's face look bad. It was as if she had committed a mass anger. Everyone expected Nangong Renling to win. "Come on, blow this old woman's head off." Especially among these people, there was a teenager who was extraordinarily licentious and shouted the loudest. This person was naturally Su Hao, which caused Feng Dai's face to sink like water. If not for the fact that all the people were shouting, she really had an impulse to carry this teenager out and beat him up. "Humph, the one who wins today will definitely be me. Not only will I be able to make a fool out of this little girl, but I will also be able to obtain an innate pill. With the help of this innate pill, I will soon be able to advance to the innate realm." Feng Dai pretended that she didn't hear it, while in her heart, she snorted coldly. Since this was the case, she would win this duel, letting everyone understand that all else was useless. Only strength was the hard truth. "The duel begins," Deacon Liao announced in a loud voice. "Senior sister Nangong, sister will play with you today." Feng Dai laughed, but the skin smiled but not the flesh. Lately there were always people who were comparing themselves to this little girl. She wanted to take a good bite out of her anger. Rubbing, Feng Dai also drew her own weapon. Her weapon was likewise a sword with a dazzling halo of light. The Feng Dai of extraordinary birth likewise had the support of resources from her family, the secret arts she practiced, and the weapons she possessed were all of superior quality. Nangong Renling didn't say a word. Entering the battle state she was as if she had changed, as if she had become a different person. Her face didn't have half an expression. She stood quietly where she stood, but there was an unusual temperament on her body. Shoo! Feng Dai took the initiative to attack. A long sword blossomed with a dazzling halo of light, causing many people watching under the stage to not feel their eyes stinging and squinted slightly. And it was at this moment that Feng Dai's red dress flipped, as if it were a ghost approaching Nangong Renling, and the blade of the sword transformed into streams of light, stabbing straight out, and in the dazzling halo of light, the long sword was actually split into 5, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. It's the Guile Butterfly sword technique. It's really bizarre and incomparable. Many outer disciples have a feeling of chills. The sword technique used by Feng Dai. The moves are deadly. It's called a set of sword technique that is born for killing. It's really rare for a woman to practice this kind of sword technique. Clang! Nangong Renling flicked her wrist and likewise instantly launched her sword. This sword of hers stabbed straight out. The blade of the sword and Feng Dai's long sword collided in the air, emitting the sound of gold and iron clashing, sparks splashing in all directions, actually ignoring the rest of the light and shadows and pointing directly at where Feng Dai's sword was really located. Feng Dai was also slightly surprised. Then without any stop, the long sword halo flowed, as if it was a ghost, emitting the sound of a chirping whistle. The entire long sword disappeared into the air. The naked eye couldn't even see the speed at which she had struck out her sword, making the people for Nangong Renling pinch a cold sweat. But what surprised people was that Nangong Renling was holding the sword single-handedly, simply closed her eyes, and the sword in her hand struck out repeatedly, but every time, the stabbing sword moves were easily blocked. Clang! The twin swords in the air were constantly colliding. In just 1 or 2 breaths of time, the two had already collided dozens of times. The sword chi stirred, causing the air to ripple. This scene to see many of the outer disciples are dazzled, horrified. This is the elite list of more than 90 level. Is not ordinary disciples can be compared to the duel between the too many people are difficult to see them out of the sword. Change the individual to go up for fear of a face-to-face will have to be a sword through the heart. Damn, this little girl is actually able to so easily invoke my guile butterfly sword technique? Feng Dai was appalled in her heart. Her sword out stirred up a dazzling sword chi, sword shadow without a trace. But Nangong Renling closed her eyes but all took it easily. It's the Tongming Sword Codex, Nangong family's untold secret. It's extremely difficult to cultivate, and it requires an outstanding talent in the sword path to cultivate it. And this Nangong Renling has already reached the point where the sword moves with the heart, and the sword heart is transparent, and I'm afraid it's only a step away from mastering the sword intent. Deacon Liao was also secretly surprised to see the duel between the two. Nangong Renling's talent was indeed demonic and incomparable, and according to the rumors that Deacon Liao had vaguely heard, the quality of the spiritual root possessed by this patriarch's granddaughter had exceeded the limitations of a high-level spiritual root, and the quality of the spiritual root she possessed was most likely an earth spiritual root. Earth-grade spiritual roots were rare in the world, and the higher-grade heaven-grade spiritual roots belonged to the rank of legends. And a sixth shift N_O. Chapter 45, A Flash of Blood. Sixth shift kneeling for flower rating votes. If Nangong Renling had further mastered sword intent, Feng Dai wouldn't even have the qualifications to make a move against her. But even if she didn't master the sword intent, the Tongming sword code that Nangong Renling's practiced made her as good as a kendo master in terms of swordplay, able to easily see through her opponent's sword moves. Gradually Feng Dai had a feeling of being overwhelmed, being restrained everywhere, as if Nangong Renling had completely cracked her sword technique. Impossible. How can I not be this little girl's opponent? The more you fight, the more you struggle. Feng Dai is somewhat difficult to accept. The mood of a mess immediately under the sword stance is also one of the chaos, which makes her secretly screamed not good. Put. And Nangong Renling didn't miss this crack. The sword light flashed. Feng Dai staggered back with a stifled grunt. A blood scar surfaced on the wrist holding the sword, and blood slowly dripped out from the wound. Nangong Renling's sword pointed at Feng Dai. You lost. According to the bet you have to apologize to me in front of everyone for what you said. Good. Su Hao also let out a long sigh of relief when he saw this scene. A smile appeared on his face. Nangong Renling's strength was even stronger than he had imagined. Her sword technique had reached a very terrifying level, and she had completely and easily defeated this phoenix butterfly, who was also using the sword technique. Just now that sword Nangong Renling has stayed his hand, only cut Feng Dai's wrist, if not stay his hand, can be Feng Dai's entire palm to the wrist cut down. Senior sister Nangong won? Ha ha, too strong. Senior sister Nangong's swordsmanship is simply divine. I can't even see how she strikes her sword. The crowd of Tao Polarity sect disciples present were all very happy to see this scene. Their hanging hearts were released. If Feng Dai had won, then they would probably all be depressed by it. One, you didn't win. Feng Dai's wrist dripped with blood, while her beautiful cheeks twisted, giving off a sense of viciousness. How could she lose this duel so easily? Feng Dai steeply took out a talisman seal from her bosom, shaking her hand and raising it. The seal burned, in which 3 huge shadows slowly emerged. It was 3 butterflies, very huge butterflies. Each butterfly's wingspan reached 3 or 4 meters. The edges of the wings were as sharp as the blades of knives, and their bodies were covered with black spots. And what was even more bizarre was that these 3 butterflies had a human face, which was bizarre and twisted, and it made people's bones creepy. Demon ghosts? Su Hao was surprised. What was released within this phoenix butterfly talisman was clearly 3 demonic ghosts, and these 3 demonic ghosts seemed to follow the orders of the phoenix butterfly, flying in the air, vibrating their wings and looking down at the Nangong Renling below. Feng Dai snorted. These 3 little treasures are the pets I keep. It's not too late for you to admit defeat. This is too despicable, isn't it? A duel that summons a demonic ghost? Many disciples of the Tao Polarity sect had hostility in their eyes. All martial artists hated man-eating demonic ghosts. But this Feng Dai was even able to drive demonic ghosts against the enemy? Feng Dai sneered. What do you mean by despicable? These 3 ghost-faced butterflies were collected by my family at great cost, equivalent to my weapons, just like the swords and knives in your hands. Isn't it normal to use them in a duel? Cough. The duel continues. Deacon Liao was obviously very biased in favor of Feng Dai. He coughed dryly and let the duel continue, acquiescing to the fact that Feng Dai was harnessing a demonic ghost against the enemy. Su Hao was also angry in his heart. This was indeed a bit despicable. Demons and ghosts were living things. Weapons were dead things. Could this be the same? Senior sister Feng Dai is too despicable. This is a demonic ghost. How dare you harness a demonic ghost to participate in a duel? Deacon Liao didn't even stop it. Not far behind Su Hao, Xiao Jun also rushed over, and he was equally surprised to see this scene. Phoenix Butterfly ignored a voice of skepticism and directly ordered, "Babes, crush her." Hiss. The 3 demonic ghost butterflies got the order. A ghost face is flooded with a trace of grimness. These 3 ghost-faced butterflies, each of them possesses the strength of the late Hotian stage. 3 ghost-faced butterflies join hands. It is incomparably more powerful. They let out hissing sounds, flap the huge feather wings, roll up a gust of wind and waves blowing towards Nangong Renling. Nangong Renling was blown around and was a little unsteady while one of the ghost-faced butterflies swooped down from the sky, a huge butterfly wing slashing down like a blade. Nangong Renling had an extremely unself-heated look on her face. She only felt that the ghostly face of that ghostly butterfly was giving her a sense of distraction, and even her sword mind's state of mind was somewhat untenable. Snort! Facing the attack of the ghost-faced butterfly, Nangong Renling gathered her true chi, and a solid, sharp sword chi stirred out, chopping on top of the ghost-faced butterfly's wings, and instantly that ghost-faced butterfly's wings were torn out of a huge gap, falling down from the sky. But as it fell down, this ghost-faced butterfly let out a sharp chirping whistle due to the injury of its wings. Squeak! This scream is too sharp, as if a needle pricked straight into the eardrums. Many of the Daoji sect disciples who watched the battle covered their ears. This is the natural ability of the ghost-faced butterfly possesses. If it is traumatized, it will send out sharp whistles to attack the enemy. The greater the injury, the greater the lethality of the ghost-faced butterfly's whistles. Under the impact of this scream catching her off guard, Manhwa Renling couldn't help but furrow her brows. A look of pain appeared on her small face, and her brain had a momentary dizziness. Quickly stop! While the phoenix butterfly, who had been smilingly watching this scene, jumped with an eyebrow. The other 2 ghost-faced butterflies, seeing that their companions had been traumatized, at this moment, they were completely uncontrollable as they flew at Nangong Renling, lifting their sharp butterfly wings to slice out fiercely. There were some secret methods that could harness demonic ghosts, but they could easily backfire, especially in a duel with someone. If they were enraged, they would never keep their hands off, and it was obvious that these 3 ghostly-faced butterflies were inspired with the fierceness of being demonic ghosts, and did not listen to the command at all. This caused Feng Dai's heart to shake violently. If she killed Nangong Renling in a duel, then she would be in big trouble. The Nangong family would definitely be enraged, and she wouldn't end up in a good place. Not good. We have to stop it. That Deacon Liao who had been paying attention to the situation here also had his eyelids jumped. Luckily after Feng Dai summoned the demon ghost he raised his guard and was ready to step in to terminate the duel at any time. With his cultivation that had long since entered the innate realm, stopping the attack of the ghost-faced butterfly was still very easy. He couldn't let Nangong Renling have any major injuries, or else he, the deacon in charge of presiding over the duel, would have to be implicated as well. But what made Deacon Liao stun happened. Without waiting for him to strike, there was already a blood-colored shadow rushing up from underneath the ring, holding Nangong Renling in his arms and moving across a distance. Shoo! There was a flash of blood. The attacks of those 2 ghost-faced butterflies also instantly fell short, only cutting into the remnants. Who are you? Nangong Renling came back from the dead, her heart palpitating yet a little surprised as she saw that the one who saved her was a teenager similar in age to her. Brother Su. Xiao Jun under the stage was stunned. The first time he recognized that this person who suddenly rushed onto the ring to save Nangong Renling was none other than Su Hao. 6 more finished. Kneeling for Flowers evaluation votes. Chapter 46 Sword Chopping Ghost Face Butterfly. Kneeling for Flowers and evaluation votes. Who is he? Deacon Liao, who was originally prepared to make a move, was a bit shocked. Seeing this scene temporarily stopped his intention to make a move. His heart was a bit puzzled about who Su Hao was, but the terrifying speed that Su Hao had just erupted made him surprised by it. Su Hao kept an eye on the movements on the stage at all times, and as soon as he saw that Nangong Renling was in danger, he didn't have any hesitation and directly stimulated the burning blood mysterious technique to rush up to the ring, and luckily, managed to save it. Su Hao was about to speak, but his face turned cold, and the attack of the 2 ghost-faced butterflies in the distance fell short. One of them was unrelenting in its shrill whistling, and once again pounced towards Su Hao. The look on Su Hao's face was cold. This ghost-faced butterfly had almost killed Nangong Renling. Be careful. Seeing the ghost-faced butterfly flying again, Nangong Renling hurriedly reminded Z. Ghost-faced butterflies whistled harshly, like waves of sound waves surging. Ghost-faced butterflies' natural ability is to emit whistling sounds. Disturbing the enemy's mind is a spiritual type of attack. However, it was not useful to Su Hao at all. Su Hao mastered the two realms of intent, and his spiritual power and willpower were as if they were as cohesive and sharp as the intent of a sword, and were not disturbed at all. That ghost-faced butterfly flapped its wings and rolled up the air of the Sunsen demonic ghost, coming in a fierce manner, but at this moment, Su Hao suddenly moved. Crack! Su Hao instantly drew his sword, and as the blade rubbed against the sheath, there was even a thunderous sound bursting out, a destructive mood filling the air. Thumbs up! In everyone's horrified eyes, a 10-feet-long thunder blade looked like it had torn apart the heaven and earth as it violently cut through, and the expression on the ghost-faced butterfly's hideous ghostly face froze, followed by a crack from the face splitting open, and his huge body heavily smashed down on the ground. Successfully killed the ghost-faced butterfly. Gain 12 years of internal cultivation. Gain 2,000 experience points. 1 cut. This is blade intent? Deacon Liao's eyes widened in shock. He could tell at a glance that what Su Hao was using was saber intent, and it wasn't a 10% saber intent. One must know that mastering the intent realm usually comes into contact with this level after the innate realm, but the teenager in front of him had actually mastered saber intent? Blade intent? Who the hell is he? Nangong Renling also froze. The teenager in front of her was not much older than herself by 1 or 2 years, but she was still some days away from mastering the sword intent. Su Hao mastered the intent level of the blade intent. She had not heard of the Dao Extreme sect before that there was another teenager with such a demonic talent. Moreover, the other party's murderous look. Was it because she was almost injured? This made Nangong Renling somewhat incomprehensible. She didn't know him. My baby. Originally, seeing that someone had saved Nangong Renling, Feng Dai was relieved. If Nangong Renling died, then she was also finished. But at this time, she also saw that the person who had saved Nangong Renling killed a ghost-faced butterfly with a single slash, which caused Feng Dai to let out a mournful scream. These 3 ghost-faced butterflies were given to her by Phoenix Butterfly's father, and since childhood, she had cultivated her feelings with secret techniques before she was able to harness them, and each ghost-faced butterfly could be an important combatant for her, and the death of one would be a huge loss. Harnessing demonic ghosts against the enemy, but you can't even control them yourself. I'll help you solve them. Su Hao ignored Feng Dai's screams. He wasn't prepared to let go of these demonic ghosts. All of them were a large amount of experience value yet. Crack! Su Hao displayed his method. The burning blood secret technique was opened. The thunder breathing method was executed. His whole body was wrapped in a layer of light golden lightning. Blood red fire clothes. His body seemed to disappear in the air. His figure swept past from between the 2 remaining ghost-faced butterflies that wanted to open their mouths to let out a harsh whistle, and with it, there were also 2 thunder blade chi, which drew 2 long traces in the air, which didn't dissipate for a long time. Put! Almost at the same time, the 2 ghost-faced butterflies' open mouths closed, but their wingspan of 3 to 4 meters broke apart from the middle, and their huge corpses smashed down on the ground, staining the ground red with blood. 3 late Hotian stage demon ghosts. For today's Su Hao, a single slash under full power outburst would be able to kill them. If he wanted to, Su Hao even had the strength to pass through the 7th layer of the devil puppet array, just that it was too costly. The entire outer gate only had about 20 people with the strength to pass through the 7th layer of the devil puppet array. Successfully killed the ghost-faced butterfly. Gain 12 years of internal cultivation. Gain 2,000 experience points. Successfully killed the ghost-faced butterfly. Gain ghost spirit root, broken. Gain 12 years of internal cultivation. Gain 2,000 experience points. The series of system prompts made Su Hao also take out a vicious breath. Dare to touch his sister? Let them all go to hell. The benefit of killing 3 late Hotian stage demonic ghosts was huge, directly gaining 36 years of internal force cultivation, which caused the internal force in Su Hao's Dantian to expand by a large amount, all with the tendency of compressing the quality into true chi. What is a ghost spirit root? And what surprised Su Hao was that beheading these 3 ghost-faced butterflies, they even dropped out spiritual roots again. And they were obviously not ordinary attribute spiritual roots, named ghost spiritual roots. However, without waiting for Su Hao to check the specific information of his newly acquired ghost spirit root, a mournful scream rang out in the distance. Oh my baby, I'll kill you. It was Phoenix Butterfly. Her eyes were red when she saw the 3 ghost-faced butterflies that she had worked so hard to raise being killed. The loss was too great, so great that she couldn't bear it. These 3 ghost-faced butterflies would have the chance to grow to the innate realm in the future, and at that time, she herself would have the 3 innate demonic ghosts as her arms and helpers, but all of them were killed by Su Hao nowadays. Feng Dai's face was twisted, holding a long sword and pouncing madly towards Su Hao, recklessly trying to fight with Su Hao. Su Hao frowned. This Feng Dai was highly powerful. but at this moment, she had completely lost her mind. It was very easy to deal with. Suhao casually slapped on the side of the long sword, and easily knocked off her long sword. At the same time, the Coldstream knife held in his left hand was on her neck, making her stop her footsteps. Stop! Deacon Liao hurriedly called out when he saw this scene, and Nangong Renling also said, don't be impulsive. Can't kill her. Suhao chopped 3 ghost-faced butterflies in a row, carrying a murderous aura that made them have no doubt that Suhao really dared to kill the phoenix butterflies with a single slash. Suhao naturally knew clearly that he couldn't kill Feng Dai in front of everyone. He said in a cold voice, just now, Runling had already stayed her hand, or else one of your arms would have been lost, but you didn't let her go, and you even released demonic ghosts to deal with her, so now you've lost. Apologize. Feng Dai's face was twisted, his eyes stained with blood, staring at Suhao in death, hissing and growling with a sharp voice, you dare to kill my baby, you're dead, you're dead. Want me to apologize? No way. Have the guts to kill me, come on. Feng Dai was cloaked in hair, completely like a crazy woman. Suhao sighed, slowly took back the knife and inserted it into the sheath. Seeing this scene, Feng Dai's mouth arched up, thinking that Suhao was afraid. She was about to say something, but the next moment Suhao's slap ripped through the air without any warning, and lashed out. Pop! The crisp slap sound resounded throughout the ring, causing people to feel flesh pain when they heard it. Suhao's palm landed on Feng Dai's cheek, smacking her fair cheeks to rupture, and she flew out upside down, her body tumbling several times in the air before she smashed down heavily on the ground. I don't have the habit of not hitting women, Suhao said indifferently. Men and women were all the same in his eyes, beating them as usual. A new day. Asking for flower review votes, Carrot, Chapter 47, 2 Raw, kneeling for flowers and evaluation votes. You, Feng Dai froze, her zue corner with blood, full of teeth or loose. No one has ever hit her, or in the face of thousands of people. This great humiliation makes her only felt a blackness in front of her eyes, actually fainted without saying a word. This Feng Dai looked miserable, but she was asking for it. She deliberately lured Nangong Renling into a duel with her, not only to make a fool out of her, but also wanted to pit her innate Dan, and as a result, she still refused to stop when she lost, releasing demonic ghosts and almost killing Nangong Renling. If this place wasn't the Daoji sect, Suhao's heart would be in his mouth if he killed Feng Dai. Fierce is too fierce. What he just used couldn't have been blade intent, could it? Who is he? Who the hell is he? In an instant, he cut down 3 Hotian demon ghosts in a row and slapped Feng Dai. I've long looked at her with displeasure. The scene was silent, and then exploded. Suhao suddenly struck out. That thunderous blade chi was fierce and overbearing, and he even slapped Feng Dai, which made the eyes of many young girls from the Daoji sect light up. This is a real man. This is Brother Su's strength? Sure enough, he really passed the 6th level of the demon puppet formation. Xiao Jun's face was complicated to the extreme. Suhao's strength that easily killed 3 late Hotian demon ghosts was definitely enough to enter the elite list. At the loss of his own previous words that he wanted to compete with Suhao, he then felt a burst of cheeks rolling. Thinking of himself at that time, he was really too naive. Ahem, that's enough for today. All disperse. Disperse it. Deacon Liao coughed and loudly announced. He had only been pleaded by Feng Dai before and came to be the referee, and almost things went terribly wrong. He was now in a hurry to get out of it, and was not willing to get involved again. Why are you helping me? Nangong Renling's heart was a bit complicated. She looked at Suhao doubtfully and inquired. There are too many people here. Go somewhere else to talk. Suhao glanced around and directly pulled Nangong Renling's slender wrist, heading towards the bottom of the ring. Nangong Renling's pretty face was red, but she didn't break free. She subconsciously had a good feeling about this teenager in her heart. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. The rest of the people saw this scene, but they didn't come up unknowingly. They all made way for Suhao and his duo to leave. When he came to a secluded place, Suhao's face was also inexplicably a little nervous, and he dryly coughed and said, My name is Suhao. My father is Sui. My family lives in Tianming City, and my mother is Nangong Lan. I should be your brother. Originally, he wasn't prepared to recognize Nangong Renling so early, but the things that happened today were beyond his expectations, and he couldn't hide them at this time, so he directly revealed his identity. You are Suhao? Nangong Renling froze, then her little face turned red with excitement. I heard my mother talk about you. How did you come to the Dao Extreme sect? Suhao was also slightly relieved when he saw that Nangong Renling was aware of his presence, and he inquired, Where's mother? Is she okay? Upon hearing this, Nangong Renling said with a somewhat gloomy expression, Mother, she's fine. It's because of what happened at that time that she was grounded for 20 years and was not allowed to leave the 7-colored peak. 7-colored peak is the secondary peak of the Daoji mountain, is also the location of the Nangong family. Nangong Blue because of the original matter was grounded for 20 years, not allowed to leave the 7-colored peak. The other is not much of a problem. Su Hao slightly nodded, while Nangong Renling looked at Su Hao, her small face inexplicably colored with a hint of redness. For this brother of her own she had known of his existence since childhood, only that she had never seen the face, and today she finally saw it, taller and more handsome than she had imagined. Su Hao didn't know what Nangong Renling was blushing about, but he didn't know what to say. He only had to say, "About me coming, just tell mother alone, don't make any noise, tell her that father's body is fine, so that she doesn't have to worry." Aha! Nangong Renling nodded her head repeatedly and, "Alright, you also go and rest. You can find me if there are things." Su Hao at this time saw a Daoji sect's disciple passing by in the distance, and briefly said 2 sentences, and then said, "His own identity can be hidden or try to hide it. The less people who know it, the better, to be able to avoid a lot of trouble." Wait! At this time, Nangong Renling called out to Su Hao, who looked toward her in confusion. However, he saw Nangong Renling come in front of him, and patted up on her toes, her soft lips, sloppy kiss on his face. You, feeling the soft touch remaining on his cheek, Su Hao was stunned. "What is doing, brother? Goodbye." Nangong Renling waved her hand, her small face filled with redness as she turned around and quickly left. "Brother, he is so strong, obviously not much older than me, but he has comprehended the meaning of the sword. Tell mother, she must be very happy." Nangong Renling's mood was also much better because she saw Su Hao, and she somewhat leaped towards the 7-color peak, ready to tell Nangong Lan about Su Hao. "If you are with him in the future, it is not bad." Nangong Renling's small face was flushed. What Su Hao didn't realize was that Nangong Renling wasn't Nangong Lan and Su Yi's daughter at all, much less her own sister. When Nangong Blue was grounded before, had picked up a small baby girl, is Nangong Renling, she adopted Nangong Renling, and later in the spiritual root test detected Nangong Renling has outstanding talent. Although the Nangong family knows that it does not have the Nangong family lineage, but this kind of talent, it will be defaulted that she is a member of the Nangong family. Anyway, as long as we waited for Nangong Renling to marry a member within the Nangong family in the future, wouldn't it all be the same? If she had to marry a member of the Nangong family in the future, then Nangong Renling would rather marry Su Hao. Nangong Renling is not the Nangong Blue Pro daughter of only some elders within the Nangong family. No, this thing even Sui is not clear. This, Su Hao looked at Nangong Renling's faraway back, the heart inexplicably some panic. What is this situation? He can't even do his sister not to let go of such a beastly thing. He can't do such a beastly thing as not even letting his sister go. Maybe it's because she's too happy to see me. Su Hao scratched his head, thinking that it was normal for his sister to kiss herself as an elder brother under her happiness. Let's go. Go to the treasure pavilion to buy something, and reach the Hotian martial artist realm as soon as possible. Su Hao collected his inexplicable emotions. Now that he was displaying his strength in front of so many disciples of Tao Polarity sect, he would definitely attract the attention of a very large number of people. Gao not good enough to have any ripples. The only way to deal with all the coming troubles was to have a strong strength. I want this metamorphosis Dan. Come with 10 bottles. Su Hao entered the hidden treasure pavilion. The obese middle-aged man warmly greeted him, and Su Hao opened the door. Alright, the middle-aged man was very enthusiastic, and immediately was going to fetch the metamorphosis Yuan Dan for Su Hao. This metamorphosis Dan is able to increase the speed of internal force metamorphosis. A martial arts practitioner to reach a certain level of internal force cultivation will produce metamorphosis into true chi. This process is water to the channel. As long as the time is enough, sooner or later can complete the metamorphosis. However, Su Hao naturally did not want to wait slowly, and accelerating the metamorphosis of the internal force with the power of the elixir was the best way to do it, which was what the metamorphosis Dan did. A total of 5,000 contribution points. The obese middle-aged man took 10 small porcelain vials and said, a bottle of metamorphosis Dan requires 500 contribution points, which is quite expensive for ordinary disciples, but for Su Hao, who just broke through the 6-layer magic puppet formation and has 20,000 contribution points, this is just a small amount of money, and he bought 10 bottles without taking a breath. Chapter 48, The Day After Tomorrow Realm. Ghost Spirit Root. Kneeling for flowers and evaluation votes. The middle-aged man still had a deep impression of Su Hao. Su Hao was a first-class martial artist level, yet he was able to take out tens of thousands of contribution points. No matter how you look at it, it was not ordinary. After Su Hao paid the contribution points with his identity token, he excused himself and left. Have you heard? Just now there was a youngster named Su Hao who chopped up 3 demonic ghosts in a row in the ring. Even senior sister Feng Dai was given a beating. Too strong. He's only 16 or 17 years old, yet he has the strength to enter the elite ranking. Yes, I heard that he even broke through the 6th floor of the demon puppet formation. and his talent and qualifications are all no less than senior sister Nangong's. Not long after Su Hao had just left, some other disciples entered inside the treasure pavilion and talked excitedly about what had just happened. What they are talking about? Is it the teenager who left? The middle-aged man froze, and the first thing that came to his mind was Su Hao, the teenager who was at the first-class martial artist level but was able to take out a large amount of contribution points. Su Hao was indeed on fire. Today, he first broke the 6-layer demonic puppet formation, and then showed great power under the spectators of thousands of people, easily killed 3 powerful demonic ghosts, and also beat the phoenix butterfly, which had a great reputation in the outer sect, to break its face, causing his name to quickly spread throughout the entire outer sect, which wasn't what Su Hao was willing to see, but he didn't have the ability to stop it either. Su Hao simply closed his door and temporarily avoided the wind, so that the heat of this matter would come down after a while. Inside the cultivation room, Su Hao checked his own situation. First of all, his internal force cultivation. He chopped off 3 late Hotian stage demonic ghosts in a row, and gained a total of 36 years of internal force cultivation, which made his internal force almost multiply to 76 years, and moreover, because of such abundant internal force cultivation, there was a trend of metamorphosis towards true chi, and now he only needed to use the help of metamorphosis pills to quickly make the qualitative change of his internal force, and enter into a completely new realm. Speaking of which, what is this ghost spirit root? Su Hao recalled a ghost spirit root that he had killed 3 ghost-faced butterflies earlier and exploded out. So Su Hao decided to check out this ghost spirit root first. The changes brought by the ghost spirit root made my spiritual power stronger? Su Hao felt quietly, a strange color appearing in his eyes as he clearly felt his own spiritual power stronger. The so-called ghost spirit root was actually related to the soul aspect, capable of strengthening the soul and spiritual power. There are very many types of spiritual roots. The most common ones are the spiritual roots of the 5 elements attributes, followed by the rarer variant spiritual roots similar to ice, wind, and thunder. And as for this ghost spiritual root associated with the soul, it is an even rarer and more rare spiritual root. Not bad. If a person's soul is strong, somehow the talent will be enhanced, and things will be more focused and efficient. Su Hao's eyes glowed. This ghost spirit root brought a very huge effect, powerful soul power. If Su Hao's soul was strong enough, he wouldn't need to take so long to comprehend the blade technique within the broken sword before. Even if his soul was strong enough, he would be able to have a better comprehension for the realm of the intent level. Su Hao closed his eyes and concentrated his thoughts. He even managed to put his soul power outward, reaching a level similar to the divine sense scanning. Of course, at present, he was only able to use his soul power to probe the situation within 10 meters around him, but it was still very useful to use it in a battle, and was able to have a clear insight into the opponent's subtle changes. Well, this ghost spirit root's potential is quite not bad, but for now, it's better to reach the Hotian realm first. Su Hao was quite satisfied with the ghost spirit root, but didn't stay. Opening a bottle of metamorphosis Dan, taking one and then refining it. With the effect of the metamorphosis Dan, the internal force filling up in Su Hao's dantian began to produce changes, which was originally so indistinct that it was barely visible to the naked eye, but now it had become more solid, like a wisp of aerosol, and its quality had been improved by more than several times. A strand of true chi could defeat several strands of internal force, which was a qualitative change. The process of metamorphosis was very smooth, hardly encountering any bottlenecks. Su Hao quickly made his internal force metamorphose into true chi, with the help of metamorphosis Dan. This process took Su Hao nearly 20 days. 20 days later, Su Hao let out a long breath. In his mouth, there was a light white aerosol exhaled, as if it was a cloud. Su Hao's eyes opened, and the divine light flickered. It's very good. Finally reached the Hotian realm. The internal energy in my body metamorphosed into true chi, and the quality was drastically improved. And by using the true chi to drive the martial skills, the effect can be doubled. Internal force, true chi is equivalent to fuel. Energy is strong. The performance of martial arts naturally more powerful. Powerful cultivation can even be turned into magic, like some innate strong, even holding a branch, but also able to easily split the rocks. This is because they have a higher energy true essence. Reaching the Hotian realm, not only did Su Hao's true chi produce a metamorphosis, his own fleshly body also received a true chi cleansing, and nowadays, he possessed a divine strength of 25,000 kilograms in one arm, and his own chi and blood were more abundant, possessing a lifespan of 150 years. 7. As for the innate powerhouses, they have a lifespan of more than 300 years. It's time to upgrade my own spiritual roots. Upgrading the Thunder spiritual root and Wind spiritual root. Su Hao had broken into the formation twice and killed a large number of demonic puppets, plus killed 3 ghost-faced butterflies, and now that he had a total of 13,000 experience points, Su Hao decided to upgrade his spirit root quality as well. Ding! Consuming 5,000 experience points. Congratulations to host Thunder Spirit Root, Primary, for upgrading to Intermediate Thunder Spirit Root. Ding! Consuming 5,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his Wind Spirit Root, Primary, to an Intermediate Wind Spirit Root. Ding! Consuming 2,000 experience points. Congratulations to host Ghost Spirit Root, Broken, for upgrading to Primary Ghost Spirit Root. Directly after consuming 12,000 experience points, Su Hao upgraded all the 3 spiritual roots he possessed once, with the Thunder Spiritual Root and Wind Spiritual Root reaching intermediate quality, and the Ghost Spiritual Root reaching primary quality. The benefits brought by this were too great. Both Wind and Thunder Spiritual Roots had reached intermediate quality. If they condensed the 2 kinds of blade intentions of Wind and Thunder and fused them with each other, the power would be at least 5 times higher than before. Plus Su Hao's cultivation had reached the Hotian realm, and with the true Qi to promote it, I am afraid that his Wind Thunder Chop's power would be nearly 10 times more powerful than that of when he had broken into the demon puppet formation. How exaggerated was this? Su Hao's strength had definitely taken a huge leap. While the Ghost Spirit Root was upgraded to primary quality, it made Su Hao feel that his soul was warm, and he was able to release his soul force to cover a range of 100 meters in a circle, just like a radar, and within this range, the slightest breeze could not be hidden from him. Chapter 49, First in the Outer Sect, Kneeling for Flowers and Evaluation Votes. Host, Su Hao. Age, 16. Cultivation, 76 years of True Qi. Realm Evaluation, Early Hotian Martial Artist. Techniques practiced, Purple Qi Technique, Black Iron Level. 81% Intermediate Proficiency. Blood Demon Body, Mutilated. Bronze Level. 3 layers of Perfect Proficiency. Martial Skills practiced, Wind Slashing Blade Technique, Black Iron Grade. Perfect Proficiency. Thunder Breathing Technique, Bronze Grade. Intermediate 91% Proficiency. Wind Chasing Body Technique, Bronze Grade. Intermediate 41% Proficiency. Blood Burning Mystery Technique, Bronze Grade. Elementary 20% Proficiency. Blood Breathing Technique, Bronze Grade. Intermediate 36% Proficiency. Thunderjacking Blade Technique, Silver Grade. Crippled. Elementary 71% Proficiency. Mastery of Intent, Thunder Blade Intent, 20% Blade Intent. Blast Wind Blade Intent, 10% Blade Intent. Spiritual Roots, Intermediate Wind Spiritual Root. Intermediate Thunder Spiritual Root. Primary Ghost Spiritual Root. Remaining experience value, 1,000 points. How is my current strength, compared to those 3 demons in the outer gate? Su Hao looked at his basic information and secretly thought with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. There were 3 demons among the outer disciples. All of them were in the Hotian realm of cultivation, but they had broken through the 8 layers of the demon puppet formation that required an innate powerhouse to break through. In other words, these 3 were able to explode their innate level of combat power with their Hotian cultivation. Undoubtedly they were demonic existences, and each of them had names that made people's ears ring like thunder in the outer sect. Even the reason why they didn't enter the innate realm was to accumulate reserves, so that their future potential would be even greater, even more hopeful of opening the immortal gate. Each and every one of them was extraordinary, very human. Su Hao was very curious about how he compared to these 3 demons. He was absolutely not afraid of a battle. While Su Hao was in seclusion, the outside world was also swirling with waves because of Su Hao's matter. In the middle of a quiet room, a man was sitting quietly. He looked like he was in his 20s. His face was like a crown of jade. His appearance was handsome. His body was tall. His whole body revealed an inexplicable flavor, which made people ashamed of themselves when they saw him. And he was just like a round of blazing sun. And wherever he went, he would be the absolute focus. This man's identity was extremely uncomplicated, and even resounded through the Tao Extreme sect. He was Yelu Xiong, the head of the 3 demons of the outer sect, with an outstanding life, the proud son of the sky of the Yelu family, the great family of the Tao Extreme sect, and bathed in light since childhood, and with the reputation of being the number 1 of the outer sect. He fully deserved the name. Brother Xiong, you are finally willing to see me. You must help me take revenge. A woman in red was crying like a tearful person. If Su Hao was here, he would definitely recognize that she was none other than Feng Dai. Looking at the crying Feng Dai, a trace of disgust flashed in the depths of Yelu Xiong's eyes. If it was not for the sake of obtaining the support of the other family, this kind of goods he could not look at. Tell me, what happened? I have to continue my seclusion and accumulate my reserves. Yelu Xiong said indifferently. This Feng Dai wanted to find him despite the obstruction, causing him to come out of seclusion to deal with it. Do you know about what happened? Some time ago, Brother Xiong? Feng Dai inquired through clenched teeth, and Yelu Xiong nodded non-committally. Feng Dai and Nangong Renling thing, although Yelu Xiong in seclusion, but is also clear about such a thing? The outer disciples suddenly appeared in a genius let Yelu Xiong surprised, but also not to turn too much mind to pay attention to. Daoji sect is never short of genius. Weren't those two heavenly prides who were ranked among the three greatest demons of the outer sect alongside themselves also crushed by themselves and had to be convinced? Feng Dai's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light said, Brother Xiong, there is one thing that you must be interested in. This son's surname is Su, and I have investigated him afterward. At the time of his initiation he defeated 3 Hotian disciples and broke through the 6 layers of the magic puppet formation. And most importantly, his identity. His identity? Yalu Xiong froze for a moment, his brow furrowed. The surname Su sounded a bit familiar to him, but the surname Su was too common, just as big a surname as Zhang, Li and the others. Feng Dai gritted her teeth, her eyes full of undisguised hatred towards Su Hao. Her voice lowered. According to my investigation, Su Hao comes from the Tianmeng City Su family. I let our family's people who know how to harness flying demonic ghosts go to a trip to Tianmeng City, and learn something very interesting. This Su Hao not only comes from the Tianmeng City Su family, but is also the son of Su Yi more than 10 years ago. Meng City Su family, but also the son of Su Yi from more than 10 years ago. Tianmeng City was a long way from Daoji sect. Even riding a fast horse it would take half a month to arrive one way. But Feng Dai's family was good at taming demonic ghosts, among which there were flying demonic ghosts, so half a month for a round trip wouldn't even be necessary. However, the news that the Feng Dai family brought back from Tianmeng City was extremely shocking. This Su Hao actually came from the Su family in Tianmeng City. Not only that, but it was even the biological son of the man named Su Yi in the beginning. No way? He's that little baby from back then? Hearing this, Yalu Xionghua got up, shaking his head incredulously as he stared at Feng Dai with both eyes. Feng Dai, if you are deliberately deceiving me for the sake of a personal vendetta, you know my character well. Yalu Xiong felt that this might be Feng Dai saying this on purpose in order for him to deal with Su Hao, and he was not a little cutie, and would not be easily fooled. Upon hearing this, Feng Dai hurriedly said, I can guarantee that this person is the son of Su Yi. When Su Yi such a small family person and Nangong Land's matter was to make the Nangong family furious, there won't be the slightest mistake. It was one of my uncles who went to Tianmeng City to personally ask for proof. This Su Hao still has a not-so-small reputation in Tianmeng City, but this is too unreasonable. This Su Hao deserves the title of the proud son of heaven, but that baby that was taken away by Su Yi is completely an ordinary child. Yalu Xiong saw this appearance of Feng Dai. It is clear that she did not lie, but this makes him even more puzzled. In more than 10 years ago, Su Yi and Nangong Blue things make waves. Su Yi is only a small family origin. Their own talent in the Dao Extreme sect can only be regarded as mediocre, while the Nangong Blue is the Dao Extreme sect's daughter. But then not even any news. The Nangong Blue is pregnant. The object is still a small family of people. This is undoubtedly the door is not right, but also unmarried first pregnancy, so that the Nangong family are for the anger. Directly will Su Yi arrested up, and in the process of the extremely ruthless, are injured Su Yi's origin, so that he stopped the day after the day. And then the Nangong Blue birth Su Hao. If Su Hao's natural talent is excellent, maybe it can make Su Yi father by son. No matter what, Su Hao has half of the Nangong family's bloodline. He has excellent natural talent. Then the Nangong family must also have to cultivate him, and maybe it will also accept Su Yi. But after the test the Nangong family found that Su Hao is just an ordinary person who doesn't even have a spiritual root, which then let the Nangong family didn't leave the slightest bit of mercy, and directly expelled Su Yi from the Daoji sect. And the Nangong Lan was also punished by being grounded for 20 years on the 7-color peak. This thing Yellowa Xiong at that time, although the age of small, but is heard of. However, now, the baby that was carried away by Su Yi at the beginning had rejoined the Dao Extreme sect and had an outstanding talent. At the age of 16, he possessed the strength to break through the 6th floor of the demon puppet formation. This son cannot stay. There are not many people in this generation of the Nangong family who can match me. I cannot let him threaten my position. Yalu Xiong's eyes flashed with a shockingly cold aura. Daoji Zone's patriarch position is not hereditary. As long as the Daoji Zone's family are qualified to compete for the position of the patriarch, just one of the Nangong family is the most powerful. Tens of thousands of years the Nangong family out of the patriarch is also the most. Their Yelu family last time someone served as the Daoji Zone's patriarch is almost 5,000 years in the past. Yalu Xiong was extremely ambitious. He felt that with his own natural talent, he was qualified to compete for the position of this patriarch in the future. And among the younger generation of the Nangong family of this generation, there weren't many who could compare to him. His chances were quite high, but now out of a Su Hao. But let Yalu Xiong vaguely more than a hint of crisis. Their own in Su Hao's age, the strength may not be much stronger than him. More importantly, Su Hao also has the Nangong family's bloodline. If the Nangong family support, he is qualified to compete for the position of this patriarch, which makes him cannot stand. Should we say his identity out? There are some old antiques in the Nangong family who can very much dislike Sui. Feng Dai whispered. Idiot, this Su Hao has such excellent natural talent. If the Nangong family knows of his existence, they might instead be delighted to let him recognize his ancestor. Wouldn't that be a botch-up? Yalu Xiong nonchalantly chided, causing Feng Dai to not dare to speak again. This thing also can't let the clan know. I also mustn't do it myself. It's too big a risk. My relationship with Feng Dai Su Hao must know. If I appear in front of Su Hao will certainly also make him wary, suspecting that I came to retaliate. Even if I kill him, the door will therefore suspect that it's me who deliberately killed him. Even if I kill him, the sect will still suspect that I killed him on purpose. And there are quite a few people who can't wait for me to fall. Then the most suitable candidate is Feng Wuji. Yalu Xiong fingers knocked the armrest of the seat. Finally thought of the most suitable candidate. Su Hao must not stay. Go call Feng Wuji to come here. Yaluxiang looked at Feng Dai and ordered. Feng Wuji? Good, good. Feng Dai's heart rejoiced when she heard this name. It was clear that Yalu Xiong was trying to deal with Su Hao, and if it was Feng Wuji who was willing to make a move, it would definitely be a sure thing. Chapter 53 Great Demons Wind Reckless, Kneeling for Flowers and Evaluation Votes. Feng Wuji, this is a ruthless person. He joined the Daoji sect at a very young age. He has excellent natural talent. He dares to fight. He obviously doesn't have a big background, but he is hardened to stand out from the countless outer disciples, soaring high, and he broke through the 8th floor of the demon puppet array a year ago, becoming the 3 great demons of the outer sect alongside Yaluxiang. If Feng Wuji shot, no one will associate it with Yalu Xiang's instruction. With Feng Wuji's strength against Su Hao is even more stable, able to break through the 8 layers of the devil puppet formation of Feng Wuji. Although it is the peak of the realm of the Hotian, but it is completely comparable to the innate level of combat power. Su Hao naturally didn't know that there was a conspiracy brewing against him. It had been 3 days since Su Hao had come out of the gate, and he had spent the last 3 days familiarizing himself with his new power and thinking about how to cultivate next. But then someone found him. Senior brother Su, Deacon Li from the Palace of Law and Government is asking you to go there. On this day, an outer disciple found Su Hao and told him such a thing. This caused Su Hao to be surprised. Dharma Government Hall. Deacon Li, what is it that you are looking for me for? This outer disciple explained. Join the Dao Extreme sect. Every half a year you have to carry out a mission. If there are special circumstances you can take a leave of absence. Su senior brother, you have joined the Dao Extreme sect has been a few months. Have to carry out a mission. Deacon Li thinks that you are strong enough. There is a mission that you need to do. Su Hao remembered. There was indeed such a thing. Joining Daoji sect. Enjoying the treatment of Daoji sect at the same time also have to contribute to Daoji sect. According to the regulations, outer disciples need to complete a sect routine task in half a year. Of course, there are rewards. Okay, then I'll go and take a look. Su Hao nodded and decided to go and see what kind of mission it was. Su Hao came all the way to the Palace of Law and Government, which was mainly the department that issued various tasks. Su Hao had only just entered inside the Palace of Law and Government, and inside the Palace of Law and Government, a man beckoned. This way. This man was wearing a deacon's attire. He should be that Deacon Li, who said with a curmudgeonly face, the disciple just now should have told you that the reason for teaching you to come is because of the routine tasks of the outer disciples, and when the others arrive they will say the content of the tasks together. There's someone else on the mission together? Su Hao was surprised. Soon after, 2 more people came to the phalanx hall one after another. These 2 were both men, in their 20s close to their 30s. Deacon Li introduced. He is Su Hao, and will be working with you on the mission. You're Su Hao? The Su Hao who beat up Feng Dai? An inch-haired man heard Deacon Li's introduction and looked at Su Hao with some surprise. Then he said with a smile on his face, my name is Zheng Qing. Everyone take care of me on this mission. The other man with a very elegant temperament was also surprised. Su Hao could be very popular in Daoji sect recently. He also nodded slightly and politely introduced himself. My name is Hiru. Su Hao also politely nodded. At the same time the bottom of his heart was very surprised. Su Hao had seen the elite list before. This Hiru, Zheng Qing are ranked among the elite list. In other words, they all have the strength to break through the 6 layers of the magic puppet array. In the outer door is the absolute elite, plus a Su Hao. Is 3 elite list disciples? What task needs 3 elite list disciples to perform together? Sorry, I'm late. Zheng Chang and Hiru also wondered about this and were about to ask when a lazy voice came from outside. Everyone looked back, but they saw a long-haired man, who was unkempt and wearing a uniform that was a bit dirty, but full of a kind of panache. Seeing this person, Zheng Chang and Hiru, but a trace of shock appeared on their faces. Their complexions unconsciously tightened slightly. Both nodded their heads and said somewhat respectfully, greetings, Senior Wind Brother. The person who can make 2 elite list disciples call him Feng Senior Brother. Could it be that he is Feng Wuji? When Su Hao saw the scene, He was also surprised. Even Zhang Chang and Hiru were so respectful, and surnamed Feng, he immediately thought of someone, one of the three great demons of the outer sect, Feng Wuji, the strong person who had broken through the 8-layer demon puppet formation, the super demon who could be ranked into the top 3 among the entire 80,000 to 90,000 disciples of the outer sect. I wonder how my strength today compares to Wind Wuji. Su Hao saw Feng Wuji, surprised at the same time his heart was also secretly thinking. He was promoted to the Hotian realm. The quality of his spiritual root was improved. His strength was not known to have doubled a few times. Even if it was against Feng Wuji, he believed that he also had a chance of winning. Seeing Feng Wuji, it was Deacon Li's ancient face also surfaced a trace of smile. Feng Wuji's natural talent is very demonic. Promoting the innate realm to him is as simple as eating and drinking. The reason why he didn't break through is accumulating the underlying strength. In the future, I'm afraid that it's expected to open the gate of the immortals. Of course, Deacon Li's attitude towards him is friendly. Since everyone has arrived, I'll talk about this mission. Deacon Li's expression became serious, and then he went straight to the point. The 4 of you are all extremely outstanding amongst the outer disciples of the Tao Extreme sect, and this mission has to come from you as well. X1 and #001G and #001XCM. According to the intelligence from Daoji sect, in that area of Dit-Suk Mountain, west of Daoji sect, several villages have been swept away. Not only were those villagers killed off, but some people even found the mutilated corpses of those villagers. Their corpses were intact but their hearts were dug out. According to the estimation, it's probably the work of an evil cultivator. Deacon Li said. Evil cultivator? These words caused Zhang Qing, Hiru, and Su Hao to look aghast. Evil cultivator? To some extent then the demon ghosts are still scary. After all, the demon ghosts know that it is a demon ghost when they see it, and directly out to eradicate is, but the evil cultivator is hidden in the crowd, and the means are strange and difficult to deal with. Su Hao had a not so small impression of evil cultivators. The 3 leaders of the Blood Demon Regiment were all evil cultivators, and 2 of them had transformed themselves into half-demon ghosts, which could be described as heartless. The content of the mission is for you guys to go to the area of Otsuka Mountain and solve this matter. Catch that evil cultivator, or just kill him and bring back his head. The reward for the mission is 10,000 contribution points per person. The evil cultivator is not easy to deal with, but a few of you join hands, you can make that evil cultivator be put to death. Dare to cause trouble within the sphere of influence of the Daoji sect, is looking for death. Deacon Li's tone contained a trace of murderous energy. Evil cultivators, everyone must be put to death. With senior brother Feng here, this mission will definitely be a handful. Zhang Qing laughed, although the evil cultivator was dangerous, but they were all members of the elite ranking here. Not to mention the presence of Feng Wuji, a demon who was vaguely comparable to an innate level combatant. This evil cultivator, even if it was strong, would still have to end up with a grudge. Feng Wuji wore a gentle, lazy smile on his face. Evil cultivator? It's a bit interesting. In that case, I'll take a trip. There's no time to lose. Set out quickly. 1 more day's delay will result in more people becoming sustenance for that evil cultivator. After Deacon Li finished explaining his tasks, he urged them to set off. Chapter 51, Deserted Mountain. Wicked Wolves and Vipers. On the shelves tonight at 10 p.m., kneeling for first booking. Su Hao and his group of 4 all left the Daoji sect and rode towards Otsuka Mountain. It will take 5 days to make a round trip to this Otsuka Mountain, and if you're lucky enough, you'll be able to complete this mission in a week's time. Zhang Qing laughed. Going to the Great Songsan Mountain to exterminate the rebellious evil cultivators. This task is considered to be not a small difficulty in the outer door, but the 4 of them can be the elite of the outer door, and even more so, Feng Wuji, the outer door can be ranked into the top 3 of the demon in the. This task should be 9 out of 10. Well, hurry up and get to Otsuka Mountain, since the sect is letting us go. The strength of this evil cultivator should be less than an 8, but we have to be careful. The long-haired man, Feng Wuji, also said. Senior brother Feng is right. Zhang Chang and Hiru both nodded their heads in agreement, and in their hearts, they had immense respect for Feng Wuji. Although they were both disciples on the elite ranking, they were well aware that the gap between themselves and the others and Feng Wuji was too great. This Wind Wuji is a bit strange. Su Hao, on the other hand, frowned as the 4 of them drove their horses, and along the way, Su Hao clearly felt that Feng Wuji was not too attached to both Zheng Qing and Hiru, and instead, he paid more attention to Su Hao, who didn't talk much. This made Su Hao feel puzzled but didn't think much about it. After all, Su Hao himself met with this Feng Wuji for the first time and didn't have any hatred. He only thought that it was because he was so young that he was able to enter the elite ranking. That's why Feng Wuji would pay more attention to him. Feng Wuji's character was very modest and courteous. On the way Zhang Qing and Hiru inquired about his cultivation. Feng Wuji was kind enough to point out to them, making the duo trust and admire him more and more. Thinking that Feng Wuji wasn't only one of the top 3 strongest men in the outer sect, he was also a flamboyant gentleman in terms of his character. Here we are. In front of us is the Otsuka mountain. That evil cultivator is active in this generation. Hundreds of people have already been killed. More than 2 days later the group arrived outside a large mountain. Hiru looked at the large mountain in front of him and opened his mouth. Otsuka mountain. This is a rather remote area. The residents here mostly make a living by hunting. That evil cultivator chose to dig up the hearts of living people here and use it to cultivate his evil power. It's rather clever. Let's go. Enter Otsuka mountain and take a look. Hopefully this evil cultivator hasn't left yet and we can find him quickly. Zheng Qing looked motivated. Feng Wuji had a faint smile hanging on the corner of his mouth as he dismounted his horse and walked towards within the Otsuka mountain. Su Hao's 3 people also all dismounted their horses when they saw this and entered the Otsuka mountain on foot. But gradually the crowd frowned. Originally they thought that Feng Wuji was leading the way. But Feng Wuji was walking in the middle of Otsuka mountain completely without any purpose. It looked like he was looking for something. After half an hour, Zheng Cheng somewhat couldn't help but say, "Senior Wind Brother, let's go to those mountain villages in Otsuka mountain first to see if we can find any living people and inquire about that evil cultivator." Feng Wuji stopped his steps. At this time, the distance between the 4 was only more than 5 meters. The smile at the corner of Feng Wuji's mouth was getting more and more blazing as he softly said, "Here it is." What arrived? Hiru, Zheng Cheng, and Su Hao were all frowning darkly. This Feng Wuji was a bit abnormal ever since he entered the Great Mountain. Feng Wuji turned his head with a bright smile on his face. "Of course, your time to die has come." That bright smile revealed a bone-chilling chill. "Not good. Be careful." Su Hao possessed a ghost spirit root, and his soul strength and mental power were all different from normal people. He keenly sensed an extreme danger, as well as a bone-chilling killing intent coming from Feng Wuji. He hurriedly shouted to remind Hiru and Zheng Qing. "What?" Hiru and Zheng Cheng also froze. Feng Wuji's words made them not react for a moment. Why did this incomparably humble and courteous senior brother suddenly say this? Snort! Feng Wuji suddenly moved. His speed was too fast, so fast that it reached a level that surpassed the limits of normal people. His palm pressed on the hilt of the sword, the blade and the scabbard rubbed sparks together, and the entire green-colored longsword transformed into a shadow of wind and flashed away. Put! The sword shadow came cutting at extreme speed, flashing past the throats of Hiru and Zheng Cheng, who realized it was not good, but were too late to react. As for Su Hao, he was the first to detect the danger by virtue of his keen perception, and he instantly drew his sword with a speed no less than Feng Wuji's, and the cold stream blade at his waist blossomed with a green-colored aura, fiercely chopping out. Clang! The blade struck the green-colored sword shadow to smithereens. There was a crisp gold and iron sound blooming in the air. The sword shadow shattered, and a hint of surprise appeared on Feng Wuji's face. Feng Wuji, you, why? Hiru and Zheng Qing's faces were filled with disbelief. They were staring at Feng Wuji dead in the face. They simply could not imagine why Feng Wuji would suddenly flip out and directly make a sneak attack to take their lives. Put! Without waiting for the words of questioning to be uttered by the two of them, a blood scar gradually emerged at the neck of Hiru and Zheng Cheng. Their heads separated from their necks. Their corpses separated, and they fell softly to the ground, their blood spreading on the ground, their eyes all staring round in death, not clear about the fact that the two of them had no grudges with Feng Wuji. Why did the other party want to kill them all of a sudden? What two fools! All along the way they have been sucking up to me, not even the slightest bit wary of me. Such people are worthy of sharing the elite ranking with me. It really is something that can make people laugh their asses off. Feng Wuji skimmed his mouth and didn't even bother to look at Zheng Qing and Hiru's corpses. Then Feng Wuji looked at Su Hao with a strange light in his eyes. You're really extraordinary. You're able to react in the face of my sneak attack, and all the way you're obviously wary of me. Unlike those two who are completely like two idiots. Feng Wuji changed his previous modest and courteous appearance and became incomparably bratty, killing two of his fellow disciples as if he had crushed two ants to death without a care in the world. Su Hao's eyes were filled with anger. If he didn't have a strong soul force, possess a ghost spirit root, and have a keen perception, under Feng Wuji's sudden sneak attack, there was a real possibility that he might end up in the same place as Hiru and Zheng Qing, and be cut down to the head with a sword. Su Hao was shocked and angry. Was this Feng Wuji crazy? Su Hao's face was as cold as ice as he questioned. Why do you want to kill us? We have no grievances with you, right? Ha ha. I just want to kill you. These two people happen to be divided into a team, only to be killed together. As for why I want to kill you, is Yalu Xiong let me do it? It seems that because you hit his concubine Feng Dai's reason, he gave me 3 and 8 dan, so that, you die with understanding? Feng Wuji was very quick to say why he wanted to kill Su Hao. That look was already treating Su Hao as a dead soul under the sword, very leisurely and calm. Feng Dai? Yaluxia? Suhao frowned, somewhat understanding the cause, but this was too careful, right? Although he himself had disgraced Feng Dai, but Yelu Xiong was even willing to pay 3 and 8 dan for this to ask Feng Wuji to make a move. This was too big a price. Alright, it's fine for you to lead your neck to death. It's fine for you to resist. The result won't change anyway. The halo of the green-colored sword in Feng Wuji's hand flowed, but the smile on his face was getting colder and colder. This outing mission, again, was arranged by Yeluxian with the help of some means and network of connections, creating an opportunity for him to kill Su Hao. After killing him, he only needed to push all of it onto the body of the evil cultivator. Anyway, with his talent, the probability of opening the immortal gate in the future were all very high. Even if Dao Extreme Clan suspected it, it wouldn't be able to do anything to him without evidence. How? Of course, Feng Wuji didn't know Su Hao's identity was the lineage of Daoji sect master. Yelu Xiong just said that because Su Hao hit Feng Dai. It was the same as hitting his face for the reason that he wanted to kill him, or else tell Feng Wuji about Su Hao's identity. Feng Wuji on the other hand, he might not take up this killing errand anymore. Yeluxia? Very good. I will make him pay. Now let me see what skills your so-called outer sect's 3 great demons have. Su Hao took a deep breath. Killing intent in his heart was like a tidal wave, but his eyes also revealed a trace of blazing battle intent. Ever since he reached the Hotian realm, he was very curious to know who was stronger or weaker between himself and the 3 major demons of the outer sect, and now he could come to give it a try. Wait, what a strong bloody odor. Su Hao was suddenly stunned at this moment. His nose lightly sniffed and smelled a strong bloody odor, which did not come from Zheng Cheng and Hiru, who were killed by Feng Wuji. What was even more strange was that this bloody odor Su Hao couldn't even tell from which direction it came from. Not only that, Su Hao even felt that there was a pair of eyes somewhere staring at him. Feng Wuji obviously didn't smell the bloody odor, nor did he feel the sense of prying eyes. Su Hao possessed a ghost spirit root, and it was only because his soul power and spirit power were different from normal that he noticed the abnormality. This made Su Hao's brows furrowed, feeling the severity of the matter. Not only did he have to face Feng Wuji, and it seemed that he and the others were being watched by something. If that peeper in the dark suddenly made a move when he was fighting with Feng Wuji, it was very likely that he would end them all in one pot. Hey, want to see my strength? Very well. Then let you understand what is called true power. Feng Wuji did not notice the abnormality in the dark. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. The green-colored longsword in his hand had a halo of light flowing and a chilling aura. It was believed that when he struck out it was bound to be a stone-cold shock. There is a vicious wolf on the surface, and there is even an unknown poisonous snake in the dark. The smell of blood is getting stronger and stronger, so that the coldness in Su Hao's eyes is also getting more and more prevalent. No matter if he is a vicious wolf or a poisonous snake, the knife in his hand is destined to drink blood painfully today. P.S. A week's time. The book on the shelves. The results have been bad, but the author of the author June efforts to code word update everyone can see. The author of the book on the shelves. I don't say what sensationalism to sell miserable words. A book can't write on with the results linked to the shelves at 10 p.m. Today, on the shelves of the explosion of more than 10 chapters. I'd like to ask for a first subscription. Please subscribe. These are very important to the author. Really thank you. 500 subscription limit. Every more than 100 subscription, plus one more. If the street, the author is estimated to return to the construction site to move bricks. Bricks are so hot. The first booking good AO night will also add more.